some heckin' farming. So with that, you'll notice I have a second save here, chat. This actually isn't anything right now, but will be likely soon. And what that is they did do an update on the New Frontier map. And the first version they put out is like, that really doesn't seem like a good Survivor Man map for what I want in one. But they did do an update that I think just came out either today or whenever. And with that update, I was like, okay, it's not exactly what I was looking for, but you know what? That's close enough. That's close enough I don't think it'll, like, mess anything up. So I do think we have a potential map. Yeah, so I saw that the New Frontier map showed up in the store yesterday, and then it disappeared for a while, and then it showed up again today. So I'm guessing it showed up yesterday, and it was crashing, and they pulled it, and then you get the idea. That said, that's nothing for right this second. We are running no mods. Like, you saw the vehicles in the beginning that are technically mods. Those I haven't loaded. That's the reason I didn't have the little green bar on the bottom. They are all ones that are the giant software where they add in the vehicles after the fact. For vehicles that are like in their previous games or whatever that, you know, they decide they're not going to put into a pack or whatever. But with that said, I do think we are going to start doing the rush for doing the Survivor Man challenge. There's a catch with that map that I need to figure out how I want to navigate. So when you do No Man's Land, the map tiles are not super big. They're not super small. They run about 87,000 on the No Man's Land map, or 67, whatever it was. And so they're like kind of mid-range-ish, or they're a little bit bigger than a small tile, but all that. Let's see. Is the command hit sign? The command will be hit sign when I hit a sign. Like, and please don't use it without actually having a hit sign. Like, obviously if a mistake happens, that's fine. But, you know, don't start just like use, and this is just broadly, I'm not saying into individual. You know, don't use it unless we actually are doing stuff that happens. Just because otherwise what ends up happening is then the count means nothing and it goes away. Because I will hit enough signs without being penalized for things I didn't do. Alright, so where we left off, we are basically done with the temple. It's got, I think, 2 steps, including the step I'm in, left. And I was going to try to push to finish it last night, realized there was one more step that I had even accounted for, and so I was like, okay, that's going to take me past the point of harvesting. And the moment it went past the point of harvesting, it was like, oh, okay, well, with that, I'm just going to say they're 12 for each. That's overkill. We're just going to say they're 12 each. But it is one of those things that if I went that route, what would end up happening is I would have had to stay up for like another hour and a half or something like that to get it done. And so it's like when I saw there was a whole extra step and I was going to have to harvest, which is where most of the time would come from. Like, just rushing the temple would have been fine. But I would need to stop to harvest the rice the next in-game day. And if I don't harvest it, it goes to waste. So it's just one of those things I'm like, alright, well, the moment we included the harvesting rice, that adds at least 45 minutes or so. So we're trying to finish the temple real fast as our first objective because we are doing dare drops. For those who are not familiar with dare drops, it is a website that does work with game devs to promote their games. But the gist of it is, the game devs will go onto the website and say, okay, we want to offer a bunch of challenges, that way streamers play our games, so people see our games, so people buy our games, and when they complete these challenges, we'll give them stuff to give to their communities. So it's an up and up and up and everyone. There are ways that creators can be sometimes directly or indirectly compensated for their time. You know, outside of like the stuff they can actually get paid. That's the reason I have the ad thing. I am not being directly sponsored. You definitely didn't see me absolutely destroy that sign. Like, flat out obliterated that sign. Wasn't even a little tap. I sent that sign. But, yeah, so we got that one counted. But yeah, so I gave it a 10-second cooldown. I believe it's 10 second. Just that way, because that's going to happen where there's going to be like 2 or 3 people redeem at the same time, which is good. It means people are paying attention. But that way the count only does go up by 1. Alright. But, so what ends up happening is you can sometimes be compensated. Yeah, so I had it at 30, and then it was one of those things that when I would, like, run down and hit, like, 2 or 3 signs back to back, it was so long that, you know, it was creating its own problems. So I think it's one of those ones that's, like, there's a bit of a juggle on where it is. I probably should make it a little longer. The way I look at it is if we accidentally get a double one that goes in, you know, someone's on mobile and they do the redeem, it's late enough it counts it twice. I can manually go in and take the count back. Or if it's just a one-off, I might just swerve and slam down a second sign and be like, there, you know, the number has been corrected. Like, it's not an important enough thing. It's not like there's some sponsorship involved, or like I've got, you know, hey, if I get over a certain count, you know, I gotta eat a spicy jelly bean or whatever. Like, there's no consequence. The only consequence is my pride, maybe, but considering I don't actually care about hitting the signs, that's not even a real thing. So it's just a fun counter. One chip challenge? So actually, it's probably not good anymore. I actually have, it's the equivalent of that, but it's a gummy bear. It's like nitro or whatever. I think I ended up throwing it out because they do have an expiration date. Well, it's a gummy bear, sure. It's probably fine. We had gotten to that point, we had blown way past the expiration date, so I was like, you know what? I'm kind of scared to eat this thing to begin with. And this thing, and potentially pushing well past the expiration date, it's probably fine. But I've done food poisoning before. It is really, really not worth it. It is when you get dodgy dairy or something in your fridge or whatever, it's not worth it, man. Go buy more. Yeah, it sucks to waste a couple of bucks, but also, if you get food poisoning, you're gonna really hate yourself for not have wasting those bucks. I've done food poisoning before. Do not recommend, and mine wasn't even considered like severe. Like when everything inside and out hurts simultaneously. And they're going, well, what do you do about it? Well, it's already digested, so all you get to do now is wait till your body uses up those things. So, you know, you're in it for the long haul. And you just gotta wait till that nutrients gets used up. And you just get to be miserable the entire meantime. Not worth it. Just not worth it in any... Like, if you're starving to death, you do what you gotta do, you take your chances. But if you're not, anything shy of that, nah, man. Don't take your chances with risky food. Now, obviously, if it has something like salt and it's past its expiration date, the hell with that. Salt's a preservative. That's just goofy. That's mostly probably just to save their butt. In case, like, anything does go wrong with it. Yeah, salt is a mineral. Yep. Yeah, it's a mineral that is used for the preserving of food. Like, obviously, if the salt gets wet and everything, then that's a problem, because then it's the moisture that's what's actually getting moldy and all that. But if it's in your salt, then that's a thing. But that's, you know, compromised packaging, getting wet, that whole shebang. For lots of countries, that has more to do with the container. Yeah, well, that's the thing. There's absolutely stuff that you see the expiration date and you blow past. That's like, that's fine. And absolutely, I have those things. Like flour. If flour's expired, who cares? It's flour. Again, as long as you didn't spill a bunch of water or something on it, it's fine. You know, if you've compromised it by, you know, i.e. you spill water on it, well then yeah, then it'll get moldy and gross. You know, then it's don't eat. It's not worth. But like, as long as you don't do something like that, you're fine. But then you got stuff like meat and dairy, and that goes past that expiration date. Like, nah, man, no, big no. Don't do it. Real bad stuff happens when you go past those things' expiration date. Expired dairy is not safe to eat. Expired meat is also really not safe to eat. Fruits and veggies, it depends a little bit more. Like, there's definitely some fruits that when they start going dodgy, it's absolutely not. There are a few that are specifically that applies to honey. Well, the thing you gotta watch with honey is some honey, when you get it, it's very rarely just honey. It's usually honey with other stuff in it, and it's not like in the nefarious, like, oh, they've had all sorts of like fillers and badness or whatever. You know, they've done stuff to give the honey a different flavor and all that because people like it. And then you got to worry about, while honey is a preservative in its own right, it depends on the other stuff in there. Like, some honey will literally have like syrup in there too, or other sugar. Yeah, that would be like, you'd be considered having extremely mild food poisoning. Because when you look at food poisoning, any food you eat that makes you sick is technically in the spectrum of food poisoning. Now that said, if you ate some you know, you ate some that been out a little bit while and just a little bit too long, you just got kind of like a little bit of an upset tummy and that kind of thing, yeah, you're probably not going to call that food poisoning. Because it's such a mild case, it's not relevant. But when you cross in that area that, you know, you got proper bad dairy or something like that, and it's just wrecking your stomach, or, you know, salmonella or E. coli, which again, if it comes through your food, it is food poisoning. Now granted, it's food poisoning and E. coli, but it is still food poisoning, because that's all food poisoning is. It's not a specific condition or anything. It's just the catch-all for, you shoved something in your mouth, and your body went, nope, don't like it. But like, you get some of that stuff, and the place it gets bad is when it metabolizes. So like, a lot of stuff you'll just get sick and you're good. I mean, well, you mean you got sick, so you're not good. But like, you know, you get your upset stomach, you get nauseous, all that shebang. We don't need to go into details, and it goes through there. The ones where you get like into where people will properly call it food poisoning is when it metabolizes. Whenever that badness that you shouldn't have eaten gets, you know, pulled in as nutrients into your muscles, and your muscles are what are angry at you now because they got stuff they can't use in them. That's when you talk like people really describe it as food poisoning, because that's where you sit there and you just lay in your bed and you're sweating and everything aches and you're nauseous, and you go, how long am I going to be like this? And the doctor's like, here's a nausea suppressant. By the way, you know, might be like 3 days or so, give or take, could be over a week. And you just stare at them and going, I'm not sure I want to live through this. I'm obviously not being serious about that, but you feel that way in that moment. You're like, I'm in for this for how long? And just coming to grips with that reality you now live in. Zofran to the rescue. I have no idea what Zofran is. Is that like a nausea suppressant? Because that's all I got when I had it. They're like, I don't remember if it was like Advil or Tylenol or whatever. It's like taking over the counter painkiller, and then take this nausea suppressant anytime you start to feel nauseous. Because, you know, at that point your body is still responding as if you've been poisoned, because you have. But you've already got all the stuff that's the problem out of your stomach, so getting nauseous doesn't do anything for you anymore. Because, like, nausea and getting sick is actually evolutionary to your advantage. When you eat something poisonous, you get sick, you throw up, and you don't have the bad thing in you anymore. So, you know, you'll start feeling better. But if it metabolizes, it's not in your stomach anymore. It's in the rest of you. So you just gotta wait till your body does the thing where it uses up whatever it can, starts to remove the other stuff as junk, and does the whole circulatory system of moving it all out. And depending on what tissue absorbs it, it could take a while. But so you did that once, went to the hospital next morning, sat in the waiting room for 8 hours, finally got asked how much you drank the night before. I told them 0, and they freaked out. They thought you were just hungover. Oh yeah, no, and you just sit there, you're sweating, you might be lightheaded, you might get horrible headaches. It really all depends on what you, like, because like I said, food poisoning isn't this is what, this is this specific condition. It's like, you got food poisoning, you got something with some, like, bacteria in it, you got something with some type of mold you got to worry about. You got something that your body physically can't digest. Like whatever the actual problem is, it all just goes on the umbrella of food poisoning. And some of it can be really dangerous stuff. Because, I mean, if you drank bleach, which will kill you, that's food poisoning. It's extreme food poisoning, but it is food poisoning. But see, anytime you're tempted to eat something that's risky because it was a waste of money, you think, if it gets me sick, am I willing to pay to not be sick anymore? And that math usually results in going to bin. Well, it's also one of those things, especially, if you're working, you start doing that math and you go, okay, is the $2 I'm going to save by eating this dodgy slice of pizza that got left out last night, and maybe is not looking so good. Is it worth this $2 I'm going to save on that slice of pizza, or, like, the 3 days I'm going to miss out of work, 3-4 days because I give myself some serious food poisoning, give myself, like, E. coli, salmonella, botany, whatever, I don't know. I'm not a medical person. Whatever the heck different types of food poisonings are typical. I don't think botany is one. I think botany is the flies. Or blood-borne disease or whatever. But, like, not only would I pay to not go through this, but also, will I miss 3-4 days of work, so instead of saving myself $2 in wasted food, oh yeah, no, botany is the study of plants. What am I thinking? No, you're right. Botany is the study of plants. Just in general, or, you have a botanist who does that. What am I thinking? Botulism. That's what I was thinking of. I wasn't thinking of, a bocolium? I don't actually know what that is. You're poisoned by mushrooms, and yes, it was bad, and no, not in a good way. Stomach pumping, that thing. Yeah, that's usually why they do the stomach pumping thing is a lot. Is either one, your body physically cannot process it, and that can be like, really, really kind of one of those things. Or, it's, stomach pump because, again, the fear is your body metabolizes it, and that's where it goes to, I don't have an upset tummy anymore, I have a real problem. Like, some of those things can be incredibly dangerous. But yeah. So just one of those things that, like, in your algebra about eating the dodgy pizza, keep in mind that if it's a food poisoning your body metabolizes, it can put you out of work for a week or so. Assuming it's not something that's going to kill you. Then it puts you out of work a little bit longer. Like forever. Or something, again, that's extremely dangerous food poisoning where, you're gonna have lifelong problems, or at least extended life problems. And you do that kind of math, you go, you know what? I don't need these $2 that bad. Like these $2 aren't worth it. I've been having like this weird thing with the physics on some of the stuff where it very genuinely feels like the boxes on top lose weight for a little while. And now they have it. It's really inconvenient in this case, because that's 100% just going to fall off. That was weird. I know I've said they're a little grippier than they used to be, but that, like, genuinely stuck on the side for just a second there. Yours is E. coli from Subway, and it made it to your muscles. Not fun for a few days. I was younger, like, I was late teens. I don't remember what it actually was in the long run, the thing that I had for food poisoning. Because that was still, you know, I was with my folks and all that, so a lot of that was being handled by the parent side of things. All I know is I hated existence as a thing for like a week and a half or whatever it was. Alright, I already know if I try and do that, you're just gonna pinch me in there. But I basically hated all existence for like a week. And I was told I had food poisoning. So it could have been like E. coli, it could have been salmonella, it could have been who knows what. Like, I'm willing to bet if I looked up the symptoms of each one, I'd be like, oh yeah, that sounds like the one. Actually, knowing half, they probably have the exact same symptoms to make that impossible too. Where, you know, the doctor would do blood work or whatever tests they do. I don't remember half of that because the whole time I was just feeling miserable. So, you know, while I don't know, I am thankful that I was not the one dealing with any of it. Because in the moment, I was just like, existence is pain. My ability to focus and concentrate completely does not exist. I'm glad someone else is dealing with all these decisions, because right now, all I want to do is, like, lie on my side and cry. Because there's pain and there's nothing you can do to it. Do yourself a favor, you ever have symptoms of bad appendix? Hope you never have to deal with it. Gotcha. Generally speaking, if you're not feeling right with something, don't ignore it. Just don't ignore it. Our bodies in some way are really smart, and our bodies in some way are really dumb. And yeah, doctors do be expensive as heck, and I do understand for people it's like, you know what? You genuinely might not be able to afford the care, and I get it. And so you gotta do that whole thing is like, is it that bad though? And I wish we weren't in a situation that is an algebra you'd have to consider. I wish that we lived in a world that the algebra was, I feel unwell, go to doctor, get care. Do not acquire crippling debt as part C of this. But it is those things that a lot of those are your early indicators that you might have something more serious going on. And if you can nip it in the bud at the beginning, you're going to be in a much better place versus the longer stuff goes undealt with. You know, the more risk there is, and often the more expensive your care gets in the long run. But I do fully understand when you, like, you know, people are uninsured, or, you know, you're looking at the bank account, you got your piece of lint, your paperclip, and a nickel, and you're going, I can't afford to be sick right now, and I get it, and you got to do what you got to do. You know your situation better than I do. But if you do have the ability, and something's not going right, like obviously if you get an upset stomach one day, you know, sure, don't, you know, be reasonable. You get like a one-off headache, you know, hey, you get it. Maybe you just didn't sleep right. But if you have something that comes back again, or something that's severe, the worst case is you go, the doctor checks you out, and you're like, cool, it's fine. I guess in reality, that's not the worst case. That's certainly not the worst case. It's technically a bad case in the sense of you wasted time and money. The worst case is a doctor's like, hey, here's a place you can go talk to. It's an attorney to update your will. You're gonna need to do that. That's the actual worst case. That is the thing you never hope to hear. Let's see, you're in Canada with cheaper healthcare, but you still haven't seen a doctor in like 13 years. That is something you should do. Because there's so many things that there's so many warning signs that you cannot see early on. Like, you know, with cancers and heart disease and liver disease and all that, that, you know, by the time you reach your 70s, if you're rolling dice, the odds are more against than for you. That if you can catch it early, treatment could be just like a small biopsy or a fairly minor treatment to deal with. But then, like, you know, if you wait till it gets really advanced, it can be inoperable. So it is good, especially if something's bothering you. But yeah, no, definitely if you have the availability. Like, if you have the ability, not the availability. If you have the ability, go in for your annual physical. There's so much that can be detected with that. They do all sorts of tests that'll check your liver health, that'll check your cholesterol for heart health potential risks. They'll check a bunch of your different, like, hormone stuff to see if, like, any of your hormones are showing way out of whack, because that could be cues of, you know, thyroid problems or other health problems. And, you know, thyroid problems are a big deal. The thyroid's literally the thing that tells your heart a lot of stuff of how to operate. It also tells your body how to regulate temperature. You know, that sucker starts getting upset with you. You sit there in a perfectly cold room sweating, or you stand outside in a very hot place shivering, and your body just doesn't even know what to do with up and down. You'd advise an adult to get a full body check every year? Well, I mean, there's definitely a point that a lot of checks are invasive. That in those cases, those checks, they're not without their own risks and potential harm and all that. There's definitely a balance. Like, certainly get your physical. I honestly would love if, you know, you would just go to your doctor once a year and it was just like routine to, you know, sit down with a therapist, psychiatrist kind of thing, and just kind of go like, have them go like, hey, how are you doing? You know, you've been feeling sad, feeling stressed. Like, go through that whole thing. You know, try and get ahead if you've got stuff that might be starting to get out of whack that way too. They're like, oh no, you're starting on a trend. Let's try and get ahead of this. So, you know, there are things like with certain types of depression and all that if you can get early on in detection, it can help you both mitigate them and then sometimes like curb that path. It depends on the cause of your depression. Like, there are forms of depression that are due to chemicals in our bodies that, sure, therapy and all that help, but you do need more significant treatment of like medical and all that. Yeah, family doctor shortage, but he feels it's important to get an annual check if you can, especially if you're over 35. That's when things start to go downhill for you. Yeah, that's there's a lot of stuff that when it comes to your own care that come to become a whole thing, like you're expected to get stuff like a colonoscopy or a mammogram, all depending on, you know, gender and all that. They do that typically at 40. And it's one of those things, I've had people I've known who have had problems, and I told them, I was like, oh yeah, and I got a colonoscopy when I was like 35, 36. And they're like, really? I was like, yeah, you know, I was trying to identify I was having stomach problems, and we were just going down the list, knocking stuff off, going, what is the cause? We still don't know, by the way. We have figured out how to manage it, but, you know, trying to knock stuff off the list, just making sure it was nothing, like, super serious or whatever. It's like, all right, well, if we do a colonoscopy, we can rule a crap ton out of that. And it's like, oh, man, you started those so early? That's gotta suck. It's like, it was one more, like, in my entire lifetime, it means I'm gonna have one more at the most than other people in the same age range. That's not a big deal. And for as much as, you know, not gonna call out my parents, and not gonna call out my older in-laws and everyone else, but for as much as everyone around me who was older was saying colonoscopies are like the worst thing ever and they suck and everything is awful, I'm not gonna say it was a fun time. Like, drinking nothing but broth for days is pretty garbage. All things considered, it was a nothing burger. Like, eating broth for a couple days and that being completely unsatisfying does kind of suck. But that was like the worst part of the whole thing. The rest of it is just inconvenient. They have screenings to not get you one? Yeah, no, there's alternative ways to do it. My understanding is the colonoscopy is still, like, the more effective way, but generally speaking, generally speaking, for a lot of stuff, the newer, less invasive way will cover it. So the idea is they'd use the newer, less invasive way, and if you were showing other symptoms that could imply a thing, then they might still give you a colonoscopy, is my understanding. So, like, for the vast majority of the time, the new way is fine. For mine, we were investigating a health issue that we were trying to pin down. It's like, all right, well, let's just go in here and check. And then plus, unfortunately, in my family, cancer runs in my family on both sides. So it was just kind of one of those things like, you know what? If we're gonna consider this, let's just do the proper test. We've got family history in there. We've got all that. Let's just make sure. It's worth it. Like in that scenario, it's like we got enough here that probably do it. Oh, I just realized they fixed. Oh, for those who didn't see, there was a huge update. So you'll notice no flicker chat. It's fixed. It's not just luck now. It's fixed. And also, if we look down at my speedometer, it's not reading in miles and kilometers anymore. It's reading in just one, because it was the cruise control was in kilometers per hour, and then the speed was in miles per hour, which was really weird. And I was like, that's weird that, you know, this truck only goes like 57, and yet my speedometer goes up to 92. Huh. Well, I mean, maybe there's a thing there. Do you have to worry about weight with the screen, weight loss? Do you have to worry about weight loss in prepping for it? As in, like, not being over a certain weight or something like that? Oh, if you mean, like, are you worried about, like, if you're someone who is underweight, losing a lot of weight, or something like that? Nah. I don't think that's a concern that you'd genuinely actually have a reason to have. Oh, I should bring this back. Because, like, sure, you're on a diet of broth that's going to end up being low calorie and all that. But it's for, like, 24 hours or whatever beforehand. It's not... Like, if you had to do it for, like, 3, 4, 5 days or something, it's like, yeah, you would shed some weight. But one day isn't going to meaningfully impact your weight. Like, maybe you'll lose a pound, but it's one of those things that, like, when you start dieting... or whatever, and you lose, like, those 5 pounds, like, almost immediately, like, heck yeah, this is easy. And then, like, the next 5 pounds takes you, like, a month. It'd be just like that kind of thing. And I don't even think you'd lose that much. If we do a colonoscopy, we can rule a crap ton out with that. Unintended pun? Yes. But yeah, and those are tests, and I've unfortunately had a year of a lot of tests. I'm not gonna get into, like, all the details. I'm just having a thing where I'm overheating at times where it's just ridiculously, it's just silly for me to overheat in those things. It's just like, it's not been like a lifelong thing. It's been something the past X number of years that, like, I'll go out, I'll be like mid-70s and I'll get overheated, and it's like, all right, that's not right. So I've been pinning that down. It's just been test after test after test after test. And it is those things like, what can cause this? Well, there's like 60 items on our list. We're going to start with the least expensive and least invasive. That's most likely to happen, like a weighting of these 3 factors. And we're just going to scratch that one off and scratch that one off. So, like, I know my thyroid is healthy now, so we can take that off. I know I don't have a vascular problem, so I can scratch that one off. I get to get a brain MRI soon, so that'll be interesting. I'm not looking forward to it because I expect it to be expensive, and that part's not super exciting for me. But at the same time, it's like, you know what? I kind of would like to know. I had a friend who died from a brain problem that he seemed perfectly fine and then was gone. it would be nice to look in there and be like, hey, is there a problem? No? And that lets me scratch like 3 items off the list. And then doing a neck MRA, which is kind of the same thing. We're only really doing it because it's the same machine. Or the same facility. I guess I don't know if it's the same machine. And that's just checking to make sure there's not clots in my veins here or other issues, which we have like a next to no expectation of that, but I'm not going to be charged anymore since I'll already be dealing with it. But that's like, well, we could rule out stroke and all that if that happens. That was one reason to let them shove a camera down your throat. Oh, like you had a family member had a health problem, and so they're like, all right, well, at least then I can, you know, turn around and be like, okay, well, at least I don't have to worry about that one. Yeah. Yeah, for unsolicited medical advice, when you go to the dentist, and this speaks in the United States, I would assume it's the same in Europe, or better. Most dentists will do a oral cancer screening for free while you're there, and it takes like, when I say 5 minutes, it's not like, oh, it's quick, it's really quick. It's literally they go up and they like touch in the sides of your lymph nodes there, and they check your throat for lumps. They may or may not put a thermometer here because if it's like, the reason we don't do that here in Florida is it's too hot that it doesn't give you useful data. But if it's not that hot and they point a thermometer, they see like, oh, over here it's just warmer than the rest. That's a really strong indicator of potential cancer, because cancer cells grow faster, so they're warmer on average. They'll do the thing where they'll pick up your tongue and they'll like turn it each way, and they'll just like, it's literally they just kind of go through that and do that, and it takes all of like, I don't even think it's 5 minutes. I think it's like 2 minutes 30 seconds, maybe an extra minute they have to get out the thermometer, and it is one of those things that they go there and they feel that bump and they go, oh, let's deal with that. And they can catch that like right away at the beginning. And usually when it's that early, they can just biopsy it. You know, maybe they still slap it with some radiation or whatever. I don't know the procedure. And just, you know, catch that early. Because if they don't catch it early, you get to get feeding tubes and all sorts of stuff. And I can assure you beyond any belief, after being people around feeding tubes, you do not want one. You do not want one, ever. If you need one, you need one. It's understandable. But, like, if you get the choice, and it's not about your, you know, being ability to be alive and existing, you do not want one. They get infected constantly. They seem absolutely miserable. So, like, it's worth it. They don't even charge you for it. And I don't mean they don't charge you as in your insurance covers it. I mean, they literally don't add it to the insurance because it's literally just a person goes pop, pop, pop. Oh, we got some. You'd rather not be around the feeding tube? That's... I don't think I'm quite to that extreme, but... It is one of those things that it would be a real long, hard think about going, okay, like a real long hard thing about it's like, okay, how much time does this buy me? Because the quality of life is going to be a real significant thing. Like if I'm 80 years old and they're talking about it, it's like, nah, I'll just keep my last couple years. Nah. But if I'm like 60, it's like, alright, fine, I'll get the stupid tube. Yeah. We can turn away from those unhappy thoughts. Alright, so we've got red beet. No. Here's Walter trying to pull his hustle again. Where Walter's like, yo, I'll give you $548 if you harvest my field. Don't worry, I'll lend you equipment. $1,600. Honest work, honest pay, friend. Honest work, honest pay. Give the man $1,050 to do the work. Yeah, those are hot garbage. Oh, one of the things you may have noticed in the patch notes, they did nerf. It was one of the only two things I saw that were negative things. They did nerf the payouts on the wood transport contracts to be more in line. So you'll notice it's like the number of trees is a bit lower, but also the payout. So they did nerf the payouts a little bit on the They did nerf the payouts on the wood transport contracts a bit. You can still get them, from what I saw, like in the tens of thousands, but like, or in 10,000 singular 10. You still can get them higher, but it's like the 33 log ones will be up there. But it is, on average, you're going to get a lot less from them. Which is fair, because I was actually getting to the point of complaining that you would sit there with the contracts, and it was very genuinely, you get that wood contract and be like, oh man, it's like $18,000. It's really hard to say no to that. I'm just checking what we have available. You know, it's really hard to say no to that, but I'm getting really kind of tired of this mission type. But it's like, easily some of the best money in the game, if not the best money in the game, for just the amount of time involved versus the payout. So that got nerfed. The other one, and I'm not clear because just the way the patch note was read, it does seem like canola may have gotten a very, very mild nerf. And it was, I think, a bug with canola that you would finish a giant field and you'd have your seeder and it would use like 3% of your seeder seeds. So I think there was just like some calculation thing wrong that it just wasn't using the seeds. And so it does seem like they fixed that. Can we rename the workers? No, the workers genuinely like just vanish and reappear, and you don't like get a consistent worker that's literally, they exist in your world for the fraction of the seconds that you have them working the field, after which they are obliterated and put back into the abyss. Because clearly all our workers are actually demons. So we summon them from the abyss to work on our farm, and then the moment they're done, the summoning contract comes to an end and they cease to exist. And they return to the eldritch plane. The demons up their prices. Counter argument, I am dragging a being from an alternate universe into our universe for only a very brief period of time and immediately forcing them to work on my farm, and I'm paying them at the most a couple of $1,000, which, because they cease existing, one assumes they can't bring it with them. It just vaporizes from existing as well. Do we have to make crop circles to do summoning things? That's the entire plot for Magic of the Gathering. I remember there was something about summoning in Magic of the Gathering and all that, like as like a whole thing that you're pulling things from other universes or whatever. I just don't remember the details because I never got into the lore. Alright, one moment. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, that's always like fun stuff when you get like the ridiculous nonsense that comes around with all that. Alright. Let's clean up this edge over here that the worker missed. But yeah, so we just need to harvest this rice real fast. And then it should be 2 in-game days from now that we will finish the current step for the, we'll finish the current step for the, words are hard. We'll finish the current step for the temple, and my understanding, and I could be wrong about this, I obviously haven't done it before, My understanding is then we'll just put the roof on the building, which I already have all the materials there for. They're like already dropped off and everything. I don't have to even load up the tractor. Or like the stuff or anything like that. It's literally just already there. And so with that, I could literally just go and fast forward. It should be like one more day after that. And my assumption is that is the end of the temple. It is possible we might end up having like one more step that's like adding decorations or something like that. But it's very clear that we're right at the end, that we'll almost certainly finish today. It's just like the only thing slowing us down right now is just dealing with these fields and all that. Because otherwise I could have advanced the day already. But with what we're looking at doing. So I guess the thing here is potentially, if we get things going fast enough, it might actually be a thing. I'm just gonna go ahead and repair this and move it away from the spot. It's just sitting here. Let's just repair it. Unless it's ridiculously expensive. I expect it to be like a couple thousand. It's about 5. Potentially what we can do is, as I said at the beginning, I do think the new map that came out, Frontiers, might make a decent Survivor Man challenge map. Like, I looked at it before, and it, like, what they had presented is like, but they did an update that made a couple of minor changes. And now I'm like, okay, it's not exactly what I was looking for, but, you know, I think it's close enough that I wouldn't be unhappy with it. Let's see, that's the important lore thing. You're a being that can travel across dimensions, and so you summon creatures from other dimensions to fight a proxy war for you, presumably without giving them a heads up. Great. But, with all that said, so if we want to get to the Survivor Man challenge, I'd like want to get to that. So with that, what ends up happening is then we switch from our motivation to be like continue playing out this challenge to get those done as fast as we can, kind of shirk the challenge rules we've got for ourselves to get into the proper challenge. And that's what I'm leaning towards doing. I haven't broken any of the rules we have previously stated about loans and leases and all that kind of stuff. Which I don't expect to do anything with the loans, really. But in the event of that, do we want to just push for the 1,000,000 and try and, like, get the temple done today, get the 1,000,000 done today, and then maybe we get to start on the Survivor Man challenge towards, like, later half of the stream or so? Maybe, like, I'm pretty sure I can get the 1,000,000 today if we just shirk all our restrictions and just go for it, just send. Because then we can get that started. At which point, then I've got to make a decision about how I'm actually doing the start of the Survivor Man challenge. Because the one or two caveats I have that's different about it versus when I did No Man's Land is No Man's Land, a tile of land, is like $87,000, and it's like on the small side of a medium plot like area of land, on the big side of small, somewhere in that range. And so, you know, giving yourself one of those at the beginning to set up where you can physically make money felt pretty minor, pretty trivial, not a big deal. But on this other map, the tiles are huge. They are some of the biggest I have seen in Farm Sim ever. To give you an idea, a tile with no trees is like 327,000 or some nonsense. And then the big tiles that have trees are like 670,000 or something. And so very genuinely with that, it's like, okay, well, giving myself one of those tiles at the beginning is a very different animal. Because giving myself a plot of land, you know, for free at the beginning so we can make the game function, like, that tile's the size of what some people's entire farms in their playthrough are. So I wish it was, like, divided up by at least, like, 4, I think it'll be fine. But, like, the 3 different ideas I had for how I could do the start was, 1, do it exactly like you do with the No Man's Land Survival Man Challenge, which is, you basically load up the game, it doesn't matter what money you have, you load up the game, and you might give yourself a sleeping point so you don't have to just sit there and fast forward. I would give myself something I can move logs in, just for the sake of stream, so you don't have to watch me pick up one log chunk, run it across the map, drop it off, grab the next one. That'd be entertaining for about 10-15 minutes, and then would all be tired of it. So you give yourself, like, the saddest little thing you can move it. So you get, like the tiniest little baby tractor with, like, the tiniest little baby trailer. Or you get, like, one of the trucks, and you use the bed of the truck, and you make the rule you cannot sell the truck. And then a chainsaw. And that way you can, cut down a tree, cut it into chunks, put it in the trailer, run it back and forth so you have enough money to do literally anything of substance. So that's the first option. The second option is mostly what I would do is and what would happen as the last part of the first option is once you've got all that set up, you then go in and you edit the save file and delete the money down to 0. So whatever money you had, you just delete it down to 0, so you do start at 0. You've got your chainsaw and a dream. The second option would be going to debt side, which I am worried might be the most tedious of the options for both viewers and me. So, like, that's what I'm leaning against, but the other two I'm indifferent so far as going between them. Which is instead, I start with $0, and I take an egregious amount of debt. And maybe I have to go into save file and be like, here's $1 million of debt. And what I end up doing with that is I end up buying all of the equipment we can, and then paying back all the debt we can have. So basically, I will have the full amount of debt for those things I just mentioned. Which should end up being around $700,000 in debt. Give or take, like, $20,000. The problem with that is, then every single day in the game, we would get our interest payment that we have to do. And the problem you run into that is those interest payments don't ever go against principal in Farm Sim. It's not like a real loan where if you take out like $1 million and you make your payment, a lot of times it's going to be like, okay, well, 99% of this went to the interest and 1% went to the principal. So you take, a little teeny tiny bit off that million you owe. It's purely interest, never principal, unless you deliberately make a principal payment as a separate thing. And so what had happened is I'd have to make, say 10,000 every single day selling the logs or whatever the amount is, I have no idea. Because what's going to end up happening is like 6 or 7 or 8,000 that is going to be deleted by interest. So I will have to like fully maximize the amount of money in the day to pay off our debt and make sure I stop with enough money, because I don't expect to pay off the full debt. Get ourselves enough so that we can make money to at least sustainably pay down the debt. But I think what that's ultimately going to do in practice, let's say it takes 2 greenhouses to do it. I don't know what it is. I haven't done the math. Well, let's say I have to build 2 greenhouses to stalemate the debt, and then anything on top was that. That basically means that whole time, where normally I'd be slowly building up the money to get the next machine, I'm literally slowly building up the money to pay off my crippling loans. And that could very well be in practice of years of game where I'm just sitting by these two greenhouses or whatever we use to make money and just paying off the loan to then start. And so that's the reason I'm like probably a no on that option. It is an option to keep it 0 to hero, we're honest or whatever. But it's just, I think the reality of doing that is going to be just monotonous for everyone, because you're going to watch me managing 2 greenhouses for like 20, 30, 40, 50 in-game years or something like that. I don't know what the math would come out to be. But then the third option would be, instead of doing the typical start where you chop down all the trees and all that, is what I do is I go to a tile with not having a lot of trees, and I give myself that tile at the beginning, and then instead of getting the chainsaw and a dream nonsense, instead we could do a vote on it or what it would be, but we give me like the minimum thing I can make money with. So like I get like a tiny little greenhouse, whatever, like the smallest little greenhouse, and the tiniest little tractor that can get water, or like the smallest vehicle that can bring water to it. could be an option. And, you know, whatever vehicle it was, if it's something that actually costs anything of value, then we can make a rule I can't sell it, so I can't use it as money. Because then with that, I can at least sit there and just, like, slowly build up some money, get a better equipment, slowly build up money, get a bigger greenhouse, slowly build up money or build up money slightly faster than that, and, you know, scale up. Or it could be, you know, we get, like, the tiniest, saddest little lawnmower with, like, or the tiniest, saddest little, like, mower header, the saddest little tractor. You can't carry water with your hands. It's not a mechanic. You know, like whatever, basically make like the minimum viable, you can make money with this. And then I would do that to make money. Because even if I'm making a, there is a bucket now. Oh no, does it actually carry water? Because I know there was a mod to do the bucket. Yes, it's not in the barrels. Yeah, because there's that lawnmower, but I mean, we're going to need a tractor, I think. Where would the bucket be? So it's not going to be here. I also saw that they apparently fixed the attachment point on this. I didn't realize it was wrong. Oh, it's a mod? Oh, I don't... Yeah, I'm not going to grab a bunch of mods. Yeah, no, I realize there's mods to do it. Yeah, no, I'm not going to grab a mod to do it. I've had just really bad luck with mods over the years that I'll grab a mod... And I can't tell you how many times I've grabbed mods, but you're like, oh no, it's good, it doesn't crash, like it works perfectly with the game. And then I have all sorts of issues with it. And they're like, oh, I mean, I thought it was fine. It's like, that's a very different sentence. You thought the mod was fine, the mod is fine, like confirmation is very two different thoughts. But yeah, no, I don't have it installed, nor do I plan to install it. You'll find I will run extremely lightly on mods. I won't not run mods, but like I'll run some basic quality of life mods and then like maybe map mods, and that's usually about it. I do appreciate that the modding scene in the game is extremely good, but at the same time, it is one of those things that I don't want to spend my time, especially as a content creator, I really don't want to spend my time any more than possible doing the administrative side of the game of going, okay, what mod works with what thing. Oh, it was still set to worker. I was so confused. I was like, why is this driving this way? That's because I'm not driving it. Alright. So let's try this again. Steering assist. Okay, there we go. I just probably didn't hit okay. I figured I'm sitting here waiting. Let's just do this. Well, that was me destroying a bunch of crops. Don't mind me. I think we've had that every single year. Sooner or later, I end up destroying a little bit of crops because I end up adjusting something. And then when I do, it's a whole thing. But yeah, so you get the idea. So you got the 3 possibility starts, and I'd even be open for suggestions as well. Because the whole idea is to start with as little as possible on the hardest economy settings. But, you know, something that you can actually make some kind of progress. And I understand in my own time, if I really just wanted to do sweaty try hard, I could do the loan route where we basically put ourselves $700,000 in debt and then just grind to get there. But I do have to think about the viewer side of it. And I do think watching me for, like, literally in-game years... Well, I don't want that piece anyways. You know, watching me for literally in-game years... just managing a greenhouse or just mowing the grass again and again to pay off debt with no visible progress other than money counter or debt counter go down. I just don't think that sounds like fun to watch. I feel like that would be fun for a little while and being like all the memeing around like crippling debt and all that. And then that would fall off and then it would just be boring. The Survivor Man challenge is already a very slow challenge. The last thing it needs is stuff to slow it down. That's at least my thought. But if we do decide we're money rushing, the fastest way I know to money rush in Farming Simulator is with power generation, which is the cheese of the cheese of the cheese. Which if we do that, I'm literally going to buy the biggest power generation we could slap down on the tile. We would advance the months until it, could buy a new one and would slap that down on the tile. Option 3, that's the one I've been leaning towards the most. I mean, option 1 and option 3, both are fine. Option 1 is basically the same thing we started with. I just get a ridiculous amount of land. Option 3 would be an interesting one. If we do go with option 3, the thing we gotta do is decide, like, what is the appropriate, this... I am just gonna hand this to the AI. Like, we just need to make the decision about, like, what is the moneymaker that we are permitting ourselves to have. Because that's the one where we go on a tile that there's not a lot of trees on. Like, it can have trees on it, but that's just... It's not like a forest tile or something where you can make serious money on the trees. I knock down a tree or two, it gives me an extra $1,000 or whatever, and that's kind of it. But if we go that route, we got to make decisions about what we will be using to do that. So the options I see is first, get whatever the absolute tiniest, saddest little tractor that's like a normal tractor. I'm looking for like the cheapest, saddest little tractor. Actually, let me check here. So Auction 3, but buy the small... Well, the lands are all the same size. That's one of the catches. They're all like 350,000 or whatever dollars. Take a partial loan to help cover it. The interest sounds dumb, but basically giving yourself free equipment seems to move away from I have a dream part of the scenario. That's the catch. And there's also, I could do a split the difference where instead of hitting myself with a full, let's say it's $700,000 in debt, let's say we go, okay, instead this is going to be $200,000 in debt. So we start $200,000 in debt, zero money, but like the bare minimum to make money. Which means, yeah, with that one, yeah, that'd be fine. Like, that would be an option where it would have a little bit of the grind put on that. So looking at the things that are the minimum to make money is you could obviously we could have it cut down trees. If we cut down trees, I would give myself a chainsaw, and then more than likely what I'd probably do is I'd go up here and either probably give ourselves that truck maybe. Yeah, probably give ourselves like the little truck here, because that would be big enough that I could throw the logs back here. It's like the saddest vehicle I can get that'll do it. So that would be sufficient on a tile of trees to make money. So that's option 1 for our money making. Option 2 for our money making. Can I go in here and have it, yeah, so it's gonna show that. And they don't have quite as small of them. Couldn't you do like 10K and the ability to take a loan for everything else? Well, my goal is to make it so once I get past the start, I'm not allowed any more loans. That's kind of the goal of the whole thing. Yeah, so we get mowers that we could get like the saddest little mower front, so that's that one there. The saddest little forager wagon, which is that one there. So like that's a significantly more substantial thing. And then I need like the smallest little tractor, which unfortunately, because they have such limited stuff here, I do like this one will probably do it. So like I can't tell, do you have a front connection? I think you do. But basically looking at the tractors, I think that's the smallest tractor there, that John Deere for 45,000. You know, versus this one, it's cheaper. I wouldn't be against if I'm forced to use it. It's just it's the olive one. Side by side is good. Side by side is good. Side by side is good. I don't know what you mean. But yeah, so you get the idea. Like, I could also make it the absolute cheapest thing where I could pick up grass, so I could effectively be a lawn mowing business to begin with. That's another option. Another option would be we start the run, and I go... And let's see here. I actually don't know what my options are with this. Because I know we have... I know we have the trailers here for water, so you got this one here for... The 5,000. Oh, the ATV? Yeah. So I know I've got that water trailer there for 5,000. And then get it the smallest vehicle that can pull it, which I actually don't know what it is. I think that one has a regular hookup. So that doesn't have a hitch spot on it, so we can't use that for that. You do have a hitch spot. You also have a hitch spot. So technically I could get like the little guy here, grab the water trailer and give myself a greenhouse, like a small greenhouse, and that would be sufficient to be able to operate. Yeah, so I think unless someone's got another idea for something we could start out with for money making, that's our three options: to go into the grass care, to go for the greenhouse, or to go for wood. Because technically I could use bees or I could use generation. I feel like that kind of skirts it a little bit, because once you build those, there's no upkeep of any kind, like no work. You just fast forward time and money shows up. You like it either grass or greenhouse? Yeah, I think because we went hard on the wood last time, I'm feeling like I want to lean grass or greenhouse anyways. Which would have it for the greenhouse option. Electric is fastest? Right, but electric it's free money forever. I usually have a rule that there is no electric allowed in my runs like this. Just because it is those things. Yeah, so get like a small regular greenhouse. We could do the small mushroom greenhouse. The small... Actually, I don't see the... Yeah, that's the rice one. Yeah, it'd be a small regular greenhouse or a small mushroom greenhouse we could do. And like I said, we'd fill it up, have it to sell and all that. Yeah, because with these ones, you know, you get the idea. It makes the money. And all that. So yeah, so what our plan is going to be, if we are just rushing for the million, that will be to find out which one of these feels like they have the best ratio, which I believe it literally just works their way up. Oh, added bonus. For everyone who's like, oh man, it really sucks that the windmill doesn't give us water for free. It does now. That is in the patch notes. But yeah, so the idea is, no point in me buying that. If I'm already at 750,000, I've basically reached the point I could just get a million. So what my thought is that we would grab some of these. So here's the reason why I don't like this route. Is so like, okay, you build this thing, and it takes about, it usually takes somewhere in the area of 10 months to pay itself off. That's pretty consistent for almost all these. It's like just over it. So yeah, so technically, if I wanted to cheese the challenge, I could grab this little solar panel, get my 7,800 bucks, plunk it down, and then the meta of how you would play the game then is I would just hit fast forward again and again and again until 10, 11 months went by, and I'd put down another one and do that again and again and again until I could buy the next bigger one, then put down and do it again and again and again. And literally there's no reason to plant anything else ever if you go that route. So I kind of have a strict rule to myself that I'm not allowed to use power generation for like the challenges or anything. Like, and I don't have a problem with anyone who does use it or anything like that. It's nothing like that. But for giving yourself a challenge run and then being like, okay, well, in this challenge run that's supposed to be very difficult to get money and all that, I'm just going to go ahead and do what's effectively infinite money. That I just have to push this button to advance time. It's like if you set up a challenge run in, say, like Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 back in the day. And you're like, okay, you know, this challenge runs, I'm on, like, the hardest economy, and I'm only allowed to, like, this hardest economy, and I gotta do all this other stuff to keep the money sweating. I have to start with, like, $5,000, which is absolutely nothing, and, like, make that work. Okay, big challenge. And then you go and you sit there and you build, like, one ride, and that's it, where it makes you a little bit of money. And then you go, okay, I'll see you in, like, 3 days, and you just leave the game running idle for 3 days, and you go, cool, alright, so now I've got $10 million, so let's go ahead and build whatever the heck we want. This has been a fun challenge, and you're like, but, at that point, you might as well just giving yourself $10 million and saved us all the time. Which that is a thing you can do in almost all, like, the City Builder Tycoon-esque games. Almost all of those games, to a certain degree, you can reach a point where there's an equilibrium in money where you are turning a reasonable profit, and you can just kind of run the game. And there's certain stuff some of the games will do, like have ride deterioration or whatever, to force you to not fully just AFK it. But there is a lot of them that once you stabilize things, you just let it run, and the only thing you have to worry about is, like, the random events that can hurt you. But otherwise, you're good forever. That's, when I was doing achievement hunting in City Skylines, that is one of the things that I end up doing. That to be like, okay, you need to do this thing, you know, get this situation that should be pretty unsustainable for your city, you know, where you're running, like, no taxes or whatever, and, like, do that for 10 years, or whatever the achievement was, I don't remember, like, do that for 10 years. And the trick of that is like, okay, well, that just means you need to have, like, a nest egg of, like, $20-30 million just sitting there, and then basically operate the city for free for that period of time, and then you get your achievement.
For education, are we?
What is the best type of cookie? So, I know I mentioned this before. Generally, I'm not a person who has, like, a favorite, least favorite kind of thing, because it's usually the argument I give counter to it is, like, what time of day it is, what's the position of the sun, moon, and stars, you know, random variable, that could all be determining, and, like, what's my actual favorite in a given moment. It just changes so much. I would definitely say chocolate chip cookie is way up there, though. I know it's not, like, the fanciest, most exciting cookie or whatever, but it does have a big nostalgia thing for me, especially if I get milk to dip it in or something like that. Aw. Is there a bad cookie? Oh, there's certainly cookies I don't like. I am not big on, I'm not big on cinnamon. I know it's just a type of sugar and all that. But I'm not big on cinnamon, so usually cookies with cinnamon on them are a miss with me. It depends. If it's a little bit of cinnamon, I'm fine with it, but if it's, like, a proper, like, it is meant to be like a cinnamon cookie or whatever, that I find off-putting. What about double chocolate? It's good. It's a bit too rich for me. I don't have much of a sweet tooth. So it's like I can enjoy it, but, like, if it's not with something else, like to really be able to help me, you know, separate out some of that sweetness. So, you know, like, again, like the milk or whatever, so I can really take the edge off that sweetness. It's just too sweet for my taste. I really don't have much of a sweet tooth. I much prefer spicy and savory. But yeah, no, sentient cookie is a pretty good cookie. Snickerdoodle's fine. Let's see, you just had a hot chocolate cookie? And a chocolate peanut butter cookie? Chocolate peanut butter cookie doesn't sound bad at all. A hot chocolate cookie. A hot chocolate cookie. So is that like a chocolate cookie, but you know it's fresh from the oven? Fortune cookies are not great. Yeah, I do enjoy doing the whole fortune cookie thing, which, you know, it's an American thing. It's one of those things that's like, that's a thing you totally do there, and they're like, what do you mean? Sure, we'll make this cookie for you. At least I think that was the case. As well as things that were like, that vaguely seems like it's a Chinese idea, and they're like, okay, yeah, we'll sell those. Yeah, chocolate cocoa that has more chocolate flavor to it. Gotcha. But like, as far as like the cookie part, it's not anything to be excited about. It is a very cookie. Like the fun of that is more getting the fortunes. But nowadays half of the fortunes aren't even fortunes anymore. They're like weird just statements or weird things like that. It's just like, oh, you've really gotten kind of weird with your fortunes, man. Like, it used to always be like, you know, you will soon find new love, or an opportunity will soon present itself. You know, like these kind of like just open-ended. It's like, oh, there's a thing or whatever. But then they're trying to go for like words of wisdom of like, you know, the silent person is never heard or whatever, and you're just like, okay. You just add embedded. Oh yeah, no, I'm aware of that joke. But that's part of the thing, is like some of the new ones, they don't work anymore because it becomes no longer that kind of statement. It becomes like more like advice or whatever. And you're like, okay, well the embed, like, you know, may grammatically work, but you're like, eesh. Yeah, they're more mantra cookie these days. Yeah, I'd agree. And it's just like, okay, like, don't get me wrong, it's not bad or anything. But it's not what I'm, you know, that's obviously obviously you're not going to get anything actual information from a cookie. The cookie does not know what is occurring out in the universe around you or anything else. It's a slip of paper someone who is underpaid got paid to shove into a bunch of doughy folds and all that and cook it. Or probably not cook it in that order, probably the other way around, where whatever. It is probably, you know, either that or an unpaid worker or a machine or whatever. It's nothing profound. Right, the fortune cookie is a bit of entertainment. Yeah. So it's like the cookie part of the fortune. I'm not gonna sit there and be like, oh, they're terrible. It's just like, eh. It is, as the kids say, mid. You're neutral, and in a lot of ways, neutral could sometimes be the worst position to be in. Where you're like, well, you're forgettable. You always thought the fortunes were in a superposition before you opened it? No. No. The fortunes are not in a state from quantum physics. They actually live outside typical physics, which is the whole thing that's weird about them. Can't even be explained with quantum physics. Alright, so last field. Alright. But yeah, so no, like, I enjoy cookies, but it was always for me, like, the nostalgia thing was my mom would make home-baked chocolate chip cookies, and it was one of those things that you know, parents try to instill healthy eating habits and yada yada in their children. So my mom would be like, no cookies for breakfast or anything like that. You know, that kind of thing, like, you know, whatever. But the problem is, my dad also lived in the same house. And my dad really liked to, on occasion, get out the fresh baked chocolate chip cookies, a glass of milk, and just eat that for breakfast. And it was really hard for any of them to put their foot down on anything when the other one is sitting right there doing it. Because between the three brothers, if it would have been dad who's sitting there eating them, and mom was like, no, you're not allowed, we would have absolutely raised hell about how ridiculously unfair it was. And generally speaking, my parents are pretty good about not just doing, well, you need to do it because I said so. They were usually pretty good about, you know, actually considering, like, not necessarily treating us as adults per se, but like, you know, trying to be fair about things and reasonable. Because it's easier to get, you know, behaviors to be bought into if you can demonstrate, like, hey, this is harmful or this is whatever, that kind of thing. But like the moment the one person's doing the thing that you're not supposed to do, and they're not getting lip for it either, you're like, all right, like we're not gonna bite, we're gonna push back. We're gonna push back, you know, not just the that's not fair. Like we're gonna actually sit there and be like, start taking all sorts of things that we've been told we can and can't do, and start bringing all of those up and being like, well, we shouldn't have to do this if he doesn't have to do this. And for the record, like, they're married and fine and all that. Like, this isn't like past tense or whatever. There was anything. It was just this one behavior that, rather than fight this battle that undermines the values they're teaching us, it was like, okay, well, your dad's eating the cookies, so you can have 3. You can have 3 cookies. That's as much as you get to have. You get to have 3 cookies, and I don't want to hear a fuss when it comes time for dinner. Because we didn't fight with my parents often, but between the 3 of us, we were pretty good about rallying together. If we felt we were like in the moral right or whatever on the situation. My family is very known for its members being very stubborn people. The children especially. Let's see, you got away with a lot of stuff as long as you finish your dinner plate at night? Yeah. Well, that's what also we had, is like, don't get me wrong, we roughhouse, we got ourselves in that kind of trouble. But generally speaking, between me and my brothers, like, none of us got in any serious trouble. Like, we were never, you know, someone got taken to juvie, or, you know, arrested and thrown in a cop car and, you know, got scared or whatever, like, you know, the whole, like, scared by the police thing. None of us, you know, like, were failing in school or anything like that. Not getting in fights or whatever. Didn't get in trouble for, like, having things we weren't supposed to have at school and that kind of thing on any real level. You know, I'm sure I probably didn't hear about, like, one of my brothers getting caught, like, playing cards or something. But nothing significant. So we were relatively, like, we were kids that were probably hell to deal with from just like an energy and there's a lot of us kind of thing. But as far as the kind of stuff that we got up to mischief wise, honestly very mild. And you get Pepper Noten? I don't know what that is. But we did definitely have the times that we, like, fought eating our veggies or whatever. Like, that kind of stuff did happen. That was much when we were more on the much younger side. Like when you're like 4, 5, and 6. You know, after a while, we wised up and we just, you know, put away the carrots or whatever. Then we can, you know, get back to playing or whatever. Then that wasn't so hard. Boiled okra. Your mother loved making you eat that. I am fortunate that my mom does really like okra, but when we lived up north, you just really couldn't get yourself good okra. So I was spared dealing with much okra. It's not that it never happened, but it was fairly rare. You like okra, but boiling it turns into slugs? Yeah, no, I've joked about before is like the whole thing about, you know, historically parents complaining about their kids not eating their veggies and all that. And then you look, it's like, oh, well, what are you doing their veggies? And you realize it's just like steamed. You're like, well, yeah, of course your kids aren't eating your veggies. You prepared your veggies in like the most terrible way for enjoying. Like steamed and boiled veggies is just going, what if your veggies were mush? And there's some that can be fine, to be clear. Like, there's definitely stuff that works. But, like, you take a carrot stick, and a kid will absolutely slam away carrot stick. Especially give him something to dip it in. Oh. Kid will just absolutely go for it. The more dippy stuff's involved. But then you boil it, and you just ruin that carrot. Like, and don't get me wrong, as an adult, there's like, yeah, there's stuff you can put, like, boiled carrot in, that's good, but even as an adult, if you give me a plate of boiled carrot or whatever, I'm gonna be looking and be like, man, is this for real? Yeah. Well, it doesn't even need to be anything. Yeah, so you can do stuff like ranch and all that. It doesn't need to be unhealthy or whatever. You can get relatively healthy stuff to have them dip it in too. And it still works. Like, because it's not even... With the dippy stuff, it's not even about the taste. It has, like, the kid's not worried about, oh, I want this to be sweeter, or oh, I want this thing. It's more the fun of you got to dip the thing in the other thing. Like, it's the entertainment value. It's also those things they're talking about just in general when it comes to trying to get kids to eat veggies and all that. That they've been like, yeah, you know, making your kids sit at the table until they finish their veggies. They're like, unfortunately, one, it doesn't work particularly well for most kids. Two, it can actually lead to a bunch of, like, eating problems later on in life. But then they're also like, three, the way they found to actually get your kids to genuinely eat a lot more vegetables is just, you know, say your kids play in the living room, is just grab a dish of like carrots or whatever, you know, whatever veggies you're trying to make happen, carrots, snap peas, whatever, and just leave a bowl of that in the living room, or like a plate or whatever. You get the idea. But just have it available for them, because then when the kid wants to snack, they're just gonna grab some of that. Okay. Yeah, because your kid's running around playing and getting the munchies. You just got, like, a bowl. It's got, you know, carrots or celery or whatever. Like, obviously, the kid just does not like celery. Putting it on the table isn't going to do anything. But, you know, putting a bunch of, like, carrot sticks out there, bits of, you know, bell pepper or whatever, as long as the kid doesn't specifically dislike it. Each time they start to get a little bit of munchy, a little bit snacky, they'll just, you know, grab one or two of them, munch a little bit, go back to playing. Which is honestly a healthier way to eat than, you know, as adults, we learn you have, hey, breakfast, lunch, dinner, eat your meal. And we've learned more and more over the years that humans are actually much better at grazing. So where we just, you know, we eat a little bit here, we eat a little bit there, we eat a little bit here. That's far, our digestive tracts are far more well adapted for that kind of consumption. It's just not as practical when it comes to, like, doing that around work. Alright. So we're down to our last field. It's about maybe a third done, maybe not quite half. Then we're going to try and quickly advance 2 days. I'm trying to make the decision of if literally we're just going to cheese the $1 million real fast after that and try and get the Survivor Man started. That's what I'm leaning on, because if we are going to cheese it, I'm going to slap down some electricity generation, basically to finish the dare drop and start the Survivor Man challenge real quick. Which shouldn't take too long for me to get that over 1 million, because we'll be just plunking down the power generation and then just fast forwarding as quick as we can. Let's see, pick them out of the mishmash of meat and other vegetables. Yeah, you're not going to try it again. Unless a 3-star chef offers it, you might consider it. Oh, Brussels sprouts? Yeah, I mean, I do know there's people who really are just not... You could well, so to get you what's going on, Cool Beans, basically what we're looking at is either 1, I'm going to continue out working this run here, or 2, I'm going to try and get to the Survivor Man Challenge, which is a new map. And so that's the thing. Those are 2 different directions to take this. But I want to finish the temple, which everything should already be in there. It's just a matter of advancing months. And the $1 million. The $1 million, if we're rushing to get to the Survivor Man as fast as possible, like to do that today, then that's going to be cheesing it. That's the way you get the $1 million in 1 day. If we want to stick to this map for a little while longer, that's fine. We can certainly do that. But I'm itching to start the Survivor Man challenge because it is a slow burn challenge, and the more I put off starting it, the longer it's going to be. Hi, welcome back.
Hi.
Did you sleep a bunch today?
Just a little.
Just a little.
Like half the day. It's not bad.
Yeah. The dentist made you all sleepy.
Yes.
Are you going to be like hungry for dinner or anything? Nah. I'm not hungry either. That pasta we had earlier, it was a lot of pasta. So, I was just checking, making sure you weren't sitting there going... could you grab me a soda while you're up?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. No, me and Toom got home from the dentist. We're like, alright, like, what do we want to do for lunch? I'm like, okay, well, I need to help out with the Rimworld hot potato here for a little while. So, you know, trying to manage food around that. So it's like, okay, if we were gonna run out, we gotta go like now, and it's gotta be fast, like grab it and bring it back, or we can make some here. And I grabbed a couple things at the grocery store the other day to cook here. So we made hot Italian sausage, and basically spaghetti sauce and spaghetti, which isn't the normal way I do it, but you know, it's good. It's basically spaghetti with sausage, and that was good. Thank you. It did have Parmesan cheese, but it was one of those things that, you know, you guessing how much pasta you should have is an art I will never have mastered. And I don't think, like, unless you're a regular chef or you cook that like on the weekly or whatever, it is so difficult. Oh, we're at 27,429 on the hot potato. I'm assuming that's what you're saying. But yeah, so it's just one of those things that, like, you guess it. And in this particular case, it was even harder because it was, I don't remember when we got it. It was a box of, like, spaghetti, but the spaghetti noodles were just shorter for whatever reason. So it was like a non-standard size of spaghetti. And so that made it even worse because like it's the only time we've ever had those shorter spaghetti noodles. So it's like, okay, you know, think that's how much pasta we need. Oh my god, it's so much pasta. I didn't finish mine. I'm like, my stomach hurts. I'm done. Let's see, would it be possible to join all the fields on the map to make one giant field? It would be a cool challenge, but you think it is not possible because of the roads? Yeah, so for joining fields, to give you an idea of what you can and cannot do, so if we look at these fields here, I can probably join these two fields, but I cannot join those two fields. And that's because there's a road here, and usually these roads that they show on the map, most of the time cannot be plowed. I do know there were some of these roads that you were able to plow that you're not supposed to be able to, and they did fix that. So I can connect those two. You might be able to connect these across the dirt road. That's a maybe. We could connect those two. These ones we can't connect. We connect these two, these three, those two. That one's trapped on its own. I actually don't know about these two, because this is a raised highway. You could connect them, but it'd be all janky because it'd be pillars through the middle of it. Can't do much with that one. These three, those two, these three, those two, these three. So you get the idea. But yeah, like, I could see doing a challenge where you're like, I just want to make one big thing. I could also doing that on a, like, Survivor Man map. You could buy that first tile, you get your giant field set up, and you make all your money and all that. And then when you get the money for the next tile, you just extend that field. And you just have your one giant field. I feel like that would end up being less fun in the long run. And the reason why I'm thinking that is just the fact of what you'd probably end up doing in the long run on that one. Is you'd have just when you're dealing with it, you'd have just that one crop. So you have your one harvest day that you harvest the one crop, and you're doing only one crop. Versus if you have like this field over here doing wheat, and this field over here is doing canola, and that field down there is doing soybean, this field up here is doing whatever. I feel like it's a bit more interesting that way. I feel like a challenge I honestly would like to do, and I'm not sure if people stay interested long enough for it because it would be a long-term challenge, would be doing like a Survivor Man challenge-esque thing. Because once you reach the point that you're making good money on it, you know, the challenge part of the Survivor Man challenge kind of disappears. But the idea of growing every crop, like making all of the goods on the map. So like every crop and, you know, every production line and all that. Because that genuinely is not a small challenge. Because that's getting all the equipment for all of the specialty crops. You would need to harvest and do all the process and all that for all of those different crops. So there would be a lot there. I am hoping you manage to turn around and not fill up halfway. There's a real good chance you're going to fill up like right here. Just a little farther forward. Even if you stop, I can still work with as long as you move forward enough. Okay. But yeah, now the next map I'll be making my own fields. There are technically fields on the map. I do intend, no matter how I start it, to not take the map tiles with the existing fields first. Like, it's fine if after we've gone for a while and I got a bunch of stuff set up that I grab one of those. I wouldn't be messed, like, that wouldn't bother me at all. But I'd want to be at a point that the money is like basically that I wouldn't be, you know, getting myself like a freebie advantage by dealing with it that way. Alright, so I'm cultivating this field. That field's about to be done. Then we can cultivate that last field. Actually, I might not even worry about cultivating the last field right away. I'm just doing this so that while that's going on, I'm dealing with another task that could potentially delay us. I mean, ultimately, we do just try and do the rush. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's kind of the thing, is I could... The big issue is, ultimately, either one, just do contracts, which are a very slow way of making money, but a consistent way of making money, or I buy equipment to go into production of things, and then do that, and that gets down to the, like, say I was going to go and say, alright, well, let's go into getting ourselves in our crop. I'm going to get a grain. So the problem is you look at this, and to set all of this up, we put ourselves behind about 250,000, so it eats up our money, and then that takes us, you know, 4 or 5 years to make that money back. You know, at which point then we're good. Or we go like vegetables, and maybe I can do it much cheaper here, so we're talking... Actually, it's not at all cheaper. Potatoes are definitely not going to be cheaper. But you get the idea, like, the moment I go into having to invest on equipment to do the next thing, that sets us back. Yeah, contracts are not bad because you're doing many of them. Yeah, well, the problem is, I mentioned this earlier, they did nerf the wood transport contracts. Which does have a whole thing with that, so that one of our main money sources went away. And like most of the harvest contracts have been pretty... Like there's a couple in there that's good, but like these ones are terrible. That one I'll literally lose money. Yeah, so literally all of these contracts are no good here. Like they're all several hours to get just that little money. The cultivating one's fine. So it is kind of one of those things that I can go that route, but that's committing to doing this for probably 3-4 streams to maybe try and push for the 1 million if I go that route. That's the weird caveat. That wood transport contract getting nerfed, that slows down our ability to make money quickly by a lot. Because just with the hardest... Oh, you finished your task? That's good. But that's a trick when your thing is to get $1 million as your main goal. Is any spend you do to increase your profit needs to start making you profit in a faster time than you would reasonably be able to just save up the money with what you've got, which is one side of it. So that already rules out like a lot of crops, like olives and grapes, straight up off the board. That they will not pay for themselves in a timely manner. The grains probably would, but that would be a setback of like 4 or 5 years, or playing 2-3, well, probably 4 or 5 hours worth of gameplay per year. I'd also need to buy land to do it on, which then, you know, that's another spend. And so that's the kind of thing, we'd be scaling up the farm, but as far as actually having money, that's a thing. Versus why the power generation is so broken is because literally you can fast forward time. But if we start talking 4 or 5 years to hit the rest of that money, we're talking a good number more streams. Especially with that nerf. Yeah, because these contracts, baling, I found those to be relatively not worth it. That one's fine. Deadwood has variable amount. These are okay. These harvest contracts here are terrible. Spraying's honestly fine. 4 or 5 years. Well, that's the thing. The 0.5, that's just during the day, but that's the meme of where, you know, we're only doing a small fraction of the day before we advance the day anyways. So the 0.5 or whatever doesn't kind of really matter one way or the other. Because it's like we're running we're running 1. You know, we're running 1 for like 1 hour, 1 hour and a half in-game day on this. And then we're turning around and going, okay, it's 9 o'clock. Skip to the next day. So even if I ran at 5, I'd still be skipping. Okay. But yeah, so I am potentially leaning towards just cheesing the dare drop real quick. And then we can set up the Survivor Man, which will take us a little bit to figure out, because like I said, more than likely we'll go in, we'll figure out the basics with it, how we want to set it up, what I get. Then I'll probably have to step out of the save file, edit the save file to delete the money, to make it the 0. Because we are going to have to buy some things to get it off the ground to make it functional. Otherwise, you can't make money, and then it's like, okay, challenge failed. Start of the match, can't make money. No challenge to continue. I'll let the AI do this last corner. But the big one is, we should have the temple done here in a minute. Let me, once I start advancing the days, let me go ahead and get Dare Drop up. Because I know for a fact to get I shouldn't say I know for a fact. I know with a very high level of confidence that it's not technically 100%, that we will be able to get the Dare Drop challenge done this stream, and like probably in the next hour and a half would be my guess. I think I'm gonna cheese the money. I just really want to do the Survivor Man challenge, and the way, like, the moment I'm able to commit to that, the run I'm currently in, I'm like, alright, I just want to get my objective done and get on to the next thing. So it's just like, okay, I don't want to just bail now because there's 3 CD keys on the line that I could potentially get all of you. So I want to see that through since I put 99.9% of the effort into that temple. And we are roughly halfway to the million. Like, I genuinely might not even plant the rice. Just, like, really just rush it. Get us to where we can start that. Which, like I said, I know won't be the most interesting thing watching plop it down, fast forward. But it'll get you an idea of how broken it is. And why I don't let myself do it in challenge runs. Okay. So with that, I just need to grab the trailer. We're going to drop it off there, because I might as well put the rice in there, because that'll end up becoming like $20,000 or some nonsense. I do think we are going to sell the title of land that I have the trees on, that little hill there. Sell the rice field to get the field. Sell the rice fields and get a field with ready crop. Oh, I'm not going to put that time in. Genuinely, because if I buy it with the existing crop, yeah, you can make that money. I still have to buy or lease the equipment thing. You've read in Discord that Senjin Cookie is going to do that? Only if Senjin Cookie figures out how to rig it. That's on Senjin Cookie's plate to figure that out. I'm still waiting, as we've been memeing about Senjin Cookie potentially rigging the giveaway and all that. I'm still waiting for just Senjin Cookie to just genuinely win fairly, and everyone to make a stink about it. Obviously, I don't think anyone will really believe that it did get rigged, but we would definitely hear a lot of like playful fussing about it. All right. So yeah, and the reason I'm looking at selling that hill that's got the trees on it is we basically picked all the good trees out of it. There's a couple little scrawny ones there, but we're looking at just picking up the pace now. Try and get this. Okay, so all those should be settled. Yeah, we're gonna cheese this. We're gonna cheese it. We're gonna go this tile up here. So I no longer own that. Because we went up here, we got these little scrawny ones here. There's like one or two, I could have probably got a couple thousand more out of it. That's fine. And all that. So we're gonna cheese it. So the way we're gonna cheese this, for those who haven't seen how this works, this is if you don't want to put any effort into this and you just kind of want the free win, you get the biggest power generation you can. And you build as many of those as possible. So now if we look at that, just to show you what's going to happen with this, that costs 155,000 and it gives me about 14,000 a month tops. So you get the idea there. And the thing is, it gives me that forever and ever and ever. I don't have to replace it. There is technically maintenance on it, but it literally just makes more money than the maintenance, so the maintenance just means the amount it costs, or the amount it pays you, is slightly less than it's presenting itself as. So then what we do here is we just advance the month. So we're just about out of money. Knowing that we get to sleep the entire season. Like a bear. So yeah, so we made a property income of an extra like 12,000 or so. So I actually wonder, how fast does this go if I just max it out? Alright, not fast enough that it's something I'm gonna mess with. But the thing I do want to watch. Yeah, so this is the day that this should get done, so it should give me the roof tiles here. So I want to keep an eye on that. And it is the roof tiles. So the hope here is with the temple, I have built the last of the structures of buildings. It should be putting the roof on this building just to the left. And then it should finish our temple is what I believe is going to occur. So what we're going to do here, and actually, you know what? I'm not going to sell everything. Is there stuff here that I don't intend to ever use again? It could sell the McDon, but nah, it's fine. So we sleep real fast. And we're gonna do this just long enough to get to the temple being done. So I'm wondering if we're gonna see the achievement pop up. Okay, so that's gonna have another day. And so we don't have enough money for another windmill. So we run over here. But the goal is to get enough of these windmills set up that you just start building up money. And then once we get to the point that the amount of money we're making is good enough, you just don't buy the windmill and you'll get your million real quick. Alright, so let's check on this now. Okay, well, while that figures it out, we do have enough money that I'm going to go over here real quick. Oh, it's 155,000. Never mind. Alright. So let's see here. We should get this, if I'm correct, and this is the last step, when they hit 0, it should finish that. And I think we'll know is either A, if this like disappears, it plays a cinematic, or we get an achievement or something like that. I don't know entirely what to expect out of it. There is the possibility that there's like another phase that I don't know about, like decorations or whatever. There is another phase. You need planks and beams. Well, crap. I don't know what it's doing. So let's get that loaded up. And we'll keep that going. I'm really glad I did not try to push to the ending last night. Once it gave me another phase of the planks and beams, it's like that. The tiny temple surely needs a lot of resources. Well, that's what I'm curious what we're actually building with this phase, because I don't believe there's any more foundations. I believe we've got the last foundation covered. But it could be, like I said, some type of decoration or something like that. I don't really know. But considering how many loads of these, we've got to be close to the end. What am I going to do in the meantime? Oh, I got to put an end on it. Never mind. I was going to send the tractor over there to meet me, and I was like, oh, wait. Never mind. I got to deal with that on its own. I wonder... I wonder if it didn't super overload it, if I could send the AI back and forth to do it real fast while I was dealing with other stuff, but nah, it's fine. Let's just do what we've been doing. It won't take me long. You just gotta load it up twice. Now we can advance the month again. Because it doesn't bother me too much that the temple's taking a little bit longer. Because if it takes just a little bit longer, we're still going to be waiting on our money anyways. So that doesn't really affect a whole lot. Now, in the peak month, those windmills are going to make us, what was it, like 12,000 each? So in the peak months, those windmills will all basically build me another windmill. And those are the biggest ones worth us doing for going for 1 million, because that one that's 750,000, like, once I can afford that, I might as well just keep saving. Because at that point, I'm just literally looking at a couple of in-game days to finish it off. It is a shame you can't just be like, yo, just deliver that for me, friend. Buy those materials and just go ahead and ship them over the temple. Yeah, I'll pay an extra 20,000. It's fine. Alright, so let's pop over here real fast. There's my forklifts. Okay, what we can do with this real fast is I am going to go ahead and tell it to just drive on over here. Anyway, you figured that out. I'm going to buy the stuff here. So I need 12 wood beams. I actually don't need quite 12 wood beams, but 12 wood beams is enough that I know I have enough. Alright, let's see how you're doing. You are taking an interesting route is what you're doing. Alright. Because the only reason I was like, let's not sell the others, is I could have sold a bunch of the other farming equipment and all that. But, if I did sell the... Okay, seriously, you're going way too slow. But, like, if I did sell the other equipment, then what would end up happening is if we decide to ever revisit this for any reason, you know, I would have lost all the money with that or whatnot. Now, granted, I'm kind of already making this so it's a thing I don't want to deal with by putting down the power generation. But that's fine, too. Because to me, the big thing is that will finish off the main challenge on this map I care about, which is that temple. And then we do the million. And there are collectibles. Honestly, that's probably something I'll wait on until it's like my last achievement or two, or like the next version of the game gets announced in like 2-3 years, whatever it is. And then I'm like, oh, well, let me get these knocked out real fast so that I have the achievements. Because that's what I have with Farm Sim 22, is I had a bunch of the achievements that you get naturally, but then there was like, you know, the crops I didn't enjoy, I didn't get the achievements for them because I didn't grow enough of them, so I had to go back and do those. I never bothered doing like all the collection stuff, so I didn't have those. There was a bunch of achievements around the horses I didn't have, because it was like, I think it was like you had to continuously jump on the horse for like a minute or something like that, for like there was an achievement like, you know, it's not a kangaroo or something like that. So, you know, those ones you have to like look at the achievements and go like, oh, really? Like, I'm just not gonna do that. There was one for riding a horse for enough overall time in the game, or enough distance. But like I said, you know, to me there wasn't much reason to ride the horses everywhere. So I had to go back and get all those. Alright, let's try and load this up. Be quick about it. And hopefully tomorrow I'll be able to look real quick and be like, okay, what is the thing they're adding? It could be a perimeter wall. So like where it's got the stone wall, it could be like adding wood decoration, so we add the framing and the roofing to the outside of the property or whatever. Alright. Well, I mean, that worked out about how you expect it. And that angle I'm not going to be go from the side. That's fine. I'll probably make this work too. It's fine. I'm just gonna live with it like that. It'll be wrong, broken, and cause problems, but I was trying to carefully just nudge it forward. It's ever so slightly shifted to the right, which is enough to make it tip. I should have just left it, and then when I got these ones, I could have just shoved it into place that way. I'm curious how this will work. I don't think this is going to work the way I want it to. But I'm going to do it anyways. Because I'm hoping I'll just be able to shove this on top of that and pretend it's fine. Why are you pulling... That's implying I'm too low. Why is it not catching? Yeah, so the weight's clearly on there. Please, for love of everything, just stay. That works. Good enough for me. And then we can go to back shoving forward, probably knock like 4 off. And I will worry about that when we get there. Oh, is it, Lardine? Like I said, it's gone dropped once so far from what I heard. And that happens. I actually don't know like the statistics between like how many of the years we've done, like how many they've been dropped. I would be willing to guess almost every, if not every time it's gone dropped. Because like I said, we got people of like all skill levels playing. You can't really have a holistic design in mind just because everyone's going to be approaching it differently. A lot of us are really rusty. That was actually part of the reason I wanted to do RimWorld those last 2 days, or the other 2 days. Was just like, I hadn't played in a good couple months. So there was definitely things I noticed where I was like, I know this is here somewhere, like setting the default medical and all that, and just taking them in and being like, okay, where the heck was that in here? Well, that's not what I want. Because that's definitely not on there. Let's try strapping that in. And seeing what pops off with that still. So, it's funny. Sometimes you can actually recover from those weird situations. Where you're like, oh, it's dropped. And you'll just have like that one pawn that gets back up because, you know, it was a pain threshold thing that knocked him over. Or whatever. So you can actually sometimes recover with stuff that you're like, no, I really don't have any reason to be dropped, but it's probably a drop. Yeah, no, when you strap those in, they're physics disabled. Which is why that's working the way it is. So gonna have to be quick, because I can make this work by going. And it's locked in. So you saw when I unstrapped it, it immediately started tipping out. But now it's physics disabled because it is strapped in. Does the 5-second rule apply to the hot potato? Depends on how much grit's on it. I mean, potatoes get dropped. That's the ones that's gonna be. I'm genuinely worried about my segment because it is the latest I've been in the hot potato. I could also be misremembering, but I believe it's the latest I've been in the hot potato. And even looking where we're only a little over a day in, like day and a half, whatever, and just the sheer colony wealth going on, I'm like, oh man, by the time it gets to my turn, this colony is gonna be getting like pretty close to max size rates. And that's fine if you have a very well-prepared base and very well-prepared pawns. And I am not expecting those 2-second things there. So, I am scared I'm gonna have to play my butt off if we get like a proper raid. So what I'm gonna need you, Chad, is I'm gonna need you to help me out with it. When it gets to my segment, I'm gonna come up with a bunch of redeems that are gonna take me time to do. And I just need you to donate heavily so that I get stuck drawing and doing all sorts of things that aren't actually playing the game, so that way I can just pass the save file on to the next person. I need you to do what you've done to people like Drongo years and years, where you're just so generous that they barely get to play the game. All right. Lecter's like, man, I'm too poor for that. Hey, I understand. I also have that feeling. Could you imagine that, like, someone's trying to dodge playing their segment because they know it's gonna be bad news, and they're just like drop $200 on their own redeem to trigger the extension, all that kind of stuff. 2 of the 4 down pawns have died. 1 is down from withdrawal, so 1 is not getting back up. So it's all a matter of if the last not withdrawn pawn does get up, unless the withdrawal is at like 98% or something like that. But I would imagine not. Plus a severe malnutrition. Yeah, that's a drop potato. It happens. Like I said, I'm scared I might drop it just because of, you know, that is the risk of the hot potato, because you are inheriting whatever people gave you before. There's going to be good, bad, and otherwise in there. And on top of that, because people are doing, you know, incentives that, like, they're not allowed to have an incentive to throw, but that doesn't mean they're not allowed to have incentives that could potentially make the game significantly harder. So you do have, like, people doing incentives where they raise and lower the difficulty, and you do have people have incentives to, you know, like, build something in the colony that's, you know, I don't know, like a special room or whatever for a certain amount of money, and all that kind of stuff. And so with that stuff, that's all that time and effort and resources going into stuff that has nothing to do with the survival. So the potato got dropped. Like I said, I'm under the impression, I believe we had a potato drop yesterday too. I heard secondhand though, so I don't want to be like, oh yeah, it totally happened. I wasn't there for it, but I had heard it got dropped. Yeah, no, like I said, I saw all the Devil Strand. Okay, shout them out. Yeah, no, by all means, shout out the people in the potato. Because I know it was on Heck Me earlier, but it probably has switched by now. It's certainly switched by now. It would be on whoever's after Heck Me. Oh, Justus. Oh, man, I feel bad for Justus. At least I feel like of the people to drop Potato and not let it shake him, I do feel like Justus is one of those people who could have, like, the fun kind of panic with it and all that. And be like, oh, no. Versus I could certainly see for some people being one of the people to drop the Potato. I could see that, like, shaking them up and, like, getting into their head kind of thing. Justus has been around long enough to roll with that. Yeah, but Justus is excellent people. Definitely someone I recommend checking out. Good times there. Doing the Rimworld Hot Potato charity stream. Well, charity event. I do my segment on the 30th to the 1st. It's over that time span, U.S. time zones. It's on the Discord the exact time. You can go in there and look at the announcements. It will show your local time when you do that. So you don't have to be like, okay, UTC -8, do the math, like that kind of thing. You can just look at the thing. It'll be like, yeah, that's 1 p.m. your time, friend. You'll be like, oh, sweet. But I am one of the last people. It's myself, or sorry, that's a good start. It's Italics will be handing the save to me. And I believe I'm handing it to, I think it was Bonder, who is then handing it to, I believe, Adam versus Everything. And then I think it's Alana Rama, and then I believe it's Sui, and Sui is the end of the Potato. So I'm in that last, like, 12, 16 hours time frame of the entire event, which is like 6-7 day event. Oh, I forgot Analog Amber. Yeah. Yeah, so that's towards the end of it. I mean, that literally is the end of it. Sui is the one who concludes it. Which usually that is, you know, Sui has the colony. Most of the time during Sui's segment, while there will be some playing a Rimworld, usually they'll also have the, they'll have at least someone from Doctors Without Borders will pop on and, you know, usually give a bunch of thank yous and all that for everyone chipping in to the cause and all that. They usually have some kind of sign-off and a bunch of good stuff with that. Like, by the time we get to that point, we've either accomplished the goal or we haven't. Because unless we're, like, right there, it ends up being too little too late to see the last of the objectives out. And there's been years they've accomplished the goal, and there's been years that... Well, I should mention there'll be, like, a bunch of phases that will usually get certain phases done. What are you doing right now? There you go. Like, there'll be years we'll get everything knocked out. There'll be years that we only get a couple phases in. Honestly, the event is not about, like, sweaty try-hard getting whatever the... Like, we have the goal and we're all trying to push for it because we want it to happen. So far as not the charity goal. Like, obviously we want the money to happen there. But, like, the actual in-game thing of going, okay, collect this much of this thing. You know, build up, like, I think last year we needed to build a main hospital and 4 field hospitals, or 3 field hospitals or whatever. We needed to stock a certain amount of food and medicine in the field hospitals and all that. Because, again, theme Doctors Without Borders. And then we have, like, a bunch of arbitrary rules, like, you know, anyone who shows up with a humanitarian need, we're expected to do our best to try to help. That doesn't mean we have to necessarily succeed at everyone, but we at least have to give it the old college try, that if a downed pawn goes up, we try and run out there and patch them up. You know, if we fail to do so, that's a bummer, but it doesn't mean we failed the challenge or something like that. Let's see, you're currently doing a semi-evil royalty run where one of your goals is to wipe out a couple factions, but charity is essential. Okay. That's a weird vibe. Oh man, you could have some like really weird ones, like charity is essential cannibals or whatever. So like, you wouldn't have your you know, for your in faction lore, as it were. You know, you're not terrible people who go on like murderous rampages or whatever. But you know, you're not gonna waste. You know, if it's available. It's not what I'm particularly interested in playing, but you know. They're saying essential charity cannibalism is a run you've done. It's a fun but weird vibe. Yeah, but that could be kind of the fun, is where it's just like a whole thing. Yep. For the record, if you ever want to have a way to mix up RimWorld a little bit, do charity is essential. Because for those who don't know what that means in RimWorld, so RimWorld will give these events that there'll be like, oh, the downed pawn, oh, you know, the refugees and all that. And those are considered charity events, that you help someone with no promise of return. And so if you don't help them, all your pawns get real upset about it. They get real upsetty spaghetti because, you know, the whole idea is like, this person came to us for help and we let them die. So understandably, not for a well-adjusted person, if you sit there and you see like a begging child who's starving and you say, get the heck out, you're not going to feel great about doing that. So it does have that whole situation. And so you'll have these events, you'll be like, oh man, our food is in a bad place. And it'll be like, oh, well, these 5 refugees would really like to come by and stay for a little while as you're going into winter. And you stare at that prompt for a good long minute and go, okay, if I bring them on, like, trying to survive the winter with the lack of food is going to be hell. There's not enough animals on this tile to feed them. And it can't grow crops in the winter, and we're not to the point of like hydroponics or anything. So we're gonna be like really scraping by on whatever I can make happen. And on the other hand, if you say no, then every one of your people, I think it's like a -10 or something debuff. It's like it's something. It's not extreme, like it's not something you can't overcome with a little bit of work, but it is a pretty decent mood penalty that does stack. So if you get like the refugees show up and then some beggars show up and then something else, you don't help like 2 or 3 of them back to back, then it gets outright awful. I think it can stack up to the point where it gets -21 or something like that. It's just kind of one of those things. I think it's 7 per instance or whatever, or it might vary depending on the instance. But like it really adds up fast, and you can like really get yourself in trouble. But it is interesting. It also ends up being a relatively decent way to delete some stuff. And yeah, sometimes they will show up and be like, I need 2 Glitter World medicine, you know, to help my dog. And you're like, but I only have 2. I really need this Glitter World medicine. Alright. So I've got everything I need in there, and then some. I don't know where it's gonna do stuff. Like, maybe it could do something on this platform. Like, I could see it putting, or it could also put, like, a, an arch over here. I could see it doing some type of, like, entryway thing. Because as far as foundations go, all the foundations have been used. Unless this building gets bigger, but it'd be a really weird... I'm gonna pick this up now if I can. Yeah, so weirdly... Because it's obviously a collectible. Unless that's where the collectible shows up. Which would be interesting. That might be exactly what it is, because I did accidentally grab one collectible way earlier in the run. And then went, oh wait, let's not take those. Those are free money. So it only gave me like 15,000. I'm not going to worry about any of that. Yeah, that could just literally sit there. I don't care. Alright, so with that, we did get the stuff for today in game done. So advanced time. It's either justifying game than real life. Oh yeah, no, in real life when you're staring someone in the eyes and they're looking at you and you can tell they're desperate and, you know, like, you've probably all had that situation where someone's asking you for money or whatever and you want to help, but either you physically can't or it's just one of those things where you're like, I don't know, man, this doesn't land right with me or whatever. And you're like, you can't help everyone. You want to, but you can't. Alright, well, I don't see anything obvious yet. Alright, that's fine. But yeah, like, it could be like one of those things that, like, just really is difficult. Versus the video game, you can be like, haha, get out of here. Silly computer program simulation trying to make me feel. So fast forward time for a minute. I'm not seeing anything obvious. Okay, so that's got the actual planks. So I need 12 things. All right. So I need 12 things of cement, and I think it was something like 6 things of wood beams. So I'm curious what that's going to be for, like, the final touches. I'm going to guess it's a perimeter wall of some kind. Like, there's the concrete or stone, whatever you want to do wall. I'm assuming it's going to be dressings on that wall. Now, we already do have the regular planks in there. I do have some wood beams. I'm still going to grab, like, 1 truckload of the wood beams or whatever. They want a deck and a patio? Well, of course. With a path and shrubbery. Yeah, so we're just trying to rush this real fast. Because that's the temple, that's the 2 keys, that's the big one. And once that's done, we can, like, rush to just do the money. And it's trying to think for the ones that some of the days are getting up to like 20,000 from the power generation and all that. I might literally after the temple sell a bunch of crap and just do the power generation super fast. Not everything. We'll keep the tractor and all that. Nah, I'll leave it alone. It's probably not worth it. Because one of those things, like, okay, that might give me one more wind turbine faster. Alright, so I do know it had 12 concrete bags. So I'll start with those. And then I believe it also had, if I'm not mistaken, 6 things of wood beams, and we already had the planks. Because I put those in there forever ago because we were producing them. I forgot you're so much smaller. Excuse me? There we go. No dedicated forklift? No. The tractor has its forks. You know, we've been starting, like, this has been a 0 to hero run the whole time, so it's just kind of one of those things that, oh my god, please, camera. I understand you keep lining up right with the garage, but you are very annoying. But yeah, no, so I had a, we've been doing this where we have like a challenge where no loans or leases, starting with basically no money, that kind of stuff. So stuff that if it's something that doesn't make me money, like simple convenience isn't a justification enough for me to go for it until later on. Why do my forks look bloody? Don't worry about it. Just know we passed our health inspection. I know the report never got filed, but no one ever said we made a violation. And you don't need to look into that any farther, alright? You would have to ask the last guy who asked too many questions. But you'd have to find him. Yeah, you know, Carl. I knew. With how much those were wibbly wobbly, and it's... Oh, no, don't drive over it. Alright, well, that's great. So I'm not going to rebuild right now. We're going to drop these ones off. Oh, we are doing amazing with that load. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm not going to drive through the sell point here. I'm going to stack up 3 of these. They don't need to be perfect by any description of perfect. You blame the camera, it's the final boss. Oh man, there are so many games I remember loving that I went back to play again, and it's just like, nope, cannot deal with the camera. a lot of the older Zelda games, when they first went 3D, like Resident Evil, those kind of games, just, you're like, can't do it. I cannot deal with this camera. As a precaution, so don't actually just knock that pile off. Wasn't Ocarina of Time? Ooh, I don't remember the name of it. Maybe. Okay. Was the one before that? I don't remember. It's been a long time since I played any console games, let alone any specific ones. Nothing like the camera pointing at your back plus tank controls. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's kind of those things. A lot of those games you can kind of forgive a lot of those mistakes because they were ones breaking into a lot of these different styles of things. And so a lot of those lessons that you're like, hey, if you do that now, that's objectively a you problem. Like you're the one who's designed a bad camera. But in those earlier games, you're like, okay, I'm doing great, don't worry about it. There we go. Like early Tomb Raider games? Yeah, so it's like those things where it's like, you know, we kind of didn't figure out better ways to do a lot of that till later on. That people started going, you know what? Controlling this game like this kinda sucks. And then, you know, you'd have someone who's like, well, what happens if we controlled it that way? You're like, oh, that's way better. And then once we got to that point, a lot of times you're like, okay, we're like the word of wisdom, we know this style of control and this style of camera together is not really a good experience. So let's stop doing that. The ASWD for FPS games? Yep. Like, do you remember when almost all first-person shooters, it was your arrow keys? That's how you moved your character? Don't you roll off. Alright. I should have stacked those that high in hindsight. I could have easily just laid those farther back, but it's fine. Because what I wanted to do is I wanted to build this and then have enough room to put a bunch of the beams on there as well and do it in one trip. But like the more I was dealing with, it was like, no, if this would have gone smoothly to begin with, that probably would have been fine. But as we started doing the Jenga more and more, it became more and more cursed. It's like, you know what? It's whatever. Did you totally still use the arrow keys to move your characters and WASD to move the camera? I mean, these days the problem with so many of the games, you have enough buttons that you kind of can't use the arrow keys because they expect you to, you know, parkour, interact with stuff, jump, like wall climb, slide, you know, have multiple fire modes on your weapons and all sorts of stuff that you just need so many more buttons. And the problem is the arrow keys are just so far from everything else. Like, you've got the numpad that can be a little bit more forgiving in the middle ground. You know the patience for all those buttons? Yeah. No, that's just the problem. Is just a lot of first-person shooters have gone into that. Which certainly it does add to them. But it can be, there's times where you want, you know, the sweaty try-hard game that you gotta juggle all of these different things going on. You got the realism and all that. And then there's other times where it's like, you know what I want? I just want a bunch of wave of enemies and give me a bunch of cartoonish weapons and just let me delete all of those things. Give me my BFG and just let me delete that. Geez, what games do you think you play? Serious Sam? I actually haven't played Serious Sam. There's a bunch of like the wave-based ones. As far as complex controls, you get into games like Escape from Tarkov and all that, where you've got like the thing to feel the weight of your magazine, the way to actually look at the bullets in the top of your magazine. Oh, if that's what you want, Serious Sam? Yeah, that checks out. Like, I remember when it was, what was it, Unreal Tournament came out, and I remember, you know, that being a really fun experience for just, you know, running around blasting each other. I remember, ooh, what was the Quake? The Quake games were really good for that. Those are really good experiences. For like the non-serious, you know, like, not that people could get super competitive, but like, you know, realism can go just fly a kite. That's not why we're here. You played all Quake? Yeah, no, I did like Quake 1, Quake 2. I don't remember. Did I do Quake 3? Was there a Quake 3? I'm pretty sure there's a Quake 3. I don't remember about Quake 3. Yeah, I feel like, was 3, like, noticeably different? It feels like that was probably what that one. So we got the concrete, we got the cement, we got the... Oh, no, it is asking for long planks. That's fine. So 6 long planks, 6 wood beam. I thought it was asking for regular planks. They're mostly into simulation, tycoons, farming, The Sims. Yeah. I would argue a lot of that's true for me as well. I also include a lot of that, like, slice of life games as well. So your Coral Islands, your Stardew Valleys, Sunhaven. There is mostly deathmatch. That's... Oh, yeah! I remember that. Like, I distinctly remember there's a map that, like, just missing areas outside. Yeah, that's probably why I didn't get into it as much. Because, like, don't get me wrong, the multiplayer PvP was fun. I definitely did a lot of that back in those days. But, it kind of depended. Like, for me to get into the multiplayer, usually I had to have friends get into it as well, so I had, you know, regular people to play with. I don't know, just going online, playing with randos has always and forever been kind of a mess. We gotta be close to done with this temple. I need it to be close to done. It's killing our ability to get stuff knocked out in a timely manner. And considering every one of those buildings is at least like 5, 6, 7, 8 steps. And people say it's like, yeah, something just over like 50 steps. They're like, alright, well, there's like 7, 8 buildings there. I'm doing my math. We should be pretty much done with those numbers being correct. I also know I've dropped so many of the beams and planks, because every one of them had like 2-3 steps that were all like 12 of each thing, and then some had extras on top of it. Like some of them had like 4 steps of that. Yeah, no, I did lots of, I definitely did lots of TF2. I did a decent amount of, I don't know which of the Quakes, but I did decent amounts of the Quakes. I did Unreal Tournament. Yeah, no, I did Deathmatch, I think. As far as, like, the first-person shooter versus, I think with, like, the friend group I had, we ended up putting way more time into Counter-Strike. Like, we played all those earlier ones on, you know, a decent amount. But I think the only game that stuck with the group was Counter-Strike, stuck for a long time. Including farms in the category? Yeah, no, or sorry, Stardew Valley in the farming simulator. That's fair. I usually separate them out because the farming category usually, people think stuff like farm sim, farm manager, that kind of thing. And yeah, they're centered around farming, but there's so many of those same style of games that don't include farming at all. It's like there's a bunch of like alchemy-based ones now. We're gonna have Haunted Chocolatier. There are a bunch who are based around farming, though. Once Counter-Strike came out, everyone went to realism shooters. Yeah, no, I agree. To me, it's like I went because that's where my friends were, so that's who I wanted to play games with. Like, looking back, I very much enjoyed, you know, running around and having rail guns and, you know, all sorts of weird different sci-fi weapons. They wouldn't have the people being like, I'm using this gun, and this gun in real life has way more stopping power. This is not a good real representation of this weapon. It's like, yeah, there's this thing called game balance. Get over it. Game needs to be fun first. Game needs to be real, like 57th. It's fine if it is realistic. I'm not saying don't make realistic game. But like on the list of things I care about, realism is pretty far down the list. So yeah, you stay away from wartime type games. I actually did a private alpha test with the original Counter-Strike team, and I told him you didn't think it was going to go anywhere because the realism sucked. Yeah, some things you don't expect to work out. There has been many a product that just blew up the market that everyone poo-pooed for the longest time. A lot of indie games came that way, that it ended up being someone working for a big company, and they're like, "Hey, man, I think this game will like find a market. Like, I think it'll be a really good game." You know, pitched the higher ups, and they're like, "Nah, you know, I just don't see that working." And you know, they went off on their own, got it, like, found someone else to do it. Not feeling great about the way that's laying, but I also don't think it can move much farther forward without having problems. Yeah. But no. And to be fair, it honestly is one of those things that disappoints me. So, like, part of the thing that blew up games like Counter-Strike as much as it's blown up over the years is just the competitive play side of it. So, like, the tournaments with cash prizes. I feel like those games did a lot better job of, like, making esports into a thing. You know, it's nowhere near what it is now, or has been, I guess I should say. With, like, the ridiculous cash prizes and all that. But at the time, having, like, actual sponsored tournaments and everything, you had those in some of the earlier first-person shooters, like the Quakes and all that out there. But it was just... it was nowhere near the same thing. You might have like a big tournament, like, oh man, did you see? You can win $1,000. And then you start getting these Counter-Strike ones where you're talking, you know, prize pools in the 50 to hundreds of thousands of dollars and all that kind of stuff for a while there. And I feel like that just kind of took it from where it was, you know, it was just kind of a popular thing to suddenly it was like, you wanted to be in on that scene because there was money to be made. You could play video games for a living as like an actual thing. You know, at the time, the closer you could get to that was to to get into QA or like become a beta tester and all that. Back when we had, you know, paid beta testers once in a while. Well, I feel like part of the thing hurting a lot of a lot of first-person shooters nowadays is you've got, they're going for like, either they're doing the competitive thing where they're Battle Royale or MOBA, that they got their special attacks and all that and the MOBA ones, or the Battle Royale, which it feels like the Battle Royale for the most part as a genre hasn't come up with much in the way of new ideas in a while. That they're just like, okay, it's this one, but third person. Okay, it's that one, but slightly more cartoony. Oh, it's that one, but slightly more real. Ah, thematically it's different, but, you know, basically the same game. You know, or just trying to polish it or whatever. And so you've got a lot of that happening in that genre. Or you're going for, like, the Escape from Tarkov, you know, Escape from Tarkov, Counter-Strike. They're either an extraction shooter or that. You honestly don't even see like team-based shooters nearly as much as far as new ones. It's mostly the same ones you've had around forever, just people still playing it. Like you still see Counter-Strike, to a lesser degree, Call of Duty. So far as like the tournament play goes and all that. Call of Duty is still popular, which that's one I personally don't understand. Like if you're into it, don't let me ruin it for you or whatever. But for me, I got kind of tired of the Call of Duty games and Modern Warfare because it felt like I just kept playing the same game. And everybody like, oh, but there's this new mechanic. It's like, ah, so the gun magazine works a little different. Can I really justify $65 for a slightly different working gun magazine? Oh, but the parkour, it's like, ah, so instead of just ledge hopping, I can now kind of shimmy myself up an extra step or two. Again, can I really justify that for $65? And the reality of what's actually drawing the money is once the new one comes out, the multiplayer in the old one's dead. So if you wanna keep enjoying the multiplayer, you kind of have no choice but to get the new one, because very quickly the entire player base moves on to the next one, and you're just at that situation. You know, I'd agree. Overwatch, Valorant, and I haven't really messed with Spectre. I haven't played Valorant. I've watched a decent amount. Choose between 40 guns. This one is 0.1% faster shooting, but 0.3% less accurate. Well, yeah, no, there's that as well. And then, like, you look at a lot of those games, and they go with the realism. You'll have like your submachine guns and all that, and they'll have like 3 or 4 options, and you go, okay, but hear me out. If we're being at all objective, this is the best one. Like these other three, you would delete them from the game, and the only person to be upset is the person who's obsessed with that specific gun. But like mechanically, from a competitive thing, it's just this one's better than the others. Assault rifles, okay, you got two. Maybe there's like two different arguments about this one's better for this situation versus that situation. But usually the game will lend itself to one of those two situations, which means you again have right. But it is objectively the wrong decision to run anything but this one. Which is honestly when a lot of those games kind of get ruined for me, where there's the illusion of choice, but the moment you start actually figuring out the strategy behind it, you're going, okay, I can make a choice, but there is a correct choice and a not correct choice. But yeah, no, I'm not huge on hero shooters. Like, Team Fortress 2 I liked, but once they started to add a bunch of abilities with cooldowns and all that to future ones, that's kind of where it was just like, oh, no, that's fine. I'm not really into that. Like, I felt like World of Warcraft cooldowns made sense, but as time's gone on with more games, there's only a handful of genres I really like cooldown mechanics on my abilities. And MMORPGs tend to be one of those. That you're like, oh, this is your main rotation, you can use it relatively constantly. Oh, here's your like 5-minute short buff kind of things. You can use those intermittently, so you kind of use them when they're not on cooldown. Oh, here's your 15-minute plus ability. You really only want to use that when you need it. There's your hour-long or day-long cooldown or whatever it is. You only use that when you literally have no other choice, or like for desperate measures, or when it is that specific spot that is like the hard point in the dungeon or whatever. Yeah, that's what you loved about Quake and Unreal Tournament. You used whatever weapon you found, and so did your opposition. Yeah, which I guess, you know, is the same argument you have for a lot of the Battle Royale. And the Battle Royale, like, of the first-person shooters, like, after Modern Warfare, I kind of fell off of playing any of them. And I did come back a little while for Escape from Tarkov and PUBG. I did enjoy PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds. Again, though, it was the people I was with that was the main draw. If I didn't have my group of friends I was playing with, I wouldn't have played either of those games. That said, I did play a decent amount of Escape from Tarkov on my own when my friends weren't online. But both of those are the kind of games that if you're not actively playing with your friends are just not fun. Okay, so we do have everything we need for that to continue. So that's good news. That literally skips there. We don't have enough money for our thing, so we can advance the game. But yeah, no, I definitely miss, I would call them the more arcadey shooters. Like, again, Quake, Unreal, all those. Armor can be fun with friends. I feel like, honestly, almost any game that you don't very specifically dislike the game, like the mechanics of the game, like if you straight up don't enjoy a game, you know, friends can make it tolerable. But just check one thing. All right. So let's see here. So I do have enough money to build an one of these things. I said fun with goofy things with friends in bad games. Yeah, but like my point was more like if the game mechanically you just don't enjoy. Okay, so we are building an entrance. So that's what we made here. So yeah, it looks like we're building an entrance here, so I'm assuming that will be the end. They're putting up those pillars. We do have enough money to pop in here, go to construction, grab you. And now advance. It's more about the roll. Gotcha. Yeah, just check in or thing. Okay, so that's nothing urgent to deal with. That's nothing urgent to deal with. Because I'm keeping an eye on the charity stuff going on. Cool. That's all I'm doing. So when I'm clicking out of here, my stream team is doing a charity event, and it's not like I'm not like on the clock to have to keep track of things or whatever. But it is one of those things I am just trying to keep just a glance on it. That way, if anything goes wrong, I can intervene. We do have people who are like scheduled to deal with it and all that right now. Okay, so that in this one step is putting the beams on there as well. So advance time long enough to see this go. Alright. Is this the end? I'm suspecting we'll have to put ceiling tiles on it. With this being another thing, I'm suspecting there'll be maybe a step of putting some structure up and then some ceiling tiles would be my guess. Yeah, so there's some ceiling tiles. Alright, well, that is another stack of these. Game, you trolled me. You made me think I was done. I actually can't afford that. Alright, well, let's try... Instead of doing what I've been doing, where I've been grabbing a bunch of each, let's just try driving over here. We're going to grab four stacks of beams, 4 stacks of long planks, and toss those on here. Because I should be able to afford those, and I should be able to ship them relatively easy. Sell your tractor? I mean, I could sell the McDon. Honestly, I might. I might honestly sell the McDon. Because I don't have the header for it and all that. It should give us about 50,000, which is kind of about the price I bought it for. Because it's used and all that, and I repaired it. So technically I did take a little bit of a loss on it, but it won't be much, because I bought it already at the reduced value. I might actually do that. Because I'm assuming we're going to put this structure up there. It's not going to be a full building. It's probably just going to be an overhanging, like, pergola entryway kind of thing. And then I suspect we'll end up putting ceiling tiles on it. I'm going to just blast through and not bother planting the rice. Because while in in-game time, doing so will get me more money faster, in real-life time, I can just skip a month, and we're already at the point where some months I'm making what I make in the entire year from rice, using those power plants. So you get the idea of where that cheese is. We're making like 15,000-20,000 a day or whatever already, and it's just the matter of I'm spending it to accelerate that had us run low. Okay, so let's quickly go here to our list of equipment. Where is the McDon? There you are. So we're gonna sell it. We basically bought it and then got our money back, and the only cost in between there was the fact that I did repair it, and we lost that money for the repair. I'm gonna leave it at 10. I already know we've got some beams in there. I'm gonna leave it at 10 so we can get going quicker. And if I do need another one, I'll just put in the next load. I think both 10 long planks. Yeah, so I probably lost like 4 or 5, maybe 6,000 on it. All things considered, not a big thing. I do think when we do our Survivor Man, I do think once we get a crop up and going, I might go out of my way to get the McDon. Because it feels like something that would probably be worth it for me in that challenge to maximize the profit we get out of what resources we have. It will end up costing me something like almost 100,000 to set up, which is not inconsiderable, but increasing our yield by close to 25%, not quite 25%, feels like just a solid move. Part of me wishes I had auto loader for this at this point since we're rushing it, so I could just roll up here real fast and just, you know, like just drive the truck in here, back up to those, and keep hitting the auto loader button until it can't. Can you get those things 6 stacks high? I think the height I can get them, I think we got up to 5? I know we got 4. I believe we got 5. 6-wise, the only reason I can't go that high, and I probably could with enough effort, but with grabbing these only 2 stacks deep at a time, it's just the forklift isn't tall enough. That's fine, I'll deal with that in a minute. It's just a shame it's always the outside one that ends up falling off, which makes sense, because that's the one I'm going to be putting over there, and it's always a thing. Back of your flatbed? Well, the problem is there's a ramp. And over on that side, you've got the boxes. Maybe we can take a quick look around and see if there's a spot I've been missing this whole time. Like, I do agree, if we can get to the loading dock and actually put the truck at the loading dock, there's definitely something to be said there. Take a peek. I mean, I'm not going to worry about too much right now. Yeah, so we've got the boxes here blocking this spot. Then we've got clipping the train at level as goes. Like, I might be able to fit it here, but then that's the train there, so that's no good. Over here, we got this car blocking, and again, I got this pillar. Maybe I can wedge it in here and do that. See. You just use your first flamethrower in Farm Sim? My god. Yeah, it works, doesn't it? Makes you wonder if they wanted you to do it that way, and had some physics bug out and stuff in the way. I don't know. Like, you look at the design of this building, and you take, like, consideration of, like, real-life loading docks and all that, and you just kind of scratch your head. Like, why would you have... Like, consider the way I'm facing right here. There isn't an angle you can get to this spot where you aren't on the loading ramp or, like, falling down a ledge. So, how do you get to that door? And I mean, the answer is you go in that door and pop down there. But why would you design it that way? Like, what do you gain? What's the value? Like, what is the utility of that spot? Or over here, you've got these in between 2 ramps. Like, this is just a weirdly designed building. Ideally, what you'd do is potentially not have that middle wall section there. Maybe those doors are just jammed together to be one central door or whatever. One side's a ramp, one side's the flat. So it is just a building you look at and go, I don't really get your design. Like, I've worked loading bays before. Admittedly, not railway loading bays. But I don't imagine it's that much different. Like, train side, I could be like, oh yeah, no, of course a train's different. Don't be weird, Georgism. Okay. Yeah, and I could see that. I don't really understand. Because, like, when you look at a building, even if it is a building that does have a real funky design, especially if it's a commercial building, like residential, people do weird stuff just to do weird stuff. But with a commercial building, even if it does show up and you're like, you scratch your head and go, why is it designed in this ridiculous way? Usually you can look at the building and go, I can see that this building once did this, and then was repurposed into doing this other thing, which is why it's got a funky design. Or you can go, oh, well, it was probably designed like this, but then, you know, technology changed, and so the equipment you would do this with changed with it. And so they had to accommodate the new equipment, all that. Like, that has effectively an awning on the inside of the building where there's no weather able to get in there, nor there's the equipment likely to throw dust or other particulate or, you know, sparks or ashes or anything else. They'd be like, oh yeah, that's the reason you have that, is to, you know, protect the stuff below it. But instead you just got this weird internal awning. And there's definitely inside factories, there are places you do see internal awnings. But, like, there's a reason for it. Usually that'll be more manufacturing floor than anything. Like, you've got, like, two floors of manufacturing going on, and there's something on the second floor that you're worried about going to something specifically on the first floor. Well, I'm gonna do a moderator thing here real quick, so don't worry about me. When you ask someone to be, like, to not to be weird and they call you kitten, that's like, no, I've got better things to do with my day, thank you. Alright, even though it was on the YouTube side.
You are condemned.
Oh, I mentioned on the Discord, I am going to be in the Path of Exile 2 private beta, so that'll be fun. I gotta check. I believe we're gonna be allowed to stream that, and so while I have played Path of Exile in the past on the channel, and it's been pretty not great, to understate it, I'm wondering if because it's a new game and it's supposed to be a much slower pace than Path of Exile, I'm wondering if there would be interest, not as having like a long-term thing on the channel. I don't believe that is, because I also don't believe I could reasonably compete with the big names in it. I do wonder if it'd be a thing that people would be curious about seeing me play through whatever the story is or whatever going on with the public beta. Assuming I'm allowed to stream it. If I'm not allowed to stream it, I'm going to have very limited time on it. Where in the world did all your money go? So we're finishing the last of the Temple Chronic, and we are rushing the $1 million using cheese strats, which require me to spend a lot of money to get those cheese strats in order. Because we have kind of decided on a survival map that I'm planning on doing. So I'm just trying to wrap up these last 2 dare drops really fast. And after those are done, we're going to immediately abandon the run and start a survival man challenge. And we are looking at the Frontiers map, because they had like their first version of it that they put on the store, and I kind of looked at it, like, it's not really what I'm looking for. They did do a minor update. It was mostly kind of like just clean up, spit polish kind of thing. You know, just some little minor improvements. And it feels close enough for me to do the challenge, which I'm willing to bet there's going to be a lot of videos of people doing the exact same thing out there, and I honestly don't care. No, please don't make me have to get the forklift. Come on. All right, can I budge this at all? No. All right, so let's grab the forklift. We tipped it a few times in the past. It's been a hot minute since we had one. We had to get one more in here before the end. It just, the bummer is this is slowing everything down, because we are cheesing power generation as our money thing. Because once you build, it is infinite money. It's just you get a trickle. So you build them, and then once you finish building one, 10 months later it pays for itself. So we get good like 6 or 7 or 8 of them made. We just fast forward the months, and then once we hit $1 million, we have $1 million. It's not the most exciting gameplay, but we're going to rock through it real quick. Once I get the temple done. But yeah, what I'll do is I'll have the tractor pick this thing up, turn it around to point it back to warehouse. I'll have the AI drive the tractor back while I drop off and circle back to get the other materials I need. That way I can keep making progress. But that's what's killing our productivity right now, is just warehouse things. Brazil there? Cool, Viter. Oh, it's good to have people from different locations. Alright, so let's get our truck tipped back up. And then, like I said, I'll have the AI quickly drive it back while I'm doing this, so I don't delay myself that much more. Like I said, I'm going to turn it around because I expect the AI to not be able to manage this. Alright, so let's go ahead and we can pop here real fast. Set destination. Alright, hang on. Okay. It's ready to get on the road again. And drop this off real fast. And like I said, I just need to grab the long planks. And I am suspecting we will get one more phase after that, which will be just the 6 things of ceiling tiles and 6 things of the beams. If that happens, it's actually relatively easy to do, because then I can just put the 6 things of beams on here and I can just toss the ceiling tiles on there. It's just when we get these ones that are like 12 and 12, I end up very heavily overburdening this thing to try and avoid multiple trips. I still have to do the 2 trips, but I have to, to avoid even more trips past that. It does look like we're building this little front entryway. I'm hoping that's the end of the thing, because that feels like it should be. Okay. That is not enough wood beams. I will need one more thing of wood beams. So 11 long planks and 1 wood beam. So we'll put the 11 things of planks on there and just chuck the beams on wherever they can fit after that. So it'll be another major load. Alright. So if I buy the wood beam first, it should be all the way in the back, and then I can deal with it at the end. Can you have the AI driver use the forklift to carry 1 or 2 things there? Potentially. The problem is they can... Well, usually 1 will stay on well, but the 2 will fall off. And I mean, I could do that, but the thing is, that would be... Oh, I see where you're going with this. So I could load like 10 on this, put 2 on the forklift, and then tell the AI to go separately. I think it'd probably be easier if I just pile it all up on here. Because, like, if the AI drops one, I gotta go look for where the AI dropped it. and then go retrieve it and drive the whole way back. And maybe, maybe not, it does it fine. Hey, Tractor, how's it going? So there we go, you're all in place for me. So I need 11 things of long planks. I literally just said if I bought that other thing first, it'd be fine. Let me double check that. I believe I only need 11. Yeah, 11 long planks will do it, and I need 1 thing of wood beams. I already said hi. That is a weird thing that I found that happens both on YouTube and TikTok. Is they'll say hi and you'll say hi back, and then they'll say hi, and then they'll say hi, and then they'll say hi, and until you like specifically be like, hey, I already said hi like 6 times, and they'll be like, oh. And it happens a lot. Yeah, no, stream lag is definitely a part of it. I don't disagree. Like that's the reasons why when it's like, you know, I've said it and then like a minute or 2 goes by, you know, that's fine. But then when it is a thing where you say hi a bunch of times and it's over the course of a minute, because even then, let's say there's stream lag, hopefully the person on the other end realized they said hi like 2 or 3 times or whatever. They said like once or twice. That if I haven't responded, either A, there is that stream lag going on or whatever, or B, I'm just not going to. Like, just saying the same thing back to back. Like, it's one thing if you said hello, like over here, if chat is busy, like, you know, it's going real fast, you say hello and I don't respond, it's understandable. Like, I missed it, it rolled right off the screen, makes sense. By all means, say hello again. But if chat is not moving, like it is dead, because that's what my YouTube chat usually is. It was like straight up dead. And the last like 5 messages are you saying hi. I don't think saying it again is going to really change anything. That's not what's happened right here, it's just twice. So I'm not trying to like call someone out here or anything. But it was just like a weird behavior of repeating, people repeating themselves again. It's both YouTube and TikTok do it, like whatever reason. Yeah, the YouTube stream delay is like 10-20 seconds behind your Twitch, which is almost instant. You'd say hello right as you look at chat. Usually see it. Yeah, like don't get me wrong. And then even on Twitch, you'll get like 30 seconds. It is definitely a thing that does happen on that does happen on YouTube, where sometimes the stream delay can get to like a minute, 2, 3 minutes. Like very, very genuinely for you over on YouTube, you are getting a very B quality experience over there for live streams. You're getting a very subpar one. Video YouTube's good. Like straight up just recorded video, yeah, it's better. There's not like no one's arguing this here. But for the live stream experience, even with like low latency mode and all that kind of stuff, it is just objectively not as good. Hey, Eonek. Now you just gotta have to repeat that again. But you gotta do it like 4 times in a row yourself. And hey, Dan, how's it going? Yeah, it's pretty, well, No, so you're not doing it right, Night Dweller. You gotta literally use it the exact same thing. You gotta say, like, just hello or hi. And then just immediately say hi again. And then, like, wait 5 seconds and then say hi again. And then wait 5 seconds and then say hi again. I actually am willing to bet. I think on the Twitch side, it would say failure to send message due to spam. Like, I genuinely believe it would actually sit there and be like, hey, cut it out. Because you're trying to install a game that has to be done through their website. It doesn't have enough space in the game. You've installed the launcher files and then moved them to the hard drive and deleted the main and then fix the shortcut. Oh yeah, and there's games that just do that. That honestly is one of those things that that's those things that'll make me take a game and go, never mind, I'm not that interested. When I got a game, it's like, I'm gonna install on C, and you're like, or could you install on hard drive? It's like, no. No, I won't. No, I don't think I will. Exactly, now you're getting it. It's almost like having YouTube chat on Twitch, except, you know, I'm not having those occasional, like, people be just really weird and, you know, asking me to say, like, all sorts of stuff in their name or whatever. It's like, no, I'm not a parrot. You can buy parrots at, you know, the pet store. But also, genuinely, probably think really long and hard before you buy a parrot at the pet store. Those are, like, a lifelong commitment. And they're not typically the friendliest of pets. They can be fine. Like, why would you not make it possible to actually put stuff where you need it? I don't know. I don't think it's like a deliberate thing. It's just a shortcoming. You need to up your awkwardness game. I don't know. I still think the weirdest interaction we ever had, and I honestly gave this person entirely too much time before we finally banned them, was we definitely had...
Hi Rual, say morning. Can't buy parrot, allergic to feathers.
Hey Randall Thor, thank you so much for the 200 biddies. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're allergic, you can't have a parrot. To be fair, I think that's your body protecting you from making a really bad decision. And, like, don't get me wrong, there are people who have birds that make great pets for them and all that. Generally speaking, from the parrot, like the bird owners I've owned, or not owned, that's a very concerning statement. The parrot owners I've known, adding the extra letters that change the entire definition of that last word, that's the kind of thing I would be like, no, Pat, like, that's a boundary, respect it or else. But I've been told there's lots of blood involved with owning a parrot. And you'd be like, blood? What do you mean blood? They will bite the crap out of you. Even the ones who are like, oh no, I love my bird. And they'll be like, oh yeah, there's lots of blood. It's like, they're like, I must get bit like twice a week. You know, I've owned a cat. It's nowhere near as bad as a bird. And then it's like, half of those birds, like the birds that don't live very long is like 30, 40 years. And you got some of those birds that will, you know, you're not getting a pet, you're getting a legacy that your entire family chain has to deal with. And it's just one of those things. And it ends up being, you know, exotic pet trade where they go into the jungle and they go and catch these things, and it's really bad for a whole lot of things. And so it is just one of those things. And most parrots and all that are not really cool with you picking them up and then giving them pets or whatever. Some are, but the vast majority of them, not the biggest fan. They might tolerate it if you give them food. They might be like, fine. But a lot of them, not the biggest fans of being, you know, being given pets and all that kind of stuff. So it is one of those animals you mostly look at and you can have some limited interaction with directly. And then probably get bitten anyways. And they'll sing all day and night, and they're loud, and all these other things. So basically, a lot of people, they're all excited about getting a parrot, and then very quickly realize the absolute worst thing they could have done was bring that bird into their life. Not that there's anything wrong with the bird. It's just one of those things that, as far as pets, it's not something you want to impulse buy. You want to put a lot of time in there and be around one for a while before you're like, you know what? I do want to do this. And even then, probably still reconsider. You limit yourself to watching videos of parrots causing chaos? Perfect. Yeah, I mean, don't impulse buy any pet. That's actually one of the sad things that ends up being a big problem. That why we have so many stray animals and so many animals that end up in the pound is it is not an unusual thing for people to like buy a cat or a dog or whatever. And then, you know, they have it for a while and very quickly are like, oh, I just don't want to deal with this. And they either just, you know, take it somewhere and ditch it or, you know, something like that. It's pretty sucks. It is one of the things where a lot of like the cat and dog adoption things where they move and leave it. Well, a lot of time it is they just drive it away or they just drive away from where they live and then just leave it somewhere. So it can't find its way home. I am very in. I could like if Tomb really I almost got myself messed up by hitting the wrong button and coasting. If Tomb was like, really, I'd like to get a cat, I wouldn't have a problem with a cat. I would enjoy a cat. But also, if Tomb wasn't specifically like, I would really like a cat, it's like, nah. I do very much enjoy having the thing about, do you want to just get on a boat and go somewhere for a week? Yes, please, thank you. And once you have a pet, that's not really an option anymore. Well, that's a Nitro. That's like the whole Looney Tunes thing back in the day where they've got like the frog in the box. And the guy's like just trying to get it, you know, puts it into a concrete wall, seals it in and everything. And then, you know, turns around, it's just the box is open there and it's singing to him again. There are some animals that can follow you really long distances. That they can find their way home. That was one of the things that they had to start doing, that there's a distance they figure for certain animals. I'm trying to remember if it was like raccoons. There's one of them that you're like, yeah, if you're only going like 20 miles and ditching this thing, you know, when it's a wild raccoon, you put in a keep alive and you drive it off. That's enough distance it can find its way home. Busy boarding, pet sitting, etc. This is work you do. Give us money to let us see your cute pet. Yeah. And there's kennels, and like some kennels are really good that they, you know, mostly the animals are out in situations that it's comfort and they're taken care of and all. Then that'd be boarding is another word for it. There's like nuanced differences. And then you got kennels where they throw them in a little box and they leave them there all day, except for when it's time to like take them out and get them, you know, get them like some walk around and pee time and all that. And they can be pretty awful and pretty inhumane. Alright, so I'm expecting it to tell me I need roof tiles and one more set of beams. That's what we're hoping for, because that would tell me that at least this part's done. That is not what I wanted to see. How do you keep needing more? Oh, you're building like full-on stairs. Okay. I'm being trolled. That we're like right at the end, it's like, but more. Alright, let's check. Do I need 12 or just 11 of each? I need the full amount. I mean, technically, I don't need the full amount of planks. I'm just gonna get 12 of each. Oh, come on, game. I keep thinking we're right there. And then you keep breaking my heart. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. The update they got out last night. The flickering is gone, chat. We had a couple people pop it's like, oh, they never fix issues. If it's there forever. I'm like, I don't know. They fixed quite a few of those things with 22. I'm not saying that there's not been issues that have not lasted entirely too long. I don't really have anything to say one way or the other about that. They also made it so it uses less RAM, uses less VRAM. They did more AI improvements, and it wasn't just generic AI has been improved. They said, okay, the AI has been improved in its calculations for large fields. The AI has been improved for calculations in this style of field. The AI has been improved in this, using this tool. The AI has been improved, and you get the idea. They found like a bunch of individual things that the AI had issues with, which isn't super shocking when you think about it, because this has been a major overhaul of the AI from the version 22. So it's not surprised that there were a whole bunch of edge cases like this specific tool or that specific vehicle or, fields of this nature ended up being a problem. I really am kind of wishing I had an autoloader. Like, if someone's like, oh yeah, there's totally an autoloader mod right now on the store, or not on the store, in the in-game mod hub, I'd be like, hold please, save, go grab. As long as it works with my existing vehicle. If it doesn't work with my existing vehicle, then never mind. Universal autoloader thing can work with all vehicles, but the question is, do they have it? I haven't seen it. If it's in the in-game mod hub, I am down to grab it right this very second. Like if someone could peek to verify, because this game does have a pretty decent load time. If only this tiny warehouse didn't come with that. Yeah, that's another story, yeah. Didn't have camera jammers? Yep. Alright. I'm trying to drive slowly since I keep accidentally slinging this one box off the end when I get to this point. So I'm trying to just avoid slinging boxes any more than we had. It is kind of a shame early on when we got this that I really wish when we had that very first truck that showed up, the semi-truck show up for cheap, that we didn't snag it. Why your physics just get so weird? It's always right here that I have problems both putting them down, because they like slip and slide. Like, why is that sliding? Like, what is wrong where all my things... What, like, how are you two moving? Excuse me? And what am I sitting on? This is why we're building the temple, to appease the physics gods. Yeah, and we're just taking too long, and they're getting ornery about it. They're like, you failed us. You're supposed to do this in 8 years, and we have even given you the grace of 10. But no, 11 is too much. Our wrath shall continue until such time that we are appeased. This is gonna be a whole mess. Okay. Alright, so let's take just a moment. It wouldn't be so bad, but we know we're at least very close to the end of this thing. We're building the temple. We don't know exactly how close we are, but we know we're close. And so for it to be like doing all this weird, funky stuff now, it's like, come on.
These are great choices. No, those are both real bad.
Well, that reminds me to touch base with Baron on something. Okay. Alright, so that was all a hot mess and disaster, but that's 8 of them on there, so literally I have just 4 more, and I'm hoping I can just shove those on the back and call it a day. I definitely feel like I'm going to try and go out of my way to get an actual forklift or skid loader with forklift attachment or something when we're doing our Survivor Man run, even if it sets us back. Why are you being this way? You're literally flying. Oh yeah, no, it wouldn't surprise me if everyone is raiding into the potato. That's gonna be a reoccurring thing. That anyone who is aware of and or involved in the potato will probably be going into it. It's a big event. It really is worth raiding into. There we go. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hang on a second. My bad. I didn't realize that once I appeased the demonic ones, that the other ones were just not going to be on board with it anymore. Yeah, no, we're suddenly having some like real wild stuff. Like, don't get me wrong, we've had some buggy stuff with the ones as well. Like, I've had a lot of them where I go to turn over here and they just kind of like physics off and glide like it's an ice. Oh, I'll have to look back in just a moment. Let me deal with this first. This will be great. That's fine. Is there a way to sub without alerting? What are you saying? Is there a way to sub without alerting? You know, you can do anonymous gift subs. No, so subs you can always see who subs when they sub themselves. And I think one of the reasons for that is, you know, just in case you've got someone who you don't want them like creeping on you kind of thing. There's like stuff around that. There's a couple reasons for it. But yeah, so they won't see an alert. Oh, you mostly went without seeing public. Oh yeah, no, for public, you got to do it when they're offline, and then technically, if someone was sitting in their chat and their bot was on, it would still, well, no, it wouldn't play an alert on the screen, but it would potentially say something in chat. Yeah, streamer will still get a notification. I might not notice it right away. You can choose not to share. I believe you can choose to not have it send the API thing that causes the bot to pop. But I haven't done that in a long time. But I think that might be when you resub that it doesn't share automatically kind of thing. But yeah. Now, if you're trying to not show that you're subbed and all that, any special tricks you found in Farm Sim 2000 or Farm Sim 25? Not specifically. I really want this temple to be done already. Yeah, now if you're trying to hide the sub, like the streamer can check in so many ways. There's no hiding it from the streamer. Like that's like I can look to see who is subbed in and literally like pull out a list of everyone who subbed in my channel, what tier, how long they've been subbed. I can do that anytime if I want. I typically only do that if I'm going and saying, okay, like I've got the thing where I made it so people are subbed the channel for over 3 years. If they want, they can be like, I would like you to play this game. You know, it's like there's the conditions around it, like it's got to be in TOS and all that. It can't be something that I'm genuinely opposed to being associated with or whatever. You get the idea. But, like, when I went to do that, I was like, okay, before I announce this, let me make sure I'm not sitting here and there's, like, 30 people all like that, because, you know, very, very genuinely, I would not be able to afford that. But it's just one of those things I'll check that. Also check that on occasion, just to get an idea, like, okay, you know, of the people who are still subbed to channel, like, how many of them have been here for, like, a long time? How many of them have only been here for like a month or two, so you're relatively new, maybe gifted subs, that kind of thing. You know, just kind of doing that. Let's see. Yeah, it was basically a thing of, if I'm lurking and I want to sub, can I get away with lurking and being left alone? Not really. You're gonna get thanked. Yeah, that's actually, for Preox, that's actually the reason I do anonymous follows. So I'll just generically thank people for the follow. That isn't me not wanting to recognize people's names and yada yada. Generally speaking, these days, it's becoming more and more of a thing about people doing what's known as anonymous follows. And the idea is there's a lot of people who want to lurk. They don't want to be called out by name. They don't want, like, any of that kind of stuff going on. You know, obviously, as the streamer, I am going to see the name of whoever's following. But, like, it doesn't need to put up on the screen and all that. But yeah, there's a big thing, because there's a whole bunch of people. There's people who have social anxiety who they don't want their name called out, it bothers them. You've got people, again, like, say for example, it's another content creator, they don't want to draw attention to themselves, not because of like anything unsavory or whatever. They just don't want to be part of the content. They want to be part of the audience, they want to lurk, that kind of thing. You can also have it where it's one of those things that, you know, you're watching or whatever, and you don't want your name called out for other reasons, like maybe you're watching at work, and maybe you're concerned your coworker's watching as well, but someone could get weird about it and all that kind of stuff. And there's a whole bunch of different reasons, and a lot of them are completely and utterly reasonable. So yeah, so a lot of people more and more, especially if you have a focus on like accessibility, neurodivergence, and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, and you'll see you'll see a lot of old clips on the stream that you'll actually see me go like, "Oh, thank you for the follow," name a person or whatever. And it kind of is a little bit of a negative on the clip when a person's name gets called out every time. And I haven't had this, but I have had other channels I've known where they'll have someone who was like a long-time viewer, but then the viewer got really weird, and it started to become parasocial. And then the person's like, alright, this person isn't welcome here anymore. And now they've got that clip they really like. But that clip has, you know, that person's name flash on the screen for whatever reason. And it's not super good. One of Thor's shorts has Papa With You following. Yeah, I already forgot whether it's the planks or beams. I believe it's the planks I still need to bring, or the long planks. Yes, it's the long planks. Yeah, nuts. I've got a couple that it's kind of funny that I don't even remember how old the clip is, kind of thing. That very, very genuinely, it's one of our long-term viewers. It is me literally going, you know, like, thank you for the follow, or it's like their very first month sub or whatever. And I feel bad about it, because it was something like when we set a world... I don't remember if it was like the world record one, or it was like a personal record in Product Zombie, but it was one of the big runs when I died. And like during the talking about and all that, it's just, you know, their name comes up as like, oh, you know, thank you for the follow, or sub, or whatever it is. And it's one of those things like, like, I don't mind that, but it's like one of those things you wish you could kind of go back and be like, okay, I wish you could kind of take that part out of it. One, so I'm not putting this person's name on blast every time this clip comes up. And he's saying, when you're new to a channel, you like to be invisible and familiarize yourself with the channel and chat before interacting. Yep. And it's honestly one of those things that, for a lot of people, I think it is not a bad idea when you join a stream. Not that you can't chat or anything like that. By all means, pop in, say hello, all those kind of stuff. And you do kind of wish you would go, all right, Randall Thor, you have a good one. You do kind of wish you could sit there and go, hey, you know what? Like, we all have different senses of humor and all that. And it's honestly really not a bad idea when you start, like, in a new community that you don't know, before you start cracking jokes and all that. Unless they're, like, super tame jokes. That very genuinely, it's good to kind of sit back, get a feel for the vibe. Because different channels, like, there are some channels that the way you're going to be cracking jokes, totally fine. Absolutely nothing to worry about. And there's going to be other channels that are like, yo, man, we'd really rather you didn't crack that kind of joke here. That, you know, like, the lines of sand. Because there's going to be times that people do have boundaries that are fairly atypical, that they're not the kind of things you would normally think of. And it doesn't mean the boundaries... What is it with physics in this area? Like, that makes no... Like, why are those spinning? Like, falling off, I'm not sure, but it's like, there is friction there. Let's see, he literally made a screenshot of you in one of the channels, Imad, and showed it on stream, and everyone started pinging you in his chat. Man, no, it's good, cause like I've even like what it's like weirdly like these have elastic between them. Like, look at that. Because of them, I can't really do anything. It's gonna cause that to tip off either way. I might be able to. Let's try and get them at least roughly in position as best I can. There. I don't understand what's going on with it, but at least that's resolved. Game dev in one sentence. There's a frog picture in the code, and if you remove it, the entire game is bricked. I mean, you'll have weird stuff. Like, there's definitely code bases I've gone into that there'll be like some function, and you go, okay, cool, so I've got this function. What does it do? Ah, that's fine. And you'll look and go, okay, literally no code in the entire application is calling it. Cool. That means it's orphaned code. It's dead code. And for those who don't know what that means, orphaned code just means it's code that there is no way in your application to read it or to like reach it. So it is inaccessible in like. It could be used as someone called it, but no one has, so that code serves no purpose. And you'll find these like really, really weird ways. You're like, okay, like I've literally done a search for the method name. It's nowhere. And, you know, I go into the code editor and go, all right, show me anything that references this thing at all. Cool. Literally nowhere. So I've done every imaginable check. This is orphaned code. And then you'll go to run and the application will break when you're moving. You're like, but why? And usually it's someone who's done something you're really not supposed to. So they'll do something like in C# we have reflection and all that. So they'll do reflection, and because of how they're doing it, they'll have to use like some escape character so your search didn't find it. Because, you know, just one of those things. It's not technically the way you typed it in, so it'll be, you know, add numbers or whatever, but it'll be like backslash whatever kind of thing. Changing function pointers. Oh yeah, starting to get into like all sorts of like pointers and all that. That's another thing you get into. And you'll sit there and you'll just see that reflection, and the first thing you're gonna do is, as a team lead, I'm gonna walk in the other room, I'm going to take one look at you, and we're going to say, that method there, the one using the reflection, you're taking that crap out of the code base, and you're doing it again right. Like, there is a time and a place for reflection, and it's a very, very limited one. That is, you are writing code that, like, directly interacts with the editor, because you are writing a plugin for, you know, whatever code editor you're using. That is a place where reflection makes sense, because now you are dealing with the kind of meta stuff that you get into when you start working with like compilers and all that kind of crap. But if you're running an endpoint application, and it's not something like an antivirus or some weird, like you're not getting into the meat of how things work, I do not want to see, like, if you are doing a website that is a point of sale system, and I see reflection, your code submission is getting rejected on principle. Unless you can come into there with like the most compelling reason, I am immediately rejecting your code submission and being like, do it again right. Because that's usually someone will be like, oh, well, I'm doing it this novel way because this will perform whatever. And you're just like, you know what? I don't care. My thing I have learned over the years in software development is that person who comes up with quote-unquote clever code is the last person you want on your team. Because they'll make code work in weird ways that are atypical and don't make sense. They often do it for no reason. And you look at it and go, oh, well, this will potentially improve our performance. And then you do the test and it's worse. You like clever code? You like to see it removed from pull requests you find it in? Yup. Because you usually never tell devs to avoid code that they think is clever. Readability is king. Oh yeah, absolutely. I've genuinely seen times where people are like, I've made this thing and it shaves off, you know, it shaves off a couple nanoseconds or a couple microseconds off of that. And I'm like, okay, but what method is this? Like, where's this code you're shaving time off of? And you go, oh, it's this function that, you know, it gets called about twice a day. And you stare at them and you go, make it the crappy way again. That's really readable. Because saving 2 microseconds a day is not worth making this code harder to maintain. Like, now, if you got a method that's being called literally tens of thousands of times an hour and all that, and you can shave some time off of that, let's talk. Any time savings there is gonna pay for itself over time. That said, I've seen... oh, man. I've seen people try and do this thing where they'll try and take strings and make them into integers so they can do all the processes using the integers. And you're like, right, but your conversion, this really expensive conversion to make the string into the integers has pretty much gobbled out any benefit working in integers is going to do for you. What are you buying yourself for Christmas? I don't have any plans. I don't do the whole thing where it's like, ah, it's Christmas, I'm giving myself something special. I don't usually do that kind of thing. Like, if I just, you know, if I can justify a purchase, I'll justify a purchase. Like, genuinely, it's one of those things you start getting a code base established. So probably not early day, but a code base established. And say you've got, like, you know, your repository or whatever. That, you know what I'm gonna do? It's like, hey, here's how we set up our data structure. Well, if we set it up this other way, it'd be better. Hey, if we want to collectively get together and make the decision that that other way is the way we're doing it going forward, fair enough. Make your case, convince. And we've done, like, I've done that at companies where it's like, hey, we're using this design pattern. You know, we're running into these edge cases that are real problems. And all that, you know, we could use this our design pattern, adapting to it shouldn't be too hard, and it should save us a lot. And you're like, you know what? You're right. Let's do it. Let's get the team on board. Let's go. But the vast majority of the time, the person's like, oh, I read about this thing on a blog, and I want to do it. And so now I've got this entire repository that 95% of it works one way, and then there's this one section that is written entirely different and has a bunch of code just to wrap it around to make it work with the rest of the code base the same way. And you're kind of like, pull request comes in, no, rejected. Use the existing pattern. If we're going to make a difference in pattern, we're going to sit down and we're going to actually like hash it out and be like, yeah, that makes sense. And it can be a thing that you make the agreement to change it, and it is that slow. You submit one thing. No, not at the finish line. Come on. I was really tempted there to just like take the straps off of it and just push the box. I'm like, nah, man, I'm gonna bunch them go sideways. This is the safer way. Sad trombone plays? Absolutely. Thoughts on coders using ChatGPT? I mean, if you want some absolute garbage code, you can use ChatGPT. Like, don't get me wrong, there is algorithms and all that kind of stuff that can get you stuff. So, like, predictive code completion is a good thing. Absolutely. And I would say that's actually one of the things from in the .NET side of the world that makes Visual Studio a very powerful tool for .NET. Because the code completion that's been in that forever has just gotten better and better and better into predictive, where it's not just, you know, public void whatever, public integer whatever, public, you know, object whatever. You can do that stuff still, but you can take it like so much farther than it used to go. Yeah, no, Copilot's the same kind of problem as ChatGPT. Yeah, well that's oh man, the amount of flack I got when people started adopting .NET once and went to being able to like run .NET itself in Linux and OS X without having to have mono and all the other stuff in there. Like self-enclosed can just run on those platforms. And you'd have all these people who are like, yo, man, IDE, baby programmer. Like, clearly you just gotta lean on your tools to carry your ineptitude through, like that kind of attitude. And you're like, what do you do? It's like, oh, I use Vim. I use this, like, and it's totally fine. Like, and I use, like, Notepad++. It's like, you know what? It's fine to use those tools if that's what you can work with. But, like, you're dumpstering on this. And usually always when I ran into that situation is and this isn't even like about .NET type thing. Anytime I had someone who was just kind of poo-pooing on other people because of tooling they use, that was almost always the person on the team who everyone else would be getting their work done in a timely manner, and they would be too busy talking about like the theory about what's better and what's not, and not getting a single one of their things done in time and end up being the one getting fired. Because they're too busy whining about, like, okay, we can potentially, you know, do this, it's not a blocking language. Or, you know, that kind of thing. And I flat out told people on that teams that I've had, it's like, you know, it's like a blocking language. Hey, when you get something delivered on time, we can start talking theory. Until then, I've gotten like 8 or 9 bigger assignments than the assignment you currently have done and turned in, and you've been on the same assignment for 3 months. It's like, I'm down to talk theory. I do enjoy a talk about theory, because even if you don't switch to the new tooling, it could sometimes bring up things that you could do in your existing stuff to make it better. But that theory talk needs to wait until you're actually getting your job done. Use Vim for 90% of your work? Anytime you're .NET, you're in Visual Studio. Yeah, it's just such a powerful tool for if you're doing the technologies. And a lot of technologies will have that, you know, first party or whatever toolkit that is, you know, best in class. Or some of them you'll have like that one, and it'll be like the competing one that is the one that's like just solid. Let's see, you took a coding boot camp for the last 6 months. was called a full stack developer. What a joke to think you can learn full stack in 6 months. Well, that's the thing. You're learning the basics from that. And for the record, boot camps aren't bad or anything. But it is one of those things. You're like, yeah, are you a full stack developer? Sure, you have learned back end, front end, all that kind of stuff. Are you proficient in it? No. You're entry level. But you got the basics enough that someone says, put up a web page and put an image on it or whatever is relevant for your tech. You can do it. You can do that basic thing. Is it going to be clean code? No. Is it going to be efficient code? No. Is it going to be bug-free code? Absolutely hell no. But you can complete the task. And then that's one of those things that you do start to learn, you know, you do a little bit of work and you learn a little bit more and you learn a little bit of work and you learn a bit more. It says the point of the boot camp isn't to learn everything about it. It's the intro. Yeah, it's to get you enough that you could get like that entry level job and build up from there. You learn the absolute basics. But like I said, that's not a bad thing. Like that's one of the things. So for me, when it came to software development, while I did learn a lot on my own, I also did get a formal education. That said, the formal education of the software development, like all the other curriculum that helped me so far as I have a little bit of psychology in my degree. Like my actual degree doesn't contain it, but while I was in university, I did take psychology courses under development studies and all that. I have found, honestly, those psychology courses, low-key, of all the courses I took, microeconomics, macroeconomics, psychology, all my like computer science, electrical engineering, network signaling courses and all that, those psychology courses, hands down some of the best courses for actually using outside of there. Not like in a manipulative way, but it kind of really helps you think about where the other person's, thought is at. So when you're doing communication, you're like, okay, if I approach them this way, I'm likely to put this person on the defensive and all that, and that's not going to be productive for either of us. Like, the moment you get them into the defensive position with, like, a code review, you've got to spend the next X number of hours or time trying to get them out of that defensive position so you can now go back to trying to make productive thing. And it is amazing how significant that is. And again, not in like a manipulative way or anything. It's more about being better able to put yourself in the other person's mindset, to better empathize, so that as you're doing communications and working with people and dealing with whatever they've got going on as well, that you can not necessarily find common ground. No! How do you keep needing more? What are you building here? You've been teasing me. I thought it was done as like the 4th round. Like what more do you want? We've got this cool little thing here. You can sit there. There's these nice little benches. To be fair, it's also amazingly powerful. It is to be manipulative. It can be. Like, don't get me wrong. You can certainly do bad things as well. All right, so we're gonna send the truck away. Send for a bigger car. Well, that's the thing. I could buy a bigger vehicle, and honestly, I don't feel like that speeds it up that much. It wouldn't be nothing. But the reason I'm not motivated to buy a different vehicle is just the Oh, it's fine. But it's one of those things that I would buy the bigger vehicle, rent it. I mean, you're not. We are just cheesing. We are ignoring the challenge. Well, that's the thing. They don't have a motor. They don't have a an autoloader mod that I'm aware of yet. If they had an autoloader mod, I would literally say grab it and be right back just to be done with this. Because it's honestly sitting here doing the stupid forklift again and again and again in that little box truck. Okay, you know what? I'm leasing a vehicle. We're doing it. I am over it at this point. All right, so that's good enough. I don't need anything special, so we're gonna grab you. I'm going to lease this. I don't care. Looks like there is a universal... Ooh, alright, hang on. I'm willing to stop and look at that right now. So we're gonna boom, save. We're in an ad break anyways. So let's take 2 seconds. I'm gonna kill my music because that's going to start its own music. Give me my mouse. I want my mouse. Weirdly, this game steals your mouse when you're doing that. Alright, so let's go here. Downloadable content. Do you happen to know the name of it? So I see the lumberjack one. That's the unload bales. It's not gonna be category package. It's not gonna be under any of the equipment. I don't think it's searched by just straight up name, I don't think. Let me check if it's on something else. Yeah, I'm checking real fast if there is... Where are you at? There you are. There's a mod website. I'll just do autoloader. Autoload. Quantum autoloader, something conveyor belt, autoload conveyor belt, not seeing a universal autoloader here either. Universal seeders. Not seeing it on the official or like the one I know got up. Yeah, it might just not be here yet. Cause sadly, oh here we can search. Auto load. 0 content. All right, I mean that's fine. Like I'm not upset or anything. Let's see. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, no, I tried to find it on... I've got, like, a third-party place I know hosts, hosts mods as well as there. I suspect we'll get it soon. Like, I've done a lot of game without Universal Autoloader, but it's just with this warehouse, or this temple thing, it's, like, literally every in-game day loading up, like, 24 pallets that I'm just, like, I am pretty over it. But that said, so you can turn our music back on. So, alright. So what I'm going to do is, as I mentioned, I am going to take the time... I don't remember if we actually bought that truck or not. I don't think we did. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go here. We're going to get the crappy truck here. I'm going to lease it. Do we want to lease it? It's 602 per day. Yeah, we'll lease it. Because I was debating if we just want to straight up buy it and then sell it back when we're done. Then we get the flatbed. I don't need the extensions. You better have the connection I need for this. Alright, well that's going great. Semi-trailers. So this was ones where I could change its style. Alright, I know there's one of those that you can switch the type it is. Just need to figure out which one it is. least I'm pretty sure there was. You want a low loader? Well, these are for vehicles. Alright, so let's before we go too far, let's check the trucks. See, here's one of the trucks with the other pickup. Are they? Let's see, the pallets can't ride on them? Boo. I mean, the pallets probably can, it's whether or not we can put straps on them. They take it as a grain of salt, but apparently the Universal Autoloader modder said he hopes to have the initial release of 25 in a week or two tops. Yeah. Alright, so the question is, do you... That'll probably work. Okay, so slight change of plan. What we're going to go ahead and do here is we're going to cancel the lease on the semi-front. Where do they even have those these days? Oh, it shows there. So I can return you. Because apparently, I'm believing what I can do is I think that connection on the back, that hitch connection, I believe I will be able to grab the other flatbed. Which is fine, because then I can just use this engine. And it's going to really struggle hard with this. But... I think you can put straps on almost anything on the lowriders. That's fine. Yeah, okay. I haven't used the lowriders much. They're mostly the lowriders, from what I recall, you end up using those for transporting vehicles. So I'm going to race this over there real fast. And actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab you. Oh, here. Now you're off that road, because for some reason it doesn't want to do that at the temple. Just go drive over there. Let's see, though, you're curious, dare drops have any issues with using autoloader for it? Oh no, the dare drops, so very genuinely the dare drops are pretty lax. You could probably use mods to cheese them really hard, and they would probably be okay with you. Now, obviously, one of those things that really kind of puts things, just ChatGPT? I don't know what you mean. Like, any of the generative AI stuff I'm not a huge fan of. But yeah, I know you could have people who cheese it. Now, obviously, if you go to some, like, extreme where it really kind of undermines and all that. Let's see, there's a public release Universal Autoloader for Farm Sim 25 on GitHub. It was updated 4 hours ago. Gotcha. I think I'll wait till it actually gets here. Because starting to like run down to random stuff people have got on GitHub is a little spicy. Like, don't get me wrong, it's probably fine. Yeah. But I'll probably keep an eye on it because I'm assuming they'll have it submitted or whatever to some type of mod page if it's in an early beta or whatever. And it could be that some vehicles it crashes or something and they're still working on it. But yeah, it's good to know that it is actively being worked on and it's getting close. I'm trying to send this. Weird. Is made by the same person made the one for Farm Sim 22? Gotcha. Alright. I guess then the question is, do they have where I can snag it real fast? I'm assuming you then have the GitHub link for me? Because if it's made by the same person, that's probably okay. Yeah, like, well, I wouldn't be worried about malware if it's made by the same person as the first one. Plus, you know, it's not like I'm going to dig through all the code on stream or whatever. Because that's actually something I can kind of show you maybe an inkling of how all that works. Ooh. Maybe I don't show the GitHub while I'm up on screen. I probably have that logged into my actual dev account. I mean, that'll be fine for me to grab it. It's just maybe I don't show the UI. Did I miss your local guru being here? Oh, is that who the hot potato went to? Gotcha. Yeah. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, so the hot potato has been passed to your local guru. So those trying to keep up with what's going on over there, Rimworld hot potato is over there. And as I mentioned before, that's the Halcyon Frequency Stream Team charity thing. Oh, I see. You sent it here, so we can go. Yeah, I recognize that username. Alright. You've got all your new features. Known issues. Existing trailers on save game will not get the autoloader added until restart with valid settings. Editing and customizing vehicle workshop has no effect on the real vehicle. Object positioning is slow to update in multiplayer. Trigger detection on objects is poor in multiplayer. Helps to move them. No saving vehicle configurations when saving multiplayer game. Existing trailers on save game will not get autoload added until restart with valid settings. And do you have yourself a release? Do not be surprised if you find bugs pre-release 4 hours ago. And I just need the zip file. And now I just need the mod folder, so bear with me for a moment. I'm going to go ahead and quickly save this, because I am going to have to reload the game here once I do this. So now I just need to remember it was where in my folders for FarmSim. That's the FarmSim directory. Oh, that's the FarmSim 22 directory. That's not the right one. Check the issue page before spending any time in it. Let's see. No longer able to edit loading zone on certain trailers after purchase. That's fine. That's mod settings. Existing vehicles in save game not updating. Yeah, that's fine. And then there's a dock thing and all that. Yeah, it should all be okay. I just need to quickly pop in here, see if I can't remember where the folder is. It was, if I remember correctly, the Steam directory. Yeah, I mean, I'm not reading this fully either. I am blasting through this. Oh, it's in my games folder, that's right. I've got Steam in my games folder, so I do apologize doing some quick little behind the scenes. We need the Steam apps, common, Farming Simulator 25. Was it data mods? Alright, let me... Mods, folder, Farming Simulator 25 was where? Can't find... Ah, it's in the My Games folder. That's right. They did a... It's not a bad idea, but they put it in, they put your stuff in, Enter My Docs for, like, the mods and all that. My Games. Farming Simulator 25. There's a save game info. That's not what I'm looking for. People are saying it's user my docs. There we go. There's the mods folder. All right, and one of the nice things about Farm Sim is it literally just uses zip files. So you don't have to go in and like unzip it and do a bunch of extra work. You just grab the zip file and just drop that sucker right in there. So there's that. So we can go ahead and close that. Go ahead and close this. I'm just going to get all this out of the way. You love that it's version 0.0.1 alpha. We are going to save real fast before we do anything. We're going to quit out. I think we have to reboot the game for the mod to show up. We are going to check. If it does show up, we should be okay. Please give me my mouse. So I do apologize about the in-out. This is going to save me a lot of things. So we've got the universal autoloader is detecting. So we can go career mode, back here, universal autoloader, start. So we have restarted our save. Now, the thing I'm not sure about is whether or not the trailer we have, because they did mention the existing trailer requires a restart with a proper configuration to work. I'm not sure when they're saying proper configuration how that means. That could mean the in-game configuration that we sit there and say, hey, there's the side, that kind of thing. It could mean something a little bit different. That's fine. The good news is I got something right here I can test it with. So we can go over here. I'm still taking this big flatbed thing. Why do you not connect? It's fine. With autoloader... Okay. Let's pop over here. Because it could be one of those things I gotta pop in and reconfigure it. And that would mean potentially the thing of having to do that. Repair. Customize. So we do have that. I don't see a thing here or there. Have to purchase a new vehicle, I think? Yeah. So let's check here. Regardless, we would like to get this working. I'm going too far down here. So flatbed, customize. Gotcha. So it's got the invisible drawn box on here. What I'm not sure, yeah, it's got the autolot icon. What I'm not sure is it's not connecting to anything. I don't want to use the tractor. The tractor is not going to be able to handle this. So I think we were going to forget that. And what I might do... So people mentioned with this one, I should be able to put everything on there. It does show that it should accept things. So I'm going to lease you. I'm going to go up to the truck itself. I'm going to lease you again. I'm suddenly... Okay, we can just use the forklift to drag this out of the building. And that should be fine. Hi. I love you more.
No, it's not true.
No, it is. And you just have to live with that. Yeah, no, I had to zoom out quite a bit. So what I am going to have to figure out is what the autoloader shortcut is. Big trailer, small roads. Yeah, the good news is I should be able to load up as much as I need from this. Like I said, I'm probably going to have to do the thing where I will set this down and I'll just start hucking all of the pallets nearby it, because it's not going to be able to get in the building to actually do anything with it. And so this is going to eat into our revenue each month a little bit because we are leasing this. But as far as I'm concerned, I want the temple done. So get the temple done, we'll get our million, and we'll see if we get anywhere with the Survivor Man map. Because this whole temple actually having like all these extra steps after we thought we were done have set us way far back from where we were wanting. Because I was expecting to be doing the thing where you go cycle, power plant, cycle, power plant, get the million real fast, knock that out, get the dare drop done, and then start ourselves the new run on the new map. This is not how it's worked out. I haven't killed that many signs yet. Curb save, that one I noticed. You hope it's gonna work. Yeah, me too. Alright, so I'm not gonna fight to try and get way up in all of this. Alright, so let's do a quick peek at what we need. I think it was the 12 and 12 again. It is. 12 long beams and all that. So let's pop over here. Actually, yeah, no, it's just a weird thing. I think I could fix it by changing the resolution a lot and all that, but I'd rather just not deal with it. Also the... Oh, you're not. Yeah, and the problem is I won't be able to get the ones way back in here just because of loading bay. I was wondering if I could do it through the wall, but I don't think it will. But even if I just have to grab these four and then just chuck them down the ramp here, that'll be good enough. That'll still save me a lot of time. I don't care. Just shove. Shoving is good enough. I don't understand why that one's still there, but I'm totally fine with it. Because if the autoloader works, that's just perfectly fine in range. The big thing I don't know is what shortcut key is. That's fine. Because part of the thing that's been the frustration is I'm getting like weird... Oh my god, please. I've been getting weird physics with the pallets all of a sudden. Where like, they'll sit on top of the thing, not moving, and it'll just corkscrew in place. And it's just like, okay, I don't know what's going on. Good potatoes about to be top. Yeah, no, it definitely. Like I said, when I saw the Devil Strand, I was like, this is way too much wealth. Like, very, very genuinely low key. If the Devil Strand was still there and there wasn't a big thing, I was actually planning to be one of the first things I do is to just take the Devil Strand field and just plant daisies or something, just have them rip the whole thing up. Yeah, no, there's no tilt on these. That's one of the things that makes them not so great. Alright, so let's see if this autoloader works. So I do not see a control. That's what it used to be. So let's check on the controls thing. Universal autoloader, toggle loading, left shift P. So let's try this real fast. Just in case, as well as ones they mentioned like restarting and all that. So I know we're doing a lot of restarts. I just want to see if we can't get this working. So let's go career, load it right back up. We have the autoloader there. So let's see if I just need to do a reload of the thing. It did show that this had the blue frame over top where it was like, this is detecting the autoloader. If that doesn't work, I could try grabbing the box truck again and getting one, like, see that autoloader, and try just racing up with that real fast. So not the one I already own, but like lease another one. Because it does have controls configured. I did notice... Because normally it shows it. Yeah, I'm hitting... Yeah, hit all the button combinations that could be it. Let's try real fast of grabbing... Can you change the keybind? I probably can. Let's actually do that real fast. So go all the way down here. Let's also check debug, full debug, automatic bail, open rear door, fasten unfasten. Materials. Toggle loading filter, so that's R. Toggle loading side. Yeah, so the thing that's got me is I don't have the UI. That's the thing that makes me curious. Because I don't even see the UI that says like, hey, auto load, unload. So let's quickly do something real fast as a test. Let's grab you, You show us having the auto loader available. Alright, so we can lease that with the autoloader. So we are wasting a lot of money on this, but that's fine. So I should be able to pull up to this. Alright, so it's not working on that either. So at least that answers that question. So what I'm going to quickly do is, because I keep leasing all of these things, and I'm going to regret that if I don't get around it. So I did not think through that. So you're a lease that we have. You're a lease that we have. So you return you. Return you. So that should work if we can figure out what we're missing with this. So let's check configuration stuff, game settings. Do we see anything about autoloader in any of these, just as a thing? No. We do see controls, though. Control Shift F12. Alright, well those don't do anything. Let's try this, chat. So we did just save... Well, actually, I'm gonna save again. Let's go ahead and just reboot the game. It could be that I didn't actually close the game. And then if this doesn't work, we'll just stop being stubborn about this, and I'll just do that. Because even though it does detect... so while the game's rebooting real fast, I need to pee anyways. So I'm gonna quickly use the restroom real fast, grab myself a drink, and I'll be right back. So thank you for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a moment. Now, if only you kids could pick up litter this efficiently, we'd have the cleanest town this side of Gem C. Vote for Mayor Lewis, my jokes are terrible. And now, the winner of this year's egg hunt is... Give me my hat. Do it. Jas and Vincent. Wait, hang on. Hold up. There we go. Just had to top it off. Okay, I guess we're going this way. This is cursed, please. Well, that was lovely. Let's go ahead and do that real fast.
Sometimes it's about being at the right place.
There we go. Well, here comes the train. I don't think enough time to move, so back it up, 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 back it up. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, that's what you want. Like, are very not comfy. All right. We can dive deeper than the vehicle. Yeah, I mean, the idea behind this vehicle is like it's a big glass. I feel like I should be leaving. Nope, it's time to leave. Nope, 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 nope. This is not the way I should have done this. Oh well, it's too late to turn around and rethink our choices. That is death right there. Bully, 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 bully. I don't know if that was a zombie hitting us or if that was us falling down. I am uncertain. I eagerly await our P money. That sentence sounds very weird. I can only imagine some of the jokes that happen in farming. You followed after that? I truly don't understand people. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. 98%. No, those are all good. Alright, whatever. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Well, that's not what you want. I heard it as like... I was like, where is it? That's gonna cost us. It's gonna cost us a lot, because I was at speed. I heard the noise, I was like, what? And I switched the camera out. Oh, yeah, that is a bad hit. Well, I'm glad we have our suit upgrades. That is a real bad hit. All right, so let me bear with that. I heard the music's like overlapping and all the sounds and all that. And with all that, let's see, wait, what? There was something about... You forgot about the roll command? Yeah. All right, Luxray, you take it easy. But yeah, so let's go ahead. We're popping in here. Picking up where we left off. Yeah, so it does show the universal autoload mod, all that stuff. You wonder if the items need to be in the blue rectangle? Oh, I mean, that's not the way it used to work. It used to be it just had to be nearby it. We can see it. Maybe if I just chuck it on there, it'll like teleport into place. That would really be underwhelming if that was how it worked. But my suspicion is the blue rectangle over top of it was saying this is where it puts it. Like show like a maximum height you can load it. That actually would have worked fine. Well, we can try it. I mean, worst case, if it still gives us attitude, I won't fuss. Like, we're just gonna try this. If it still doesn't work with me, we're just gonna chuck it on there. Yeah, so there's not like a thing because I'm not getting any of the UI on the left side unless it's I can't seem to select the cab. Huh. It could just be I chose like the one set of views. Well, that's the thing. G is the button to change the cab, but it's not working because that is a control shared by autoloader. But I think it'll be fine. Like worst case, we do this. If autoloader looks like it's gonna be problematic being loaded, I just sell this thing and we deal with it. For the moment, I'm just gonna start chucking stuff on here and using it like its regular one. Maybe change the functional keybinds. Well, that's so I get what that is, but autoloader has a UI to it. At least it has historically, and that UI is when you're in your truck over here. What would end up happening is up here in the corner, like up there in the corner, it would mention that, and we're not getting any of the autoloader prompts. And so that tells me either, even though we got this as the autoloader back, that for some reason it's just not functioning the way it's supposed to. I'm not gonna fight with it anymore. I'll do this off stream. I am burning a lot of time that's just not making progress, and honestly, for the time I'm fussing with this, I could just finish it. And I'm not unhappy that we went after it and everything. I made the decision that once it got mentioned, like, yeah, let's just see. It may work, and I may like have just chosen this. It could be that this style of palette isn't working right. It is an early version, so you know, even its thing is like expect there to be bugs. But yeah, honestly, with this, I should be able to just chuck a bunch on here. But yeah, so we're not getting the UI or anything for it. Okay, no, I appreciate it. You know, if you figure it out, let me know. Like, it very well could be I just may have chose, like, the one combination of things that are a problem, or maybe it's very specifically this good that has a problem, or this trailer that has a problem. There's, like, plenty of things that could be explanations. But regardless, spending a tree troubleshooting it a lot. Yeah, honestly, just this big semi-trailer alone will make our lives easier. Oh. Because these are still mostly stacked one high. Well, a haphazard mess. They are stacked. Hey, how's it going, Kiri? For those who don't know 2D Kiri, absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone you should definitely check out. Was one who opened up the RimWorld Hot Potato. Fellow member of the House Frequency stream team and all that good stuff. Also, for those who enjoyed our playthrough of I Am Future, has also been playing I Am Future. So definitely good things there. Alright, so that's all of those planks. You bought a new truck? I leased it. We're trying to just really quick rush the temple right now, because there is a map that I've grabbed for doing the Survivor Man challenge. They're just trying to put the, you know, the little bow on the dare drops real quick. That way we can get that. But we keep thinking we're done with the temple, and then we keep being proven wrong. Autoload test didn't work. Yeah, no, we tried to grab the autoloader just to do this the really quick way, because I'm a little tired of doing the forklift. And again, as a reminder, you should check out 2D Kiri, drop a follow, all that stuff. Real fun time. Definitely check it out. Definitely good times. Alright. Let's try and be fast about this. Does start her stream like 3 or 4 hours after mine, depending on like daylight savings and all that stuff. Camera? No. Yeah, no, it's the thing. I feel like if you were doing a normal run where you just had a sawmill and you're doing sawmill things, it'd probably be a lot of fun, because you'd end up, even if you didn't realize it's a project, accidentally doing it. Just because you would go, oh, I could sell my wood for the best price over there. No, oh, we didn't quite drop it the whole way. I need to get a little bit closer. There we go. We're just using the straps to disable physics. Alright. Hopefully fix the flickering issues. Well, so far, I know FG was having the flickering issues like all the time. Like no breaks all the time. I was having it like half the time. I'd like have a stream or two with the problem, then I'd have a stream without the problem, then I'd 2 more streams with the problem. You get the idea. And FG also was running on her computer after the update and wasn't getting it. So I'm not going to promise it's fixed for people, but that's pretty promising that I didn't have the flickering issue after I tested that, and then now that we're playing, and that she didn't either. That's a pretty encouraging sign. All right. So I'm going to try and go to the other side. Oh. Didn't see the gate there. My hope is that this temple is basically done. Because we keep being like, oh, we're done. Oh, don't do that. Alright, that's fine, whatever. It's like, oh, we're basically done. And then we turn around, it's like, nope, another step. Get wrecked. This temple has been taking so long. There we go, and we used the wiggle to shove that over there. Come on. I don't need it to be nice. There we go. Kinda what I was aiming for. Not exactly, but close enough. That's properly loaded, right? Like if you were on the highway and you saw that rolling around, you'd be cool with that. You'd drive right behind that. Easily the best forklift work you ever done. Well, the thing that really did actually ruin it was because I was assuming the autoloader was going to work. I did just genuinely dump them all on the ground. Oh, I don't know which trailer I got. The trailer I got is the Demco. I would see if you can get it to work at all, like on anything, because we did try that, and I did try the truck. So if we can get it to work at all, that could tell us, okay, step 1, it does work. Step 2, if it's not working for me, is it the truck I grabbed? Is it not loaded right? Is it, you know? Like then we can start, you know, checking other stuff. Alright, so we can go over here. Swap those straps. Okay, so in theory, yeah, so I got 12 and 12. This should be interesting and probably terrible. You're gonna have a little bit of a ledge here that I might have problems with. Alright, so let's go and take this absolute disaster. Yeah, so if you're going to build the temple and try and do it in a more timely manner, just get yourself a full-size flatbed. We were doing the challenge for 0 to Hero, which is why we're using that little thing. But now that we are just trying to rush and I'm turning to cheesing and all that kind of stuff, we're not worried about the rules, because we're trying to get to, there's what's known as the Survival Man challenge. Which is just one of those things that you run with like the minimum of anything available, but it requires a map that doesn't have like all the pre-built out buildings and all that kind of stuff. And that wasn't available on release because it's a mod, but we did get one that's called Frontiers, and so I'm ready to do that. I'm excited about that challenge. That's a challenge I really enjoy the most in Farm Sim. So now I kind of want to put a bow on this since we're like 90-something% done with half of the stuff. So we can just get it done, get it knocked out, get our achievement, and then jump over to a new save doing our Survivor Man challenge. This is much less cursed. We don't have to worry about rolling at every possible moment. Now, I still think I can roll this thing on these 2 turns. And I don't want to because this is a lot more weight than the other ones. Yeah, I do see it tipping when I'm going around there. But I am going to just keep this lease until we're done. Just a little bit of the curb, it's fine. As a perfectionist, this hurts you? This is literally perfect. This is, I mean, this is genuinely absolute perfection. You go to warehouse employees and they take a look and they just shed a single tear. Alright, so temple is almost done. We've got this little entryway thing that I wasn't expecting. And it's had like 4 or 5 steps to it now. Is that all for the temple? Yes. Okay, so in theory, that should be all the materials for this step. So let's check over here. So yeah, so we've got enough of everything to make that happy. Alright, so we go here, we fast forward. Because we are genuinely just trying to rush time so that we can start getting our infrastructure set up so far as just being able to cheese the money, because we're just building the windmills and just letting them spit out money every single day. So that's a low income day for that. They're making another floor on it. Thanks. I hate it. Because if they're making another floor, that probably means I have another load of those things to put on there. Alright, let's speed up time to quickly see what the deal is here. Yeah, it's columns. It's gonna have another layer. We just don't know what's needed for yet. Next step, space elevator behind it. 1 million planks. Yep. At least you have a better vehicle for this now. It's 12 and 12 again. Oh yeah, no, if you didn't see, I put the rice seeder right there at the house so I could just teleport to it. Yeah, and that's what I'm thinking is it'll be the we'll probably have like the area around there, a set of supports, and then the ceiling shingles. And if it goes to put a 3rd floor on, I may lose my mind. Alright. But like I said, with this one, now I've got this, I should be able to pretty easily just put this on here. It is a shame that the autoloader didn't seem to work, but like I said, it could very well be that I just got the right material or the right vehicle or the right whatever that doesn't work. Because you remember last week somebody told you it was like 50 stages, you thought it was like 13 or 14, but assumed you were undercounting. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing. We're definitely at the point I would expect we're past 50 stages. Because each one of those buildings took us like 5, 6, 7, 8 stages each. And then this last thing has taken us, I think we're up to like stage 6 or something on it alone. Alright. We'll just go ahead and sneak up here. We're going to order our things again. It's 12 and 12. Can you really finish the temple until you find inner peace? Probably not. What are you getting yourself for Christmas? I answered on the other side. I don't actually approach Christmas as like, you know, an excuse to buy myself something. Very genuinely, if I want something, I will, or if I could justify something, I should say, I will just get it. Like, I don't make it think it's like, it's Christmas, I'm allowed to spend more money. It's like, no, if it's something I want and or need and I can justify it, I'll just buy it. If I can't, then I won't. I know it's not the most exciting answer, but like, I'm not going out and getting myself something special. Like, don't get me wrong, Christmas is a fun holiday and get together with family, and there's gonna be like gifts and all that there and whatnot. But yeah, I'm just not the kind of person who ends up, you know, doing that. Kind of wish I could have these dropped in a different way to make my life easier, so I grab them long-wise. But I don't think it's worth me putting these down, going around, picking them back up. I'm gonna try it should be easy, just drive onto it and then place it. Well, I mean, that would require me to go the whole way around and do it. I could just chuck them on there. I'm not super worried about this. Considering what I was doing with the other trailer, this is way, way less of a hassle. Like, honestly, the worst part of this one is while I'm going down there, if I hit a bump and I drop one of these and then, you know, they're not set up right. Then I go grab the loose one and deal with it. Yeah, and if you're trying to stack it perfectly or whatever, yeah, you can go to the end. Go up the ramp. Like, and I could back the ramp up here so it'd be easier to drive straight on it. I don't think that's important. Okay. Look, Mono Hands. Hey, Soul Adams, how's it going? Thanks so much for the 10 stream streak. I do appreciate it. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream and all that. And thank you so much for watching the last 10 streams without missing a single one. It means a lot that you would come back each and every day. Black Friday is almost over, thank all things that are holy. Yup. It's not even like any bit of a good deal anymore. It's like so many, for those who don't know, it's a very common practice in retail that they'll offer you really good, you know, quote unquote, really good Black Deal Friday offers. But like a lot of times you actually watch the prices, they will gradually bring the prices up leading up to it. And then offer you, it's sometimes still on sale, but just nowhere near as good as the sale would imply. Yeah, it's good enough. So it's kind of one of those things that, like, yeah, you can shop the deals, quote unquote, but you're not actually getting nearly as much as you think you are. So you work for Amazon, the vendors are never ready, and you have to put out fires each and every year. You have to buy it, it can't be leased. That is a very interesting and weirdly arbitrary thing. Gotcha. So that's probably just a bug. Wait, at this point we're already low, but thank you for checking. That'll be good in the future, because I do think I think this time around, I will make it a requirement that I'm not allowed to use the autoloader on the Survivor Man challenge until I have a forklift. And it probably won't use it all the time or whatever. Alright, so we got 2 more of those. We're going to stack those on top of what we got there. Restrap them in and all that. But yeah, if I do have, like, another decent-sized load, like if it's just the 6 beams and the ceiling tiles, that'll still do this way. If we end up having one that's like an actual significant one, I'll end up just buying these things if I can. And then we can just sell them on the other side when it's done. How far along did you guess the temple is? I'm honestly amazed that it's not done. Like, that's genuinely the fact that it is not done has been a surprise to me. You can check in the main building? Wait, you can check in the main building the progress? How do you check to see how far it's done in the main building? 'Cause I know I've been in it a couple of times. There is a circle that gets fuller the closer it is. I mean, I'm down to check it once we get down here. All right. That's all of it. Just try and put this between the trees. Alright, so we're stacked a bit higher than last time, I think. But at least it's not totally cursed. It's all inside. Careful not to roll that way. Yeah, no, that's a danger because we were bouncing a little bit on two wheels. Not in this turn, but the last. Like there's those two tight turns right before we pull onto the Temple's Road. Excuse me. You're so glad to have autoloader and your flickering fixed? Yeah, I honestly think it'd be totally fine had we not had autoloader. It was just not for the, like, doing the temple so much. Like, the sheer amount of pallets we've had to move. That's okay. I wouldn't mind autoloader being just part of the base game. Or as an alternative, instead of autoloader as we have the mod, having it so you can hire workers to load it, even if it does functionally do the exact same thing as autoloader. You like, I don't need you to animate people picking up the crates and putting them on there, or the forklift doing the thing. I'm totally fine with it being one of those things where it just teleports them on one by one by one. Yeah, those are turns I was worried about flipping on. Alright. Or drone delivery? I mean, I don't care how they, like, make it work. Just the idea is that you can load up your vehicle without it being this endless forklift thing. Like, the forklift is fine in small bursts. It is just what it's like literally every 2 or 3 in-game days I'm having to load up 10, 20 plus pallets. That it gets to be a bit much, a bit tedious. You're back. Check if I bought Farm Sim or Forklift Sim. Yep. Pretty much. I've made that comment a lot of times that usually, or buy things as a container. Oh, like have a, like one big container you pick up? Like your big shipping container? Alright, so we got everything we need here. So you're saying in the main building there's a circle that shows you how far along you are. And this is the building that got built first, so I would call this the main building. So I've got the one little ball there, which is one I found. But I don't see anything, because this is the hidden thing. And the reason it's there is because I found it. But I wouldn't really say any of the other ones stand as main building. It hit someone who lied. I'm willing to bet what happened is they probably mistook the finding the hidden things in the game and then filling that area up as progress, not realizing they were looking at the things that are already there. Okay, so we're gonna advance 2 days. There's day 1. There's day 2. And that should have us to where I can fast forward to get the goods. It's also a shame with that building, they've almost made it... It feels like it was deliberately made to be kind of autoloader proof. Alright, so we've got the last little bit running there. And like I said, I am probably expecting to need to put a roof on it. Which, that's fine. I still want to see planks 12 stacks and beams 12 stacks. Alright. Okay. Alright. We're buying the stupid truck. We're buying the stupid truck. Where's our stuff? Lease. Get it out of here. You can have it back. Just a battery. I'm just gonna buy the whole thing. Honestly, I'm just gonna buy it. Let me make sure I can actually afford that before I do that. Combinations. You customize. You mark as having autoloader. Buy. Yes. What's on sale? Oh, I don't care anymore. It's fine. Alright. Customize. Buy. Yes. Cool. Like, this is taking way too long. I feel like I keep being teased as being right there. I'm not seeing that do the autoloader thing. I didn't have the blue box on the trailer. Oh, but it does say I have autoloader. Alright, I have a suspicion. I'm probably wasting money here, but I'm over it not working. Like, I'm ready. So double click, you said middle mouse button. Middle mouse button's not doing anything. So that's not showing anything. That is. So I'm gonna go ahead and just buy the thing. Control shift middle mouse. Okay. It is showing it. So I wasted some money on that. That's fine. Alright, so let's grab this. I'll probably need to sell things. But honestly, where we're at, I'm down to sell the greenhouses and just say, this save is bricked and I'm not going to worry about it. Let's have you... drive for me real fast, because I'm gonna go here, because I don't have enough money. So let's look in here. I'm not gonna sell a bunch of this equipment, I don't think, because most of it's not worth a whole lot to begin with. I feel like we retire you. Get you out of here. I need the money. We'll keep all that. We'll see if that's enough money to get all things I need. And just go with that. You haven't tried to make it load through walls? Yeah, I am curious. I think that area is wide enough I won't be able to do that. But we'll see what I can figure out. It is such a shame that they have made that warehouse the way it is, because like I said, it doesn't really make sense. Why would you ever get... Alright, never mind. AI, stop it. Why would you ever cut through the middle of the city with this big freaking semi-trailer that isn't going to be able to make it around half those turns? Okay. So we'll drive over here. Warehouse is right there. Yeah, the downside is I don't think I can get this trailer up to where the loading area is. But honestly, I can get it close enough that I can just chuck the things down. Not chuck them down the ramp. Just take them down the ramp, sit it next to it, and just teleport them on. I'm on board. I need to zoom out so you can see if I take out any signs. Okay, so I need 12 things of beams, and I need 12 things of planks again. And the hope is that I will be able to stack these up in some meaningful way. Now, I might try and see if we can't get close enough to do a bunch of stuff. So here is the planks. So I'm gonna try something that's probably a bad idea. Actually, let's just make sure it works at all before I fight this over there. But if it works, we'll try and fight it and see if I can't, like, get that thing close enough that I can just cheese it through the wall. You know, to like drop it off the other side or something. I'm not gonna grab a bunch, we're not gonna fight it. Just gonna tuck it down here. Just sit right on down there. That should be plenty close for it. So we can hop on here. I'm still not seeing it here. And it was Shift P. So we have it unfolded. Let's try nudging these. Yeah, it might be just because my save file existed before I added the mod or something like that. Like one of those kind of things. You had unfolding side, right? Yeah, no, I'm guessing it's something where I need to, like, effectively take the save file and, like, reload, kind of whatever. It's fine. I'm not gonna sweat it. Your save's weeks old? I know, like, clearly the mod's in there. You know what? There is one... I'd have to pull the whole thing back up. I'll deal with it after stream. Nah, it's alright. I appreciate you trying to get it working. It's not on you. What I'll probably do is after stream, I'll probably sit there and, like, pull it back up, redo it from scratch, test it on a new save, like, just as a clean situation. I mean, I'm also not super worried about with this save, just because, you know... Of course I do that right here. I'm so tired of this stupid warehouse. It's not tall, it's the weight. Once you start getting up to that kind of weight, your tractor will start tipping forward as opposed to lifting the things up. I know it's clearly activated, because if it wasn't activated, I wouldn't have, because like we can see when I grab the trailer, it says auto load like along the side, so that way you know, oh, auto load is, you know, enabled for this trailer. That's fine. It's still better to deal with than what I was doing. Actually, I sold it. So I need to buy one more. Yeah, I kind of hope they just redesigned this warehouse. Because they got like the sell point right there for where you're trying to load. It makes no sense where the loading bay ramps don't actually go to where you load trucks, so you can't physically get a truck there. They've got spaces that you wouldn't be able to reach without going sideways over the ramp. And so there's just like a lot of stuff that I'm like, have you been into a warehouse? Does the train get to the right place? Yeah, that train go by right there. Alright, so let's go ahead and buy one more of those since I accidentally sold one. So we burned about $1,000 on that. Could you try connecting and disconnecting the trailer just for test? Sure. Let me just we'll leave it there. Okay. So trailer is disconnected. Trailer is connected. It's trying to think if there's anything else I could come up with that might be the reason. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna sweat it. We're hitting a point there can't really possibly be that much more. So it's kind of one of those things, like if I was at the beginning, it would be worth me taking the time to troubleshoot it to figure it out. But even if we were to have like 2-3 more steps, I could easily burn way more time troubleshooting than just knock it out real fast. Like I said, not gonna sweat it. What I'll do is I'll maybe after stream I'll sit down for a while, create a brand new save, you know, to give myself a ton of money, plunk down some stuff to pick up with the autoloader. And go from there. Yeah, so just have 3 more of those to pick up. Then it will be whatever the other one was. I haven't been paying attention. I might have to sell something else to do it. You know, I believe you. There's just something that's scuffed. Like I said, it could be a thing that, you know, I might have to do something like restart the game a bunch of stuff, or, you know, reset our stuff. Like, who knows? Could be some random bug that just the particular materials I'm buying, it's not working, or who, like... that like weirdly this specific spot might be a problem. Because we have had like the physics get all weird on this specific area. Okay, so those are the long planks, so I need the beams. I had just enough. Alright. I mean, the mod does say it's a alpha 0.0.01 or some nonsense. It's like, I get it. I get it. It is not fully baked. It's fine. Force reload the mod? Is that even a thing? Do you mean like take the save, unload the mod, open the save, close the save, you know, add the mod back in? Like I said, what I'll probably do is after stream, I will go through. It could even be that I grab the release version, or the release they had there. Maybe if I grab the something it could. Like I said, I'll just, for as much time as we put into it right now, I'm not gonna troubleshoot it anymore on stream. You can get into the weeds and spend the entire like stream testing stuff that you can load your barn through the wall. Yeah, no, I figured it would, because I think literally all it does is just check, is there an object laying on the ground next to, like, within X area next to you. Doesn't take in consideration of what that object is, other than it has, like, physics enabled or whatever. So that's probably how it ends up being a universal auto-loader. Let's see, I think it's only reset in loading zone? Maybe. But that's fine. Like I said, this isn't so bad using the big trailer. I should have gotten the big trailer a long time ago. Because you can actually do the blue triangle? Yeah, no, UI is just straight up not showing up. Like I said, I'll deal with it off stream. It's probably something like, you know, with them actively clearly updating it like right now and all that, because, you know, it had the 4 hours ago and whatnot. There is a good chance I just happened to grab it at the wrong time. It could be a whole bunch of things. Yeah, so what I'll do is I'll uninstall it, reinstall it, deal with all that off stream. All right. It's just interesting that it labels it as a auto-modder trailer and then the UI is just non-functional, so it very clearly like the mod's half working and half not working, but that's fine. I deal with it. There's also reasons why when people are, you know, we hear like people constantly pull the trailer. I mean, It's not that big a deal. But, when people are like, oh, you should grab this mod, that mod, this is the kind of stuff that happens. And granted, this is an alpha mod or whatever, but this is the kind of stuff I run into, and as a content creator, I can't really afford to sit here and troubleshoot mods on stream when something does break. But every additional mod you add in is another thing that can go wrong. So most of the time when I'm streaming, I will run very light on the mods just because of how many times I've had it bite me in the butt when I mess with mods. Like, and sometimes it'll be like the game runs for a long time and then you find the issue with the mod. But it's like this big sweeping mod that changes stuff so you can't remove it from an existing save without bricking the save. And so, you know, you're 5, 6, 7, 8 streams into a save, realize you can't even do the thing you wanted to do because the mod had some, like, bug or issue or whatever. Or undocumented change or whatever. And I've dealt with that way too many times. But like stuff like autoloader, no problem. Like I'm down to do it. I just need to do this off stream when it didn't work right away. To be fair, I even realized when like that was the first hesitation. I was like, oh, it's not available. I'll just wait. But it's like, oh, it's the actual GitHub, sure. Yeah, no, I assume they'll get like a release version, like a proper release version, and then it'll get added. So like with the new save when I make it, I'm not going to include it. I'll just wait till it gets added to the mod hub, because then there's a certain level of confidence that you know it's gonna work. And like I said, I do expect after this to be one more load, but well, the load I think will be the last one, is it'll be 6 things of beams and 6 things of shingles, like the tiles for the roof. When I've got the tiles, I'll be pretty confident that that'll be the end. That's the reason I keep getting upset when it's like 12 things of long planks, 12 things of beams, because I'm like, alright, well I know there's another step after this. And this is eating up her progress because I wanted to get the 1,000,000 done. Like this whole, like I actually was expecting, before I knew we had that entrance thing there, I was actually expecting to have us into doing the new map already. Okay, so we're all good. The same deal. One day. Yeah, no, like, I agree. So, they had a major project, in Farm Sim 22 called Silver Run. They had the roller coaster, and that was like 11, 12 steps to it. And it was one of those ones that started nice and easy to do a step, and it kind of got worse and worse and worse until you got the last one. I felt that had a pretty good pacing, where like right around the time you're like, alright, this is getting a little much, is right when it ended. Versus this one, I'm a bit past it's a little much, and being like, yo, no, I'm actually ready to be done with this thing. Like this, like I said, I don't think it would be bad if you were making the cement and the wood anyways and just selling it yourself, but the problem is selling it to the market doesn't bring it here, so you do have to manually bring it here. So I actually wonder like how many pallets this ends up being when it's all said and done. I am 6 wood beams short. I miscounted apparently. Well, actually, was there one like left in the truck? No. That's fine. I'll just drive this over there real fast and be done with it. Yeah, I kind of wish just selling the product to the market here would attribute it to the temple. I know that would mean you could build a temple and not even realize you're doing it, all that. It's just kind of the whole going back and forth again and again, like how many pallets? This is actually pretty tedious. It's like a super cool mechanic, but I mean, they gotta, I mean, they don't have to. Send donation money to the city. Yeah, or you know what also I could go for? If I could go to the sawmill and tell it to distribute, and it would distribute to the project. I could go for that as well. As long as there's some way to figure out that that's actually a mechanic in the game. But basically have a way that you could just have your sawmill or whatever just feed into it. It wouldn't particularly surprise me if we see a patch note at some point that nerfs the amount you need to do. Either removes steps, or like instead of it being 12 pallets per round, it's, or 12 of each, it's 6 of each. I could see a couple different ways I could adjust it to make it feel way less of a hassle. But yeah, no, this is a bit much. Considering this is our 18th stream of this, I think that. I wonder what happened to some length. Yeah, I think somewhere there's like a rounding error because there is the beams. I was a couple short, and the tiles is a couple. Or no, the tiles are fine. The beams is a couple short. The cement is a couple short. So it feels like something happened where it got out of sync, and so some just didn't get counted or whatever. Low-key, I know the idea is you'd be making money the whole way while you're building this. Low-key, I'm hoping we finish this thing, it's like, here's $500,000. And be like, thanks. Give. Alright. Because I think that would be worth it. Like, don't get me wrong, this could be very like, if you're making the lumber yourself and the concrete yourself, this would be very lucrative. And I keep acknowledging that with myself. If I'm not buying all these supplies, this would be serious money. Like, really, really good money. I just don't see you doing this all yourself. Anyways. Come on. Don't say 1,200 or 12,000 of each. Okay, roof tiles. That is what we wanted to see. That would imply we're probably on the last phase. So go here. Not you. I know, I'm blocking your way. Give me a second. Try again, please. Oh, right! It literally is designed for this, isn't it? That's literally what this thing does. Oh, I have to actually... That's close enough to being... It's pretty awful, but that's fine. That is very genuinely its job, is to load up equipment. I'll see how this goes. It didn't really set flat, but Close enough. That's weird that you're not. I don't feel like that's actually on there. Honestly, if he gets halfway there. Well, that's the thing. It's not looking strapped in. But hey, whatever. Yeah, no, it's staying. Man, that's the idea, is we're like, when we've done our runs and all that, eventually you do get the point that this is how you deal with, like, oh, I've got these fields over there, that you would just keep a truck like this, and you'd have the truck like this, and it would have, you know, a tractor and all that. You might have a separate tractor, or just separate one of these that's got, like, a bunch of your headers on it and all that. And so you just drive it over. It's like, okay, we're going to those fields on the far side. Drop it off, you know, back your tractor off, do all your work, pull it back on, bring it back. Especially stuff like the skid loaders and all that, where you're like, oh, I'm gonna go over there and I'm gonna break some rocks. You don't want to drive the skid loader 7 miles per hour across the entirety of the map. So you're checking all that. Wait, you had 500,000? What did you miss? Oh, we've been buying stuff to make money really quickly, and so we bought the things. We also have this truck here that we're doing. We're finishing up the temple. So we are trying to push to finish this out. And the reason we're doing that is there is a map that is good for the Survivor Man challenge. So I am trying to get the Survivor Man challenge, like get us ready for that Survivor Man challenge. I was hoping to get a good start on it this stream, but this has all taken entirely longer than I had anticipated. Because just this temple has had like 10 more phases than I thought it would. Because I thought it was already sitting around like 50 plus phases. And then the stupid entryway has been like... It's very clear that their approach to this has been similar to Silver Run, except instead of having individual tasks that way, that this last building is supposed to be the last finale, last hoorah, or whatever you want to go with. And all that. So what I'm going to try doing is the reverse way I've been doing this recently. We're going to go ahead and grab the ceiling tiles first. And I want to quickly double check this. Wood beams. I was pretty sure it was wood beams, just wanted to make sure. Yeah, no, so they reduce the amount you get paid and a lot of the times the amount it requires. But yeah, no, it was nerfed. They're like half as much as they were, somewhere in that ballpark. But considering how powerful they were before, it's fine. You can still get them for like 10k and all that. But it was those things that, like, I even complained about on the stream a couple of times. I'm like, I feel bad skipping them because they're so incredibly lucrative. But I was genuinely already getting to the point of, like, I'm really kind of over these. But it was just one of those things for, like, the challenge, that kind of thing. It was like, but I feel like I need to. And when something is that out of balance kind of thing, that's bad. Because it does pressure your players to just do the same thing over and over and over again. And that can be real problematic. Like you don't want to have it where you look at one task and you look at the other task and you feel like I really shouldn't skip this task. It's just too lucrative. And at the same time, you also don't want people to go, oh, I absolutely shouldn't do this task. It just doesn't pay enough. You want them to at least be similar enough that you're like, okay, you know, maybe it's not technically the best money, but you know, it's good enough. And I argue that's kind of where the game is right now, that there's a couple of tasks that are like, yeah, it's pretty good. The harvesting ones, they can be really good. So for like me, I've been doing the weeding, the hoeing, the harvest, the wood transport. Those have all been ones I'm like, yeah, it's fine. Occasionally been doing the fertilizer. Those I feel like the pay is fine. But like, the stone pickup, honestly, are probably not bad, all things considered. But it's just, the stone picker is still so small that I'd rather not. Towers run as that? Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't want to do that anyways, just because those are kind of runs that seem good at first, but just over time, you just end up hating that one type of contract because you do it so much. Oh my god, please. I've got like wedge here just right that's rubbing up against the wall and popping off. I'll take the one I've got, deal with that. I could probably go from the other side and get the others. It's fine. It's not like I'm hurting for space and trying to get that. There, we could just drop you right here. And I could just come from over at this angle over here. It should be a straight-on shot. $6,000 liters of broken roof tiles coming right up. Hey, you gotta include the quality in your contract. If you're not gonna take him in any quality, you gotta be like, yo, like Rimworld knows how to do it. They go, hey man, I will take 50 normal quality t-shirts. The update is ruined steering? How so? I know they changed the color. They kind of like flipped the green and red, and it seems like it'd be harder to see if you have color blindness or whatever. Let this be the end? I know, right? But we used some steering assist earlier and it worked perfectly fine. You gotta advertise it too? Hot shingles in your area? You know what the worst thing is? You know what the worst thing about that is, Ionek? I am 100% willing to bet, with all of the roofing companies that we have here in Central Florida with the hurricanes, That has got to be on some roofer's truck, like painted on the side. That has got to be someone's marketing campaign. And the worst thing is, I would genuinely get a chuckle out of it and remember that company. Which means it would be effective. I'm literally thinking, how can I make that an emote that would work? Because that is wonderful and excellent and terrible. Just have like the thing I'd have to figure out how to communicate is that they're roofing shingles. So just have like the roofing shingles and then just do like the little ooh woo face with the little blushies on the corners, a little squiggle in them. There's a roofing company where you live called Dated Shingles. Does you feel like it takes forever to turn? When they finally do turn, you can't. But back in time? Weird. Are you playing on PC or console? Because I haven't been having any problems myself. You made that joke once with hot and spicy Pringles? Excellent. May this be the end. So we drop these off. I'll need to advance one in-game day. Back it up. Okay. We've got our materials in there. So let's go ahead and hop back home. Advance time. Console, unfortunately. Gotcha. Yeah, and I'm on PC, so that might be the difference, is maybe the console version has some not quite right with it. Alright, so we got one more in-game day. May this be the end for the 20th time. At least we have the satisfaction of being it's clearly a roof going on this thing. Now, it better not be like a split level roof or some other nonsense. You're on PC and having that issue. Interesting. Yeah, like, I have not experienced it, and this isn't saying it's not a thing, I just haven't experienced. Okay. So with that, that is looking like a finished temple to me, so let's go ahead and pick up the speed. Please. I'm gonna hit snooze on the ad. And we just need to get a clip for this, for the dare drop. And then the dare drop will be called a structural wonder. You gonna clip it and chip it? Nice. I'm assuming this is the end, because if it's not, I'm gonna be pretty upset. I'm gonna be pretty upset. Alright. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There's more. Please stop. What do you want from me? What is there left to build? All right. You can't overfill projects, so if there's extra stuff, there is another level. Well, I was able to drop stuff off earlier, and I didn't get paid for it, but it still accepted it. We had that... Alright, I get it. Sometimes you just have a difficult day. I understand. Today was just a little hard on you. I understand. It's all right. I'm upsetty spaghetti too about the extra one. You thought you could take a break, and you're just not allowed to. See, that's the thing. We have the cumulative total of all the materials we used to build the temple. Like, that's a thing. Oh, and I want to get a clip of that cursed moment, by the way. Gotta build a level 10 parking garage. Yeah, it's just the parking in out there. You just keep putting more and more floors onto it. It just spirals up till it's like a 10-story building. Please no. Clipping it now. Because, I mean, that was definitely one of those ones like, that's certainly an event. Yeah, so, even as someone who's a big fan of the series and all that, genuine feedback, holy crap, that thing takes too long. Like, it's a cool thing, but no, seriously, cut back on the materials required for that crap for, like, half, and even that is pretty substantial. Or give us a way to more efficiently put stuff there. Pick up some tiles and beams in preparation. I mean, right now, I'm just trying to get stuff here. So, boom. Because I still got to load it up, and these already require me to stack them. Because the driving back and forth isn't hurting us that much. Like, literally the big time sink is this part. This is the part that's the time sink. It's just me taking the time to get all this going. My fear is because we've got that one where it's like, hey, you know, bring me 12 of these and 12 of those. I'm just worried that's telling me I'm going to have like 4 more phases of those. But with what we saw, it was like, from what I recall from the numbers, from, let me pull up the thing. Farming Sim channel on the Discord. I mean, 474,000 wooden beams, which would imply 474 pallets of wooden beams. That is not reasonable. So if we do the math in this, 474 plus 414, that's 800, yeah, 888. Pallets just between those, good. Then we've got, let's see, it's 888. So that'd be 986. No, 984 pallets between those. Then we have the 12, so 984 plus the 12. That's 996. And then we have, let's see, 996. 1,050 pallets worth of materials from start to finish for the temple. Nope, there's no way to see how far they're along. How much needed on their maps? I have no idea. I have not at all looked at what's required for the R1. So like this whole thing requires just over 1,000 pallets. And each time I do one of these steps, it's 24. You just found a channel this week? Yep. You believe this is the last step? So, like, when you say the last step, do you mean this individual load or the thing I'm going to be making with this load? That's fine that fell off. I don't care. Like, this series of things. I provided an ore! This load. May it please. Because I'm also not really sure what else there could be left to build. The only thing I could think left to build is on the stone walls. Like, on the stone walls, if there is, like, an additional thing. If it was just the pallets, that'd be about 44 loads. That actually doesn't sound nearly as bad. And that could very well be accurate, because it is one of those things that, you know, it's every, like, 3 or so days I'm loading these up. You have to bring the daily food needs to the monks living in the temple. But, you know, the monks won't accept any, like, regular stuff. It's got to be, like, processed goods. So they want, like, cake and grape juice. Very specifically grape juice. Okay, that's... Alright, so that doesn't sound as bad. Because, like, for the other vehicle, we are doing them in pairs. Because I'd have to do one for one set, one for the other. That sounds way scarier when I was looking at it being like, oh, you know, oh geez, it's 1,000 pallets. Really hoping this is the end. Yeah, and for the record, it was like 1,050. I could easily be off by like 50 or so. I was trying to do very quick in my head napkin math, but it also required me to like convert a bunch of stuff anyways, from like thousands positions and all that. The thing that I'm curious is I don't think we ever did use those planks. That's what's got me worried, is the regular old boring planks, the not long planks. I still don't think we used, like, I think those are just sitting in there. Which makes me fear there's more steps. Now granted, it could be that literally that is the next step, is to just have those there, and that's fine, because then I just hit fast forward 2-3 days, and then boom, it's done. And then that also achieves our other goal of just getting the money. It's the fact of doing all this, and for every day I'm doing this, there's like multiple days where the fast forwarding not happening. Oh no, we said screw the fields for a while. Yeah, no, we made the deliberate decision that like the fields, each step of the process takes me like 45 minutes to an hour to do all 4 fields. And that's only for like 20,000 or something like that. Or whatever it ends up being. So it was a deliberate decision to say, hey, you know what? We're just not going to worry about that. I'm trying to not get myself in trouble where I go to put down the next one. And then I can't because it's all blocked off. Here. That's a load of wood you got? It's so much. We've been doing this for so long. Been 10,000 years. What are you getting stuck on? Like, what's happening with you right now? I am willing to live with this problem. Shove those into the wall. So I can get this even remotely to work. It's good enough for me at this point.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
And I'll deal with the hydrate here in a moment as soon as I line this up, because I'm hoping I can just shove it right like that. All right. Hey, Big, how's it going? Get the stretch there in a second, too. Just really want to get this thing on its way again. Alright, let's see if we can't turn this around real fast. No, don't. They should be okay. You suck. They should be okay. They're strapped down. They should not be able to be taken by the sell point. Gonna squeeze around it anyways because I'm scared. Hold please. I may have beached the trailer. Yeah, no, it's one of those things like, I think I can get away with this. I was wrong. Alright. That's fine. We can make this work. So let me reposition. We're going to have to worry about this train. I'm going to get behind this. We're going to lift it up, and we're just going to try and drive forward. Oh, getting hit by a train is a very real possibility because we'll be all up on these tracks while this is happening. Oh, please, 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 please. Okay, we're good. All right. It's fine. You're pretty sure this is how a country song starts? Probably. Okay. Just a normal day in SnowRunner? No, in SnowRunner we've been sitting there the whole time, and we're just digging a trench in the mud. Okay. So one of the interesting things that I think will actually make Riverbend less of a hassle with this as well is so Riverbend has the museum, but where this one has like one giant project, I believe Riverbend has the museum and it has a bunch of smaller ones from what I've been told. So I think what happened is it might have like the same overall length of all this if you did everything, but if you're doing just the museum, I think it'll probably be less work. It'll probably still be a massive thing. Yeah, I know the temple is just way too much. Eight-wheeler, 18-wheeler? What? Read him in my rearview mirror? Oh. You're like going over a song or something. Yeah, no, I don't know it. I expected to be done with this like 3 hours ago. And I mean like even the money side of this, I expect to be done like 3 hours ago because it would have been fast forwarding time and just blasting through the money. Okay. So back it up. Yeah, because we never did use those planks yet, so that makes me think there's going to be more steps. We do have enough materials. But that said, we're just going to keep moving. It's going to take us a couple in-game days. I probably should have got another windmill by making sure I have enough money. Yeah, then we're just rushing 1,000,000. We're selling a bunch of stuff. We're just plunking down windmills and we're rushing the money. All right, time is fast forwarding into the future. Okay, please. Alright, any second now. Come on, give me... Okay, that one has the planks. It does have another step, but that one has the planks. So, that actually is very promising, because I was saying in the total list, I didn't see the planks come up yet. So, it was just 6 and 6, right? It was 6 and 6? Yeah, it's just 6 and 6. Nice and easy. Hey MC, how's it going? So 6 and 6, we can load that super easy, super breezy, get all going. But that takes the 12,000 planks. I'm like, you know, it says it needs these, and we already had them loaded. For the record, I already have the 12,000 planks in there. Oh, and also, for the person who said you cannot put more in there were 13,000 planks in there, and there's only 12,000 planks ever needed. So that is incorrect information. Not specifically trying to call you out or anything, which is part of the reason I waited until a little bit later so that, you know, people wouldn't remember who said it, hopefully. But, it was those things that I can verify you can put more in there than is strictly required. Now, as far as, like, that disappearing when it's done, I agree that probably is a thing. If that's what you're trying to say. Yeah. After we finish the temple, we are sacrificing tractor. Yes. We're sacrificing everything in there. We are feeding everything to the farm gods. I'm just happy it's not a step where it's like, hey, go ahead and load up 24 pallets real fast. Thanks. A nice casual 12? Yeah, we could do that. That can be arranged. I mean, honestly, with selling everything, probably don't even need to build more of the windmills, just fast forward time. Yeah, that's what I was saying. The thing is, like, do we get the other windmill, or do we just fast forward? Because we are making, you know, some of the days are making 30, 40, 50,000 off the ones we have. But if I build one, that guarantees I need to go at least 5 more in-game days just to offset that one. So we might be at that point by the time we sell a bunch of this crap. I literally can just, you know, fast forward time real quick and be done. Okay, so let's go get our tractor. Alright, so I need 6 and 6. So here's you. So assuming it all goes smoothly, that should be just three rounds of the forklift. Now I'm hoping there's not more steps after this. There probably will be, because that's just going to be my luck. But I'm hoping there won't be. And we're going to take the orc strategy that if we just all believe enough that the temple will be done. That by through enough belief, it becomes reality. Next step is, on the contrary there, we do have goats implemented. I don't own any, but goats are a thing in the game. you just stop fighting? Yeah, so I absolutely feel like for the survival mats, like, are you going to use autoloader? Yes. As soon as I can make sure it's working and all that, yes, I will. Yes, I will. I am very over these pallets. Like I said earlier, I'll make it so I am required to own something capable of picking up pallets to do it. I'll just make that a rule for the fact that, you know, people think, but you didn't have to spend the 55 or whatever. I will. Yeah, no, I'm honestly thinking if I just uninstall the mod and reinstall the mod, like, do it properly, don't have the game open, do all that. I'm feeling pretty good that that'll fix it up. I just don't want to do all of that on stream, just in case, one, if it doesn't work, and two, because that will still take me 10-15 minutes to go through the whole remove it, re-download it, all that. Yeah, because that's all I needed for this step. Get out of the way, tractor. We've got a date with Destiny. And by that I mean a temple. And there's nothing named Destiny or Destiny-like about it. Hit tractor. Call the tractor, he's crying. Look, man, I know it's not the tractor's fault, but like, we're not in a sound state of mind right now, and that isn't an excuse, and I'm not gonna go farther with this joke, because it's really not a good one. Pats for tractor. Tractor definitely deserved better. Poor tractor's been putting in all the effort here. I've just been going back and forth. Hey, but what do you expect from a farmer who, the moment we got the money, we bought the property that our grandfather was living on and evicted everyone from the area the game let me, which wasn't our grandfather. We couldn't evict him, and we couldn't evict whoever the other guy who I never did talk to was. But all the other people, we deleted their farmhouses and said, get. Those iOS 18 flashlight features are super cool. I mean, what? I mean, phones have had flashlights for a long time. I'm trying to think of what you could do with a flashlight different. Because you certainly wouldn't want, like, to turn it on strobe. Like, it's be like a high and a low light. It has a beam light and a floodlight. Ah, well, I guess literally that's kind of what I just described. Fair enough. So it's probably got like 2 or 3 different LEDs for like wide area effect, just being bright as all get out, that kind of thing. Okay, Temple. Do we have everything we need? We have wood beams, we have the long planks, and we have the regular planks. Alright. Yeah, I was gonna say, it's like random but interesting. And I get it, you know, you're sitting there messing with your phone, and you're like, oh hey, that's neat. I want to share it with someone. Fair enough. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like nothing negative. It's like, nah, fair enough. That's actually genuinely kind of interesting and cool. I don't know how much mileage I'd get out of like the actual thing, but you know, at the same time. Okay, so you're gonna need another day to cook. Yeah, because one thing to keep in mind is every one of those wind turbines I take does take 10 months in-game, roughly, to pay itself off. So if I start building more, every time I do that, it's a 10-month delay kind of thing. Alright, please. Please be over. Let me free! Alright, come on. Watch those numbers go down for one last time, please. Don't make me build some, like, additional roof thing or anything. It's done. It's gone. For free. I was expecting an achievement or something, but you know what? I'll take it. It's done. There's no point here. So we just need a clip of that, and the name of the clip is a structural wonder. So let's go and see what the heck we built. So we did have that whole building up there with its stairs and all that. It's got, oh, maybe that's what we added, is all these little benches and decorations. Fair enough. So we got our little planters, we got our little benches here. I think, did they? Oh, I think we stylized the wall more as part of it. Yeah. Yeah, so it's like, I think that last step with the planks was just adding all, like, the little decorations and all that. So yeah. Kind of sucks that the sell point goes away. Yeah, no, I think the idea behind this would be just that you would ultimately do that. Ooh. Okay. Lovely, nice, nice. I mean, don't get me wrong. Considering this is just like a bunch of foundation at the beginning with little grass patches in it, it is pretty cool what we have here on the end. Oh, hi. Aw, come on. The least you could do is make that work. After all that, you could just let me whack the bell. 2 out of 10 game. Couldn't whack the bell. Yeah, I mean, it's a temple. Yeah, unplayable. Uninstall. Okay. So, what's happening now is we are just going to go here and say give. Because we are just pushing the million as hard as we can. Yes, I just sold the rice stuff. No, most this is probably honestly not actually worth selling. But we're just trying to get that million real fast so we can be done with the dare drops entirely. Alright. So it has all been sacrificed to the farm gods. But we're still not done. Because now I'm going to go to construction. I'm going to look at these. I'm going to switch to demolition mode. Because those long since ran out of materials. That doesn't imply it's going to give me any money back. Okay, so that's 400,000. We do have 5 of those going. And are basically sold out of everything worth selling. So, the catch is, if I build more windmills, for every one okay, I think we actually do build them. So for every one we build, it takes 10 months for it to pay itself off. What I'm going to do is, I'm going to go on the hope and the assumption that we slap down these generators, they'll be able to do this real quick. Land sale. I probably could. The land's not that much. Alright. The temple is done. The temple is done. The temple is done. We are officially free. Build the temple. Get it out of here. It's done. It was honestly not much fanfare. Hi. I built a cool temple.
What's it look like?
I can show you here in a minute.
See.
Yeah, because we're sleeping.
Burning sun. Hi, Groot's twig. Hi, the very last Lardine.
Yep, so when we started, this is just a foundation.
Oh. Wow.
And it took entirely too long.
That's pretty.
Yep, so I got all that. We go up here.
Hi, Jaywalker.
We've got all these things.
It's beautiful. You built all of it?
I mean, we fed it wood, and it slowly built it.
Oh, still.
It was a lot of effort, and it took entirely too long.
That's so impressive.
I just wanted to show it off because it was a pain in the butt.
I like it. It's very cute. Ooh, who's that guy?
I don't know.
What's this game?
This is Farming Simulator.
This is Farming Simulator?
Yeah.
You built a temple?
It's a thing they've added to the maps to have like this giant, like contract that you can, or not contract, but like a giant thing you can do in the community to like better your community.
That's cool. But that's less land to farm now.
I couldn't use that land anyways because it wasn't mine.
Oh, okay. Well, then sure. Build away.
Versus now I'm trying to make the $1 million as fast as possible. Which is I built a giant wind turbine farm and I'm now fast forwarding time.
I get it. That's
Yep.
cool.
I'm guessing you're going to bed?
No, never. You
Oh,
can't
that's
make
that. I'm not trying to make you. You make your own decisions. You're allegedly an adult. Okay, with some of these we're getting like 50,000 a day, and for $1 million that's like what, 20 days? So we should be able to go pretty fast. Which means we will be able to get probably the initial setup of the Survivor Man challenge, whatever we want to call it. Yeah, and the problem is it does fluctuate, so we'll have some days it'll be like 8,000. We might end up with some that are like 40, so I believe there's an RNG in how much it pays. Yeah, like that was a $46,000 day. It almost seems like the winter more consistently gives me better money from the wind, which means I would assume the solar during the summer it would be better. So I know we're watching a loading screen. All right, we're at 300,000 roughly. But I think we're making enough. It's not worth it for me to build more because I'm making about enough for a new wind turbine every 3 or 4 days or 5 days. And so I could, yeah, I sold everything. The only thing I didn't sell is like one piece of land, which actually isn't going to give me much money. But yeah, so we're at that point. I could build that turbine, but that turbine then takes 10 months to pay for itself. So it'd be right around that point where it's 50-50. Oh, 55, yeah. Can you sell the windmills once you're at like 80k? We can check to see what the value is. That would be a doable thing. Honestly, though, I feel like going to the UI to sell them might be slower than me just advancing the day. Because, yeah, there's this load time here, as it fast-forward times at absurd speeds. We're coming up on 500,000. So yeah, if you're ever wondering how to cheese Farm Sim's money, that's what it looks like. Now granted, you'd want to keep escalating it, so where I'm just going forward and forward and forward. When you hit 750,000, you put down the big one, and then you do it again. Let's see, well how much do windmills... windmills cost, it's 155,000 for the ones we built. So don't get me wrong, if I take the time to delete them, I don't know what % of the price I get back. Like, I can certainly check. But the thing to watch out for is if I accidentally stopped too early. Is this day per month? Yes. Generally speaking, I find I always play day per month until the farm gets to such a size that becomes difficult to deal with. All right, so it's 620,000. $670,000. But yeah, so like I said, you can escalate this very fast. It's an exponential growth thing. So if I was sitting here putting down the windmills this whole time, like, I wouldn't be as close as done, but instead maybe making 50,000, I'd start making 100,000 or whatever. It's just the catch is getting, like, there is an algebra if you have a set amount of money where it's not worth continuing to buy unless you're just planning to continue on from there. I won't be doing this in the Survivor Man Challenge. I have a strict rule against this particular thing in the Survivor Man Challenge, just because it is basically like free infinite money kind of thing. But if you get the really big wind turbine, which I believe is 750,000, it pays out over 100,000 a day as its like max, I believe, or something like that. So you can get the idea. You set it down and just, or it might be like 64,000. Either way, you get to that point where it's just every day you're just getting basically your annual income from a normal field per day with zero effort, like, there's a maintenance cost, but the profit just deletes it. Yeah, it is the... So there's like that mod that adds like the government subsidy that just gives you money every month. It's that, but it's just built in the game. You just need to get that initial investment to put down the first one, and then you can just fast forward. It's like I said, the reason I don't do this on stream normally is because this is the meta strategy. You are watching the meta strategy actively on making the maximum amount of money, you know, without editing files. What you're saying is I should build a wind turbine and sleep for the next couple years of your life, and you'll be rich. Sounds like a good deal. Hey man, count me in. So we're at 898,000. Yeah, because the only rule about this was I wasn't allowed to take a loan. 940,000. And when we get the million, I'm going to just show the screen to show that I don't have a loan, because there is the condition I'm not supposed to take a loan. 977,000, so most likely, this in-game day will do it. Unless they have like a particularly low payout from them. This should do it. No, we should be good here. So it also, that makes me realize that building the temple was not an achievement. There'll be that. So we are over 1 million. So let's just show here right now statistics. Statistics here, if we... Actually, this is not where I need to be. I need to be on the finances screen. Finances. Yeah, so if you look at our money, we do have a balance of $1,028,000 with no loan. So right there, if we can get that clipped, that would be Millionaire is the name of the thing for Dare Drops. Now with that, when I submit that to Dare Drops, it should mean that we can get ourselves 3 more keys and DLC for the full game. So we have set out and accomplished all the goals we wanted to do on this map. I didn't end up doing a bunch of different crops because, like I said, we got the Survivor Man capable map did show up. And so we did have our 4 rice patties. We did have our mushroom greenhouse, a regular greenhouse, our rice sapling greenhouse. We got the preserves building. Yeah, it's Steam. It is the Steam version. And we got the temple constructed. We got a bunch of equipment and all that. We did sell it all to just blast to the $1 million. So that has definitely saved at least twice. But what we're going to do is we're going to back out of this save because I still have a little bit over an hour left that I normally stream. And we are going to start at least getting the setup and like into the Survivor Man challenge. We might not get much progress in the actual challenge right now because there's going to be a little bit of setup, but we can go ahead and figure that out because there is stuff that we want to make decisions around and all that. So, with all that, I am going to go and I'm not going to stop and start the video. To hell with YouTube side of that. I'll figure the videos out there. Sorry, YouTube, I'm not saying to hell with you about the whole thing. I would have to stop like the current one and start a new one and set up all the metadata and put a new thumbnail, and I just cannot be bothered. So with this, what we're going to do is I'm going to delete that first of all. I will keep the one that has the million and all that just because that does a done temple. So, the thing we need to make for our first decision is I have 3 different ways I can start this. The first way is the same way I started the Survivor Man Challenge in Farm Sim 22. The way I did that was I started the game, opened up the map, gave myself the minimum things you need for the game to function: a tile of land that had trees on it, a chainsaw, a place to sleep just for my own convenience sake, and then I gave myself a vehicle that I could load the logs that I was not allowed to sell. And after that, I exited out of the save, I opened up the save file, and I deleted the money from the save file. And thereby setting it up that we had $0, a chainsaw, and a dream. That's one way I can do it, because one of the problems that we do have with this map, the New Frontier map, is the No Man's Land tiles are like on the large side of small or the small side of medium. They're like, I think they're 87,000. The tiles on this one start at $327,000. These tiles are huge. It's basically the maximum size of the area divided by like 16 or something, or 25 or whatever it is. So that's going to be a problem. Regardless, it's going to be start from scratch and hard economy, so don't worry about that. Now, the second option I have is I start the game with $0. I give myself an absolutely absurd loan, like $1 million loan or whatever it is, buy the bare minimum I need to function. So we buy a tile of land, likely with trees on it, the chainsaw, the vehicle, the sleeping spot, just like we did before. Yeah, I can hide the stuff here. And honestly, the signs hit is probably gonna go away because there's no signs. And so the idea being is, instead of starting with $0, I get all the stuff, but what I would do is I'd pay off all the loan once I get that, and I would have absolutely crippling debt. That would be doable. That's the one I'm leaning against, because in Farm Sim, when you do a loan payment, you do not pay the principal if it's like the one that happens every month. You only pay interest. So you have to go out of your way to do the loan payments. And so that does mean I would be making basically like no income for the first whatever, and it would just be me grinding trees for a long time, that I feel like for stream that would get dull. But we can put that on the table. And then the third option. The third option is, instead of going to a tile with lots of trees and lumberjacking my way off the ground, instead I take a tile that doesn't have lots of trees, and we kind of do the same setup I would do with the one with the trees, except instead of getting the trees, I do some like give myself a lawnmower, the crappiest lawnmower header, the crappiest tractor, the crappiest forager wagon, and a tile of land, because that would be the minimum to be able to make money. Or give myself the crappiest tractor with the crappiest thing to hold water, and the green, like a crappy greenhouse. Or actually, I think there wasn't another or. I think it was between the two of them. Let's see. Are there contracts you can get to afford a plot first? There are contracts, but there's like 2 or 3 on the whole map, and I do feel like that would be a whole thing that you know, I'm not as excited about doing the contracts because it would require me to lease equipment, and I'm trying to get around that. So with that, I guess the first question, I think I'm just gonna rule out the crippling debt one. So, do we get a tile with trees or no trees? Well, actually, here, you know what? We'll put up on a poll. We'll put this up to a poll. on what we're going to use as our initial thing that I give myself to get off the ground. What are we starting with? Trees, grass, greenhouse. It'll give that 5 minutes. So we have a poll up for starting this Survivor Man challenge. I'm going to give myself the bare minimum to be able to make money in one of these three things, which is to lumberjack, to mow and forage, and then we know we go up probably maybe into silage or whatever. Like we'd take that wherever that goes. And then greenhouse, which is would have just a regular old greenhouse or a mushroom one. I don't actually care what kind. A greenhouse, we would go get water, bring it back, shove it in there, sell stuff. And then once we got enough money, do the next thing, which more than likely would take a greenhouse, build a second, third, maybe fourth greenhouse to make a decent amount of money. And then my plan is, once we start to get things going, instead of doing a poll or a vote or whatever for what crop we go into next, thing of the follow, welcome to the stream. What I'm instead going to do is I'm going to put like a big spinner on the screen that's going to have every single crop in the game that we are not already doing on the map. And we'll roll the dice on that, let it do its little spin, and whatever crop it is, even if it's grapes, that'll be our next target. Now, that could get really terrible depending on what it draws, because there are some crops that just getting that initial equipment is very expensive. Surprisingly, grapes and olives are actually not that way. It's building the orchard that's expensive. The equipment only ends up being, like, for all of it, like 300,000, which is, for the purpose of this, relatively inexpensive. But with all that, my headset's already giving low battery sound. All right, well, bear with me while that poll's going. I'm gonna use the restroom real fast. I'll be right back. Like I said, what's gonna more than likely do is we're gonna buy all the things we need to get off the ground. Most likely, I will have to step out of the save, open up the save file in a text editor, and just go, hey, money, 0, and then move on. I think there's like 3 or 4 places. I mean, I haven't checked 25 yet. But 22, there's like 3 or 4 places you had to zero it out. Otherwise, you'd sit there and say you'd have 0 money in your account, but the game would say your farm has money. And it wouldn't break anything, but then you'd look at the statistics page and go, what? All right, it's looking very heavily like grass is going to win. All right, well, I'm going to take 2 seconds, use the restroom, be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. All right. Would you go away? I'm trying to commit crime. Get out of the way, little car. Hey, I didn't get penalized for that one. You saw nothing. I definitely did not completely cut off and then sideswipe a car there. It's fine. The game didn't penalize me, so it didn't happen. This is not the way I should have done this. Oh well, it's too late to turn around and rethink our choices. That is death right there. Bully, 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 bully. I don't know if that was a zombie hitting us or if that was us falling down. I am uncertain. Something has happened in our world. Something is really bad in our world. Oh no. What has happened here? So I'm gonna hit escape. Where are you? Clear all raw resources. Yes. And it's all better like nothing ever happened. All right. Oh, 120? Oh, no, that's very...
We can do it.
I haven't switched scenes, my
I think
bad.
I can.
Yeah, no, it's actually very normal. Honestly, when you look at your polls and all that, if you don't let people multiple vote, because you got to remember, like, 70-80% of people who are watching Twitch at any given moment on a channel are lurkers. So with that, if you take 70-80% of the people here, we are sitting, it's actually about 24 or so people doing that. So that's a bit over 10% of the participation. That would be about right for, 70-80%. It could be higher because it might not be that they're not lurking, but they don't have a strong opinion. That's honestly not outside the realm of what I would expect. Oh yeah, my headset's still beeping at me going low battery, so give me a moment. One second. There we go. I need a little more slack. What are you caught on? Sorry, didn't mean to bang the mic. All right, so we're going for the grass. It feels so weird to see without the headset on. I know, right? So honestly, none of this matters on this part. And the reason why this doesn't matter is we are going to manually delete this money from our save file afterwards. So I'm just gonna set it to like, oh right, the ground is really expensive. So we're gonna set it like that. We are starting from scratch, hard economy. We aren't starting with equipment. We aren't doing a guided tour. We are giving ourselves a bunch of money for the moment. We will be deleting that. I am gonna turn off all the modded stuff, even though like the modded stuff that's here. With this, I'm not super worried about. They're gonna get that updated. So we just have the official like DLC and the modded map. So the only mod here is the map itself, because obviously it'd be hard to play without that. So we're gonna go in here. We're gonna get ourselves all the initial basic stuff to set up. I will then exit out of the save. I will hop over real fast, jump into the save folder, grab the save file, and like I said, there's like 2 or 3 places I just need to quickly edit to delete the money. That'll put us at our 0 to begin with, and that's when we'll officially start. So that's fine. So yeah, oh, we can go ahead and put some music on in the meantime. And I should also change our title. Let's see. Survivor Man Challenge starts now. Cool, good enough. All right, and I'm not gonna even worry about the title over on the YouTube side because the last shit's on. So okay, so step 1 before we do anything else. So this is the reason why I was like, the map is very different. It's broken up into only 16 tiles, and this is the main differentiator here between that and No Man's Land. Because we look at this tile, for example, that sucker is $655,000, and I had people like, oh, we'll just buy the smallest tile. They're all the same size. So my thought is we're just gonna check this tile to the south here real fast. That's the opposite of the south, real fast, and see if it does it. Like, I just want to make sure it doesn't have a lot of trees on it. Like, I don't mind if it has some trees on it. Yeah, there's like a spot of trees over there. That's okay. And that map, yeah, I think that one's fine. It looks like it might have some trees down here, but that's okay. That's still more than enough. My big point is I didn't want it to be a forest tile like that one over there. Yeah, so that's the thing. For the record, this is like the first one. I originally wasn't gonna do this map, but then they did like an update. I'm like, okay, that's better. Okay, so I think what we're gonna do is map 14, because you'll notice when you're looking at this map, that's a gas station point, that's the sell point, the service spot I believe is right there as well. This is if you want, you can get a sawmill, and then this is the sell point. So the map does have everything you need for it to function. It's got, you know, the buy point, the gas, the sell point. And now that I'm looking at, do you actually have an animal spot? I think I can actually build it. Yeah, so there's a repair point. Do you have an animal spot? I'm suddenly going, wait. I think it'll be okay either way. If not, I'm sure I can find a mod to let me add an animal spot later. And it could just be somewhere I'm not looking. That's fine. All right, so for the setup, we go down here. We're going to buy that tile of land. That's the major spend there. So this is the tile of land we get to start with. Now, the other thing we're doing is we're giving ourselves just the minimum to be able to make money at all. So for those who have seen the Survivor Man Challenge, usually you'd get like a chainsaw and then give yourself a forest tile and cut it down. We're just doing a different one. We had a vote. So with that, the first thing is we need a way to collect the grass, because we can't collect the grass, we make no money. So I am buying the literal crappiest foraging wagon we get, because your choices are baler or foraging wagon. We can look at the price of balers. Wherever the heck those are at. Those are here somewhere. I mean, there is a baler that's smaller, but that would also require a trailer. I think we're just going to go for the foraging wagon to begin with. So we got ourselves a forage wagon. We're not going to do anything else special. Just boom, base foraging wagon. Done. All right. So, for us to be able to use that foraging wagon, we need the crappiest tractor we can get. So we got our small tractors here. Now, the dice roll on this, of which way we go with this, is we have basically it's a split between this one up here, which is a olive/grape whatever one, and then that tractor down there. They're kind of the same deal. Yeah, so you're 112 horsepower, you're basically 116 horsepower. So it really doesn't make a difference between those two, but if we look at they're both the absolute cheapest, crappiest one. So, are we feeling that I run the narrow olive one, or this one? Because they both should have a front and a back connection. Let's make sure they both will function. Yes, they both have the connections we need. Yeah, so we'll go with this one. I think that's the right choice. Apparently it comes with that connection. That's fine. Get the Fent. I think we are gonna just leave it on its default. Oh, this is one of the things they changed with the update, is that you can change some of the paints and all that. More than you were able to. See a whole tree? Well, right now we're not gonna be doing trees, we're gonna be doing grass. So yeah, we're giving ourselves what's effectively the crappiest one, because this one is 70 horsepower base. So yeah, this will be the worst tractor we can get. And obviously with mods, I give myself worse ones. Alright, so we've got that, and that leaves us one more purchase, and that is we need the crappiest mower we can get. Like the mower front. And so that's going to be you. So that is the absolute worst. And that's literally going to push our tractor pretty close to its limit. So that should go there. And let me just double check now to make sure that foraging wagon will physically function. Yeah, 60 horsepower, so that should work. So what we've got here, and that's what we're going to get for our actual money making here as our only options. And then the last thing we're going to give ourselves is a place to fast forward time. We're going to give ourselves the crappiest looking house we can make. I would like to do the constructible. Can you sleep at the constructible before it's built? I assume no, right? Because that actually would be very fitting for this if we just had like an under construction house that I then had to fix. Can it turn both on at once? Probably. Can we test deleting? Can we test before deleting money? You know, I could just test before deleting money. Yeah, let's go ahead and see. What is the worst one of these looking wise? I mean, they're all I mean, I guess that's, I would say for that, building a farmhouse into a silo feels like it would be the worst. All right, before we do that, let's just quickly save. That way it totally jacks up the terrain. No broken bus. Yeah, no, the broken bus I think was DLC. Alright, so my land is down here. So let's check that. Because I just want to see if it will put a sleeping spot at the end. I don't think it will. Yeah, no it doesn't. And I'm not going to be able to get those materials. Because that's a construction project one you have to build. Yeah, so let's just do this real fast. We're going to quit back out. We just saved before that. I'm just going to reload before we jacked up the ground. Did you miss the end of the temple? You did. It is in the VOD. It was a bit anticlimactic. Like, it looks cool. It looks really cool. but there was like no achievement, no fanfare, no cinematic. It was just like, oh, the sell point disappeared. I guess we're done. So we are saying the Survivor Man Challenge. Okay. So yeah, so what we learned there was I'm going to have to give myself something we can actually sleep in. That's considered done. So silos, silo extensions, constructible container tools, farmhouses. There's a $55,000 one. I mean, it's pretty terrible. It's like a manufactured home. Not awful, but that's fine. So plunk that down right there. And that's just so we can sleep. What is the other thing on here? Oh, that's so we can change what we look like. Alright, there's no achievement. Yeah, no, I think the achievement's for the hidden stuff. Alright. So this should be the basic setup of this before we've deleted our money. So this will be where we sleep. We own this tile of land, and we've got the bare minimum to make money. So with that, I need to save the game real fast. I'm going to exit back out of the save because I can't edit the save file while I'm in it. And then I'm going to go ahead and kill our music because we're going to be listening to the game's music for just a minute. And then with that, I should just need to go in here. Go documents, my games. Where are you at? My games. Farming Simulator 25. This will be save slot 2. And I gotta remember which one. So we got Career Save Game XML. And I know you can't see this. I'm worried about accidentally doxing myself, so I'm just gonna go in here. Don't give me patch notes, thank you. Initial money, $0. I will name it. Oh no, don't do that. I will name the save Survivor Man Stream, just in case I do one that's an ed video. Alright, yada yada yada, auto save interval, that's all fine. Money, $0. Playtime, $0. Because basically I'm starting it as if this is the very beginning. So that is the career save file. So save that. That's not the only one. I made that mistake before. Was it economy was the next one? No, spring, late, May, autumn. Oh no, that's one. That's I could go in and see, like, the game pre-populates what the next X number of months are going to be so far as your money. That's not what I'm looking for. Farmland, nothing to do there. There it is, it's farms. That was the other one I needed to edit. So farms, and I've learned to not mess with renaming it. So money, so it is 0, and I have to put 6 decimal points of 0 afterwards. Let's see, playtime, 0.1234566. Vehicle cost, we're gonna 0 that out. Construction costs, we're gonna 0 that out. Because like I said, we're treating it as if we started that. Field purchase, we're gonna 0 that out. Do they not have a money figure? They did, right? Did I already change it? I probably changed it already. Player, da-da-da-da-da. There's no money in there. Ah, there we go, so money. File, save that. I think that's all the rest, because we got fields, it's not that. Guided tour, hand tools, density map height, items, missions, navigation system, NPC. Players, I don't think will be one we care about. I'll check players as well. I don't think that's one we care about, and then after that, I think we'll be good to hop in. No, it's just what my character looks like. Alright, so with that, the save file should be totally changed. Alright, after the ad break, I need to say, please don't do it. Alright, so if we look at this, now it says I've got 0 playtime, $0, hard, Survivor Man, Stream is the name of the save file. We pop in here, we've got those, and we should be good to go. to begin our Survivor Man challenge. And then turn our music back on. Let's see, turn down the game music. Play Spotify. Oh yeah, that's good. Because I didn't think about the fact that we don't listen to the in-game music. I thought I already turned down the game music. So we turned the radio off. Sound. We turned the radio. Yeah. So. Oh, I don't have a music thing here. Signs hit is still up? Yeah, I could go ahead and turn off the signs hit because there's no signs in this map, so... We'll put like an honorary sign at some point if we can so we can hit it once in a while. Alright, so with this, we have started the Survivor Man Challenge, and I'm going to present this in case we go to edit. So for those who missed what we got to set up, is I have set ourselves to have $0. We did technically play for, you can see where it says 43 minutes setting this up. We have $0, we did reset all of the things back to 0. If I look at the map in the game, I own this tile down here, and that's because you can't do anything unless you own the tile, unless you're modding anyways. So I gave ourselves one tile. I think those trees in the edge are in our property, but I went for a tile with low stuff. And we gave ourselves the bare minimum to make money. That can be a chainsaw and something you can carry goods with. I went and I had my chat vote on it, and they voted that they wanted to see grass as my means of making money. So we gave ourselves the lowest horsepower tractor, which is like 70. And you're still mad at you didn't buy the Fendt? Well, I can't really help you out with that. And we got the smallest foraging wagon and the smallest header. And so we've got all that going on. Hey, Peg. And also, Grant, you don't need to announce every single time you're in the ads. I know ads suck, but like, I mean, people can figure out they're in ads. Oh, new map? Yep, we finished the temple. We got our $1 million on the other map. And so we're doing a Survivor Man challenge. We gave ourselves the bare minimum we could make money with. Yeah, like, it's different if you, like, ask me a question and then you get hit with an ad. Sure, by all means. I get it. I don't think that'll work because this isn't a field. That's fine. So we're going to zip along here. And so right now, for our initial money, this is what I've got. We're mowing the lawn. But we are going to try and save up for other stuff. Pretty soon I'll try and put together a wheel that we could spin to decide what our first actual crop is going to be. In the meantime, we aren't going to want to go off the edge of this, because if I do go off the edge of the tile, it gets to be a little bit annoying because we'll have a little bit of stuff we can't reach. Yeah, and the ads are fine. It's more like when people announce it, because it is one of those things that as creators we get very little control over what the ads even do. Like, they're going to happen either way. But it is those things that you know it costs you viewers and all that. And granted, you get money from it. But like you know it costs your viewers, but there is no off button. So it's kind of one of those things about it's already a thing you're not super thrilled about. But at the same time, like, it is what it is. So people complain, because it's also those things that people complaining about ads also feels very heavily like someone is just fishing to try and get, you know, someone to snipe them with a gift sub. Like I said, it's a totally different situation if you're like, hey, you know, what do you think about this, what do you think about the grapes in the game? And I go to answer and you get caught in an ad, hey, by all means be like, hey man, I can't hear you, give me a minute. And that, like, totally fine. But just otherwise. But yeah, so for the beginning of this, we're going to be struggling a little bit. This tractor is a little on the underpowered side for this. Both the foraging wagon and the mower require 60 horsepower. This is 70. There isn't actually a tractor that goes below 60. But you can see we are not running at full speed and all that. And I think we're technically going uphill, which is why the tractor is struggling right now. And it's got a thing that. But in the interim, there are many ways to get rid of ads. Yep, you can sub, you can go and you can get Twitch Turbo, which Twitch Turbo is generally what's recommended if you're going to be subbing to at least like 2 to 3 channels. That's when it starts becoming more cost effective. Just get Twitch Turbo and be done with it. Or if you watch a bunch of different channels. There are technical solutions. I don't know what works and what doesn't work. I use Twitch Turbo. If you find something that does prevent you from getting ads, just don't, like, you can talk amongst yourselves off stream and all that about it, but, you know, if people go into being like, hey, here's how you can get around the ads in the channel, I'm sure Twitch wouldn't want me to have that, so it's kind of one of those things to be like, hey, you want to DM each other what solutions you figured out? I have no qualm. You find a way around the ads, doesn't upset me at all, but, you know, just don't want to get myself where you're saying stuff in here and I have an obligation to make sure I'm moderating, then Twitch be like, hang on a second, that's piracy, or like whatever excuse. It's just easier to just not open that can of worms. Alright. Did you get hit by the adpocalypse? No, so with the whole adpocalypse, for those who haven't been in the know of what's going on with that, there's been a thing going around where people have been going, oh man, like, people are just straight up not getting any ads on Twitch. You know, they're like, at first the narrative was that, you know, people are seeing ads and then you're not getting paid for it. That is not an accurate statement. It was they weren't delivering ads. And that boiled down to, they've made it, like, they as in Twitch, have made it so that advertisers are able to decide if ads will be run based on your content labels and your tags. There may be more to it, but that's the two we're aware of. And it also categories. That's always been a thing. And that's both, they can target those to say, I want my ads to be shown to people with those things, or I do not want my ads to be shown to those things. And so right now, advertisers are very sensitive about their stuff being near things that are controversial, or political or whatever. So if you have, you know, certain tags, like you have a tag for a country that is currently a political, you know, a political thing for that country, you know, Israel, Palestine, something like that. Or you've got, you know, some other tag that might put you there, or a content warning, you might suddenly find yourself with literally no ads. And it's, again, not that you're like, on my dashboard, it'll still sit there and go to like 1 hour and say, delivering up to delivering the 3 minutes of ads. But my viewers won't actually see the ads because there's no content, or there's no advertisers who want their content next to it. And so you get the idea about how that works. Isn't there, I'm trying to remember, isn't there shortcut keys to, make it deploy and undeploy both the front and back? I remember there are, I just don't remember what they are. And I'm assuming that grass, we sell that up here somewhere. So let's check our prices. Like, we're not going to wait till it's at maximum price, we're just going to sell it. These are alphabetical, aren't they? No. Where are you, grass? There's hay. Okay. I can sell it at the farmer's market. That's what I thought. And farmer's market is right over here. It's that little building there. So yeah, so the only buildings on this map are the ones required to be functional. But yeah, so because I don't have any content warning kind of tags, I don't have to worry about that getting me in trouble. Because I don't have any like tags that are potentially politically motivated or anything like that, I don't run into trouble. So honestly, my ad revenue has been up. Because and that's normal, because like right now is the end of the year. That's when all of the advertisers are trying to show their products because they want you to buy their products. Hey, they actually have people in here? I didn't think they're gonna have people wandering around. I'm not unhappy with that. Yeah, so it's people not understanding what's going on. So that's not giving me the indicator of selling there. Let's make sure it's not a grate or something else around here. I wouldn't say it's people overreacting. Ah, here we go. I would say Twitch didn't really tell us anything. And so understandably people because like people genuinely were suddenly not having revenue. Like, and we're talking big creators that like that revenue can easily be, you know, tens of thousands, $100,000 kind of thing. And so it is one of those things that, you know, we were seeing that revenue, like people were seeing like that their dashboard was telling them that they were running ads and then they weren't getting paid. So the initial thing was going, hey, wait a second, I'm not getting paid because Twitch didn't communicate what was going on. Because the Twitch said, hey, just so you know, we're working with advertisers. They don't want to be associated with political things. So we're going to have a bunch of tags and a bunch of, you know, that kind of stuff. And, you know, do that. But because of that absence, people had to just go and say, hey, I'm suddenly getting zero revenue. And if you're depending on that to pay your bills and you just go and you get to the end of the month and like, I've made no money. Like, I have been streaming for free. Because, you know, you wouldn't be because you'd have subs for it, but you get the idea. Suddenly, like, a third of your revenue or whatever disappears, and no one's told you why. You are also going to be panicked and pissed and all that, because a lot of people live paycheck to paycheck in content creation. That suddenly taking that hit, that is a bill not getting paid. And again, it'd be one thing if Twitch had turned around and said, all right, hang on a second. Just so you know, we are making a difference and that these are things that create, you know, advertisers are wanting to not be associated with. And people would whine and complain about that too. But it is one of those things that are saying, hey, this is what we're facing. Advertisers don't want to be around this type of content. So if your ad revenue drops, this is why. Yeah, I did notice we got $666 and all that. Right, yeah, we started with the mower and the wagon instead of the chainsaw. So I chose a tile that didn't have much in the way of trees on it. So that way we couldn't, you know, lean on both. And so we are doing with this. And we're going to try and get all that stuff set up to start branching out. What I'll probably do pretty soon is, $666, not advertiser friendly. Yeah, and it's a thing. And people be like, oh, they're censoring us. And I'm like, well, no, you can literally stream whatever. Just understand if people don't want to promote their products next to whatever thing is going on, you're not going to get the ad revenue. And one of the jokes a couple of community, like other content creators I'm near and all that, we joked about is like, on the contrary, there is no advertisement off button normally on Twitch. However, small life hack, what you could do is if you want to now avoid having ads, you can deliberately choose one of those very controversial tags to put on your stream or whatever. Or, you know, whatever. And now suddenly you don't get ads. So there kind of is an off button. You do have to live with the consequences of having a controversial tag and likely trolls show up and causing drama and all that. But you know, you could technically disable most ads. And for the record, there are also they're all advertisers who are also targeting those labels. The example I gave the other day was there is a content warning tag for gambling, because technically gambling is still allowed on Twitch if it is regulated gambling and all that. So it's like all the stuff that, you know, goes through all checks and balances. What they got rid of was all the stuff like all the totally sketch crypto website kind of garbage. That kind of gambling stuff isn't allowed on Twitch anymore. But you could have something like the Luxor, which is a casino in Las Vegas. You could have them go, no, I want my ad with streams that have that title, because most likely people who are into watching people gamble may also be into gambling themselves. Yeah, no, I definitely feel like there's a lot. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, no, I feel like it's a lot of thing when people cry censorship. It's like you don't really understand what you're talking about. Like, censorship is a thing. It's not always a bad thing. You know, we look at schools and go, you know what? We shouldn't allow pornography in schools. Makes sense. That's technically a form of censorship. It's one that we go, yep, makes sense. Probably don't want to do that. Absolutely okay. Anything related to, like, the ESRB age rating and all that, technically that's censorship. You are saying people under this age should not be allowed to consume this content. Now, of course, the parent can buy it anyways and bring it home and yada yada. It's not like it's going to get them in legal trouble, but you get the idea. But if that same thing happened where, you know, the child walked in and said, I want to buy, you know, the new GTA, and the person goes, man, you're 8. No. Like, I'm not allowed to sell this to you. And it's like, that is technically a form of censorship. There are lines. And there's definitely places it's inappropriate and it's taken too far and, you know, is abused and yada yada. I'm not saying that's not the case. But the vast majority of the time is anytime someone's like, oh, hey man, you can't, like, I don't want you to say that word here. They're like, nah, freedom of speech, censorship. You're like, look man, if you walk into my house and you start throwing Nazi salutes, I'm going to tell you get the F out of my house. It's no different when you walk into a place of business and do the same thing and they throw you out. That's pretty much what's happening. The difference is we're perhaps not going quite to that extreme. Like if you're using a whole bunch of dog whistles and I go, hey man, we're not going to do that here. You got to live with that decision that if that's that important to you, you got to decide if it's worth staying or not. I like my auto mod. But yeah, we'll probably shift away from that because you'll have a whole thing. But yeah, no, that's the thing. Freedom of speech only applies to government. Private entities can do whatever the heck they want, as long as it's not against a protected status. If it is a protected status, that's different. Then there's rules. And even those don't, like, even those have limitations. What are we doing in this new world again? So we are doing what's known as the Survivor Man Challenge. So basically the idea is we're trying to build up a farm from pretty much nothing with the minimum required to do that. Okay. How large a farm? We don't have a set thing. There isn't like a hard goal that says when we hit 10 million, it's over. When we have this, it's over. It's more of like a challenge to keep going. This isn't like a formal challenge that says, hey, you launch the rocket, you win. The Survivor Man Challenge is a very informal challenge. Like, some people allow loans and leases, some won't. You think you understand why I got caught? Yes. I've technically allowed the same 2 words a bunch of times, and it is a thing that most of the time, I mean, I actually can allow that one, that's fine. Because especially with, you know, the degenerates that come from over at Simcopter stream and go, lol, shut up. I gotta allow that because, you know, they show up and they're the way they are. I'm teasing. I obviously am one of the people who goes over to Simcopters and all. He's a really good content creator. Definitely someone I recommend. But for those who don't know the backstory of why the lol shut up thing is just a thing with this community, is he's been playing hardcore World of Warcraft, which is when you die, your character is basically done, effectively deleted. You gotta start over. So, you know, making meaningful progress is very meaningful in that, because you can lose it all. And someone had leveled, and, you know, Sim was, I can't remember exactly, he was like, you know, congratulations, something like that. And the person's response, the very first person he met that was like a horde faction on a new server, was the guy turned around and was like, lol, shut up. And it just set a tone. You vote that we murder that tree for being the way. I don't have a chainsaw, I think. Technically, I could buy the chainsaw, but I don't want to go that way immediately. one of the first things we're probably going to end up doing is first we need to decide what is the next step we're doing. And I keep thinking, oh yeah, when I have a good break spot, I'm going to go ahead and roll the wheel to be like, what is the first crop we're doing that isn't just grass? Like, we'll do grass to get going that direction. But, it'll be figuring that out. You vote for field grass? I mean, well, that's the thing. Technically, what you can do is if I plow a field and I get the stuff to plant grass in it, and I do all the things like roll it and everything else, you can actually get much higher yield out of your grass. I'm probably not going to do all those things. The grass is totally fine for a moneymaker for right now, but as far as like going deep on the grass, probably not going to go that way. The grass is just a means to an end. But most likely what we'll do is we will decide on a crop, and we will get what we need set up to be able to better work with that. To set the ground rules for this challenge as well, I may not take loans or leases. That is one rule. No loans or leases. I will not be taking contracts of any kind. All my money I must do from my own work. We're all planning to roll grass. I may, however, buy stuff that's on sale, for the record. That is okay. I may not use electrical generation. So where we got this 1,000, where I could get like the tiny power generation, I may not do that. And the reason for it is you build it once, and literally then you get to the meta strategy is to just fast forward the game. And we're going to end up fast forwarding a lot when we get into actual crops. Because when we get into actual crops, it will be one of those things that I will plant the crop and go, well, I got nothing to do, so we'll fast forward to time to harvest the crop. You know, and we could mow grass and all that during that time, but the idea would be, once we get to producing some kind of crop, most likely I will be making a very large field out of my area, or fields, but we will make, you know, a good amount. Now, one thing that will be a little bit different from when we did the No Man's Land version of this, because of how large the plot of land here is, very genuinely what we're probably going to end up seeing is I will be able to make a field large enough that while it'll take me a lot of time to work said field, it will be one of those things that on the other side of working that field, I will make good money per year just by volume. Because say, for example, we get wheat for the first one, which I'm kind of hoping we don't because that's what we started with the last time. But say we roll wheat as the first crop. I can make a giant wheat farm and potentially make a couple 100,000 just in wheat. So that should actually give us a faster progression. And that was actually one of my reservations with doing this map, because the tiles of land are just so big. Like, genuinely, this tile of land that we're on now is not quite the size of where we ended our No Man's Land on. Because, like, and that was where we had, like, 4 or 5 different crops going. We had, like, I think it was, like, 5 production lines going. We had all of the animals. I had grapes. I had olives. I had cotton. I had wheat. I had sorghum. I don't think we kept the barley. We did barley for a little while. We had canola. I do plan to make all the slices equal. I wouldn't be direly upset if we did end up starting with wheat. It wouldn't be anything that bad. Be fun if you let chat wait it. The only problem with that is then I gotta figure out how I'm doing it. Because I debated whether or not it's gonna let chat just vote for it, but then it would either A, it'd be something like straightforward or like one of the ones that people always vote for, or it'd be memey that people would know that I've said that grapes are the worst profit margin in this version of the game, and people be like, grapes. And that said, low key, if we actually look at what it costs to get grapes set up, they are relatively inexpensive from the equipment side. The downside is their orchards are expensive. But in that situation, I could get all the equipment in not super long. Each crop starts with 1, and for each 3 votes, it gets +1. I mean, that would take a lot of stuff that I'd need to figure out. Is that PC only mod? Is what a PC only mod? The map? I can't unfortunately answer off the top of my head because I have no idea what's available on console. I do apologize when any questions that people bring up with the console version, I can't answer those questions. I don't have a console. I have no knowledge on the console. So it is one of those things that I'm not trying to deliberately be obtuse or anything. I just don't know. Yeah, so it seems like every load we're getting from this foraging wagon is about $600-700. So honestly, we can make relatively decent money. It's going to be a little bit slow, but all things considered, when you look at like how much effort we put into the rice field on the beginning of the other one, we've had to have way more equipment to do it. That's first of all. But we did the rice field, and when we did our first harvest, it was like $2,400. And we're already at almost $2,400 what our first farm did on the other map. And that's in our first day, in our first hour kind of thing. So it is honestly not the word. What's the map project? Whatever we decide. I mean, we can have it so that, like, before we can declare it done, I have to build a farmhouse. Like a homestead. Not sure if you saw this while you're going for the challenges, but you just got a mowing mission on East Asia. Didn't see that in the patch notes. Yeah, there was definitely 1 or 2 things. Nothing huge I saw, but there's definitely 1 or 2 things like, huh, I read the patch notes and I didn't see that. None of them are complaining things, but it does seem like there may have been more than the patch notes actually covered, which is a good and bad thing kind of thing. Alright. So, what I'm trying to do, it would be so nice if this is a field that I could lock the vehicle on a heading. I did try to see if it'd pull up. I didn't expect it to because this isn't technically a field, and that follows the fields. What I do want to do is get... Like, I know there's, like, spin the wheel URLs or whatever. I need to get to where I can get that knocked out. The problem is I gotta kind of actually control this, and so it doesn't really give me... I think the best time for me to go is when I go to drop off. While it's driving over there, I can probably pull up a website and, you know, do the wheel. We'll need to add all the crops to it. And it's actual crops. I'm not counting like greenhouse stuff or whatever. Like if people want, I can consider the greenhouse a crop for the purposes of, do we want to do the greenhouses? I wasn't intending to. I actually don't know how then I get the greenhouses in here, because eventually I'll want to. I'm in no rush for that though. And I do think as part of doing a crop, I can't just get them in and be like, okay, crop's done and move on. I think I am going to require that I actually do the production line, at least the first part of the production line for it. So like, if we were to get grapes, I would be required to do what it takes to like get grape juice going or something maybe. Or if I do olives, then I gotta go and get the oil mill going. Aren't we doing field crops with the wheel? We are doing field crops with the wheel. That is the intention. So it does look like 2 stripes across here is 1 foraging wagon full. Now, if we wanted to stick for the grass in the short term, what we'd probably do is we would most likely want to go and go from what we've got now here And the choices I could do is, one is I could switch from using the foraging wagon to a baler, and then go from the baler to getting one that can wrap it and do silage. I could go that route. That would be better money than what we're doing right now, but there would be a bit of equipment going in there. I could also go in and get like the bigger back end. That would require a bigger tractor though. And then that would be one we'd probably go through. We'd want to then also get a windrower, and then we'd need to pick everything up. I'm not as convinced I want to go that route. That would speed up the rate that I could do the stuff here, but right now, with how small this foraging wagon is, I don't think it really saved me that much time, because sure, I could get through it mowing faster, but then I have to clean up it into rows, and then after I clean into rows, I'd then need to forage a wagon. I think we'd do that. You vote that you do silage bales? There's also hay. Right, so I could do the hay where I then take this and I do the tether or whatever, you put it out to be hay, and then you scoop it back together with the windrower and you pick it up. Those are options. Because like I said, my intention is to go to each one of these things and at least take it to a certain level. The grass is the one that I'm not sure whether or not we count it. It's our starting thing to get our income. Definitely scaling up any type of amount of money we can get out of the grass, though, would help for the early game. Because right now, doing one side to the other and making like $700 for it, that's actually not that bad of money, all things considered, but that would get tedious pretty quick. Because all things considered, let's say the tractor we'd want to get after this is like 74,000. That means I am going to have to do like 100 laps. Well, actually 200 because it's two. I'd have to do like 100 pickup and drop-offs of this. Yeah, no, you can share it. I've played the game enough that, like, if someone tells me, like, this is how you do silage, like, yeah, I know. Alright, meanwhile, while we're driving across there, I'm gonna try to be real fast. Spin the wheel. Let's see if there's one. Wheel names. Gotcha. This is not what this is meant for, but would say wheat, barley, all right. Yeah, because you can go for hay, which, like I said, that would be a windrower and a what is it, like, I always forget, it's like a tether or whatever. There's one that spreads them out and the other one puts them back together. Wheat, barley, oats, sorghum, soybeans, corn, canola. Alright, so we're done here. Yeah, tether spreads, windrower rows. Yep. Yeah, so the idea is if you're going for hay, you'd normally tether them to spread them out. Yeah, I'll have to do it in just a second. I'm trying to do it while I'm doing this stuff. I can't use the steering assist or anything with this. Those are those things. Okay, so we've got. I really want that to do sunflowers, grapes, olives, carrots, red beets, sugar beets, potatoes, parsnip. All right. Did I blast right past it? No, I just hit it. Okay, cool. Yep, I'll get those in a moment. Yeah, they'll have to wait till I do my next trip up, but I'm getting those fast enough. Let's see, the automation part are the really annoying bits. You have a blue stationary baler set into storage so it's untouched. Then the storage output is just over the sell point. Gotcha. I see where you're going with this. So you're using it as a way of like improving that. Then its storage output is just over the point. You wait for it to turn to silage, pull it out, and automatically sells. You can get the AI to work grass with a forester and an auger wagon. Gotcha. Okay, so we had peas, spinach, green beans, and then we've got both kinds of rice I gotta get on there. Rice, long rice, sugar cane, let's see, that way most hands rate, most able to hands off for the AI for a little bit. Yeah, right now we're on the maximum economy setting difficulty, so for the moment I definitely don't want to be leaning on the AI. The AI will end up eating a lot of our revenue if we do leverage it. We will use it once we start getting the tools, but that was a mistake I made in my my last go of this. Was just I utilized the AI pretty heavily for 1 or 2 years, and it was one of those things I was like I was technically profitable, but you couldn't really tell looking at the money because it looked like it had basically broken even. All right, so what am I missing? Let's check real fast. Got it. Cotton. I'm missing cotton. Alright, chat. I'm going to start reading off the crops and see if any stand out that I am missing. So we've got wheat, barley, oats, sorghum, soybeans, corn, canola, sunflower, grapes, olives, carrots, red beets, sugar beets, potatoes, parsnip, peas, spinach, green beans, rice, long rice, sugarcane, and cotton. So of field crops, were there any that stood out? I'm pretty sure we have everything that's here. Oh, you know what? There's probably a thing. Poplar. Do we want to consider lumber as a crop? I am okay with that either way. But do we want to consider lumber as a crop? Do we want to consider doing more advanced grass stuff as a crop? That would be, I guess, the question. And do we want to consider greenhouse goods as a crop? Isn't planting trees bugged? I have absolutely no idea. This is the first I've heard about it. I'd be surprised if it's bugged, but you know, if it is, it is. I would hope someone would let me know if we got there. Lumber is not a crop, neither are greenhouses, in my opinion. I would tend to agree, but I'm gonna leave it open. Like, I'm only gonna do a poll if it is those things. You'd add grass and silage? Well, right now we're already doing grass. Like, they have to grow completely before you exit the game. Oh, weird. That's, that would be news to me. I don't know why this particular lap we are running like hot garbage. I think we're just maybe hitting a steeper incline, because it's definitely an incline up. Yeah, no, because I'm already figuring we're already doing grass. This is how we're making money right now. That was addressed in 1.3. I hadn't heard anything either way. But yeah, so it's sounding, so far we've got people leaning to poplar not being a field crop. But like, I'd like maybe at least like 2 more opinions in there. Just so it's not, you know, kind of 1 for, 2 against, that's like really not enough people. Let's see, add bonus wedge for each equip upgrade. Oh, so you're saying... I mean, what I was planning was that we would choose a crop, and I would put the time in to get the crop, and from there, once we got the crop... You know what, I'm going to go ahead and say... Once we do the 2 laps of that. But yeah, so I was going to say we would get the crop, and I would take it at least the point, like I said, to the point we were doing some production lines. Not that we like go and do like ridiculous amounts, but at least enough that I can get the ball rolling and actually making some money, like decent money with it. Which does mean, you know, getting a decent plow and or cultivator, getting, you know, basic fertilizer set up. Like the first crop's gonna take the longest, because I will have to get all of the things needed to do that. And, you know, there are certain things that are shared by almost all the crops. The plow, for example. Almost every crop requires you to have a plow. There are a few exceptions, but almost all of them require you to have a plow. Which means I gotta get that, and once I have that, then I don't have to get it again the next time. And it's not that I'm gonna try and get, like, the best of anything. Not right away, at least eventually we will. Yeah, alright, so we got another vote for not a crop. I think unless we see a lot of people pop and be like, no, it's a crop. I think we're leaning that way. I also kind of want to lean that way. Partially because this run normally starts with doing lots of trees anyways, so doing something that's not lots of trees is nice. Not that grass isn't exactly an uncommon option as well. It's a very common one too. You would augur beets are worth getting. Getting the one-step machine? Yeah. You know, but you love that we can have more than 5 people able to move logs now? If getting technical about it, if a crop is being defined as plowed, you'd say not a crop. Well, I'm not trying to be... We're not trying to go, like, technical or whatever. We're going just, like, vaguely... For the rules, it's like, if I rolled the dice and it was like, hey, poplar 1, would you be like, that's really not farming? Like, I would, you know, I'd be like, yep, fair enough. So we're not trying to, like, be technical about it. Like, some of the stuff we're actually talking about wouldn't technically be a field crop in real life either. But for purposes of the game, they are used as a field crop. Alright. So with that, I'll keep the mowing going. What I'll most likely do is, after this run, I'm going to drag the wheel down. And we can click on the center of the wheel, because I don't want to like manually do the thing where I grab it, I try and spin. Because, you know, then you can argue I'm trying to be like little flick spin to try and get the one I want. Or whatever. That shenanigans could be afoot. Where I'm just going to hit the middle and let the dice roll, as it were. It's just a website I pulled up. I think the idea is you're supposed to use this for, like, if you're trying to name your kid or name, like, a character in a game or whatever. You're supposed to roll. But the point is, it lets me put in a whole bunch of options, and then I can hit a wheel to just, like, let it spin to get a result. It'll be random enough for our purposes. I also would, like, for selfish reasons within the channel, wouldn't want to start with the poplar for a crop. Because, like, yeah, I could get the things for doing the wood, and there's some trees in my territory. Like, we were going for a pace that doesn't have a lot. Alrighty, Nick, you have a good day at work and all that. Thank you for hanging out and all that. But yeah, so it is one of those things that, the cost of getting lumber set up properly is very high. Like, getting the actual thing that does, like, where it grabs a tree and it cuts and it spits out into chunks or whatever is pretty high. Let's see, do you think John Deere is really secretive about their software by not letting anyone repair it because they are developing almost autonomous? No. They have been really secret about their software forever. That isn't around like, hee, let's keep a secret that we're doing these things. Because for them, it would be well within their interests if they were getting anywhere close to doing autonomous stuff. First of all, you wouldn't send those out to like tractors in the field that people are using. You keep that in your own stuff until it's ready. But then they would be able to talk, or turn around and go to like the really big commercial like megacorp farms and be like, hey, have you ever wanted a fully automated tractor that you don't even need to hire employees for? We got it. Like that would make no sense for them to not reveal that. Yeah, you'd have a whole bunch of farmers that'd be pissed off about it, but they're going to want the money from the megacorps and all that. And so if it pisses off a few small farmers, but now the megacorps are practically exclusively buying their tractors because of, reducing manual labor and yada yada yada. Well, not manual labor, reducing labor costs and blah blah blah. That's just good marketing for them, for purposes of targeting those big corps. No, that's just all around being able to make really good money by having inflated costs around their service stuff and having all the licensing around that and yada yada. They're doing the Keurig style, where Keurig keeps it all into their own pocketbook so that you can't circumvent them from the cost. Yeah, no, but that's the thing. So you're already saying that they're like, hey, with the stuff they've got the automation there, hey, they're already advertising it. There's no point being secretive. If they're trying to hide their automation stuff, like, don't get me wrong, there's things they could do to legally protect that, patent it, copyright, all that. Well, maybe patent that tech and all that, and have exclusive functional for all. Because a whole lot of companies are working on that same automation at the same time. So if you're the first one to the punch and you patent it, you just locked your competition out of a lot of it. Yeah, in 15 years, when the patent expires, they can go in, or they could, be forced. You could be forced to license it out for a good profit. But ultimately, being the first one there, you're gonna mostly win. Let's see, they have auto fertilizers and seeders already. Yeah, so I don't see it as being a thing like that. Because also on top of that, if it came to the software kind of thing, you could very easily sit there and go, okay, well, you give the version that doesn't have any of that automation to people who don't pay the extra package or whatever, and then only the ones that pay for the automation get it. But even then, if you patent it, you put all sorts of rules in there. Yeah, people could violate your patents, but that's always the thing. Yeah, so I don't think there's a secret there. I think it genuinely is just around by forcing you to go to them for service, they can charge way more for said service. Let's see, it sounds like you need to hire a more skilled worker to use the apps and tech to buy expensive automated tractors instead of just cheap farm labor. No, it's one of those things that, like, the dream there would be that you could, like, fully automate it. You'd have one person running, a whole line of combines or whatever, and the chaser wagons and all that. And that you wouldn't be able to, like, fully automate where no one was monitoring it. But it'd be one of those things you'd have less and less overall staff. So even if you paid the one staff member more, getting rid of a large number of other staff members still ends up cheaper. That's been a thing that automation's done for ages. Because otherwise people just wouldn't adopt it. If you're not saving money, you're not doing it. So welcome to Capsules, we're gone for the day when products being built to last, vehicles being able to maintain by people with no experience, and now everything requires the manufacturers to maintain, or built to be disposable. Because profit? Yep. Well, that's where I like where a lot of places are getting right to repair kind of things. And also, for those who don't know Belnar, can I get a shout out for Belnar if someone's able to do that for me? Otherwise, I can do it here in a minute. But, another member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, absolutely fantastic and all that. Definitely should check them out. Here, I'll get it real quick. Now I got it straight away. Yeah, so definitely check them out and all that good stuff. Plays a lot of indie games, survival crafters, all that kind of good stuff. according to Twitch, lately what they've been playing is Nimrod's Guncraft Survivor. So that sounds good and all that. Let's see, do you have any ideas why John Deere is being the way they are? Money. That's simply what it is. It's money. There isn't, like, that's the thing. We don't even have to, like, think too deep. Like, it's not a complicated thing. If you can repair your own stuff inexpensively, John Deere makes way less money on, you know, their service department, all that kind of stuff. So what ends up happening is they will try and stop you from doing that. It also means, like, if they add new features to their stuff, you're not allowed to modify their stuff. So if they come with, like, a new autonomous thing that's just some glorified cameras on the outside that just say stop, and you go, hey, wait a second, if I add those to mine, like I get a guy who knows what he's doing, I could save a lot of money on that feature that John Deere could charge me $50,000 for, but the installation costs like $500. But if I lock you out of my software and do all that stuff, even if you have the know-how, you can't do it. But yeah, so it's just what it is. Like, that's a thing that they see as a thing. And that's not even a John Deere thing. Apple has done that at a bunch of times. Like, they're not as locked up at it, but, you know, you got to play with Apple's walled garden with a lot of things at different ages. You have a lot of things that you have to buy a license for the software to edit the software that things use. There's lots of, like, manufacturing and CNC machines that have their own licensed stuff that you have to go through their thing. Otherwise, that, and they'll make all sorts of things like, oh, it's about safety, and oh, it's about this. That's just the lipstick on the pig. It's about money. It's no different how each car manufacturer builds their own handheld computer reader that is required to read what's going on in their cars. Yeah. They used to be way better about that stuff, where they had, like, the standard ones. And they still do have those standard ones, it's just they only give kind of, like, the base amount, where you've got much fancier ones nowadays that can give you way more information. No, that's not how it works anymore, Chronic. The days of, well, if we bring down our prices, we can get more things. This is actually a really sad thing you do run into. It is a thing that, genuinely speaking, most of the time, when you increase prices, you actually get better revenue, not just because of sales or whatever, but a lot of times people perceive the quality of a product almost directly associated with price. There's outlying other things, like if you obviously have lots of problems that will diminish what people see your quality as. But very genuinely, if you don't actively have major problems, people will literally look at and go, ah, this tractor is $60,000 and that tractor's $70,000. That $70,000 you will just associate as being of a higher quality. This is oversimplifying. This is a mass generalization. It won't always apply. And I'm using tractors here, but it's just broadly a thing. Because, like, for example, you look at Apple computers. Apple computers, quality-wise, is no different than any upper mid to high-end computer. Pretty much consistent across the board on the quality on that. But people have a much higher perceived quality of Apple products because of their price point and a lot of their stuff. And they do a lot of the same kind of restricted stuff I just talked about, where it's like, if you want to get certain stuff done, you gotta bring it to Apple or know people how to get around that. And so it is a marketing thing. With the courses I used to teach, we had our stuff extremely affordable, and we wanted to expand the operation to be able to do more. Part of that means we needed to be bringing in more revenue. And as part of that, we were going, okay, well, let's see what we can do with price point, because most companies experimenting with the price point is one of the things they do more than anything else. And so we tried cutting the price down even lower, but we actually saw a reduced number of sales when we did that, because it was seen as, like, cheap. And we actually found not only increasing our price, but actually a decent amount more. We saw more customers, not more revenue, more customers, which meant even more revenue. It was like a compounding thing. And it's just, unfortunately, human psychology. Like, and certainly it'd be good for people to be like, ah, I've made enough money and all that, but that's just not the way a lot of people work. I just told you that there's an exploit in 7-zip, and to update. Have you heard about this? What does it even mean? I haven't heard about that myself. It wouldn't surprise me. So 7-zip is just software for compressing stuff. So like you have like WinZip and WinRAR and all those back in the day. I mean, they're still around. 7-zip is just another one if you are using it. No, I need to keep that on. And it wouldn't surprise me. Like, vulnerabilities pop up every day. So usually all that would be is if you have 7-zip, you would just go to 7-zip's website or whatever and get the newest version. Then like spacing out and getting halfway through a field and then realize it's raining. Oh no. So there was a cheap Indian car that failed because it was marketed as affordable, even though it's good. Oh yeah, nuts. Well, that's one of the other things you run into is if like you have some companies who will brand themselves like this is an inexpensive company to go to. So like you have like the Walmarts and all that out there, the dollar store, that's their entire branding is you get stuff cheap here. And then you have other places that go, no, we're the quality place. And it's really, really, really hard to split the difference. Like that has always been a place that companies who have gone into that middle area, it's not that they can't make it, it's just very hard because you either have people who want quality or you people who want things to be cheap and affordable. Finding someone who wants stuff to be relatively good but maybe not as expensive is very difficult to market to. It can be done, but that's like the JC Penney's out there that they're not your good brand, they're not like your really high-end brand, but they're also not, you know, your super cheap brand either. And it's really tough to be in that area. So you either market trying to show, saying like, hey, we're the best of the best, or, you know, trying to say we're the best at this thing, or you go, hey, but we're really affordable. It's the only problem on the internet if you're downloading different zip things. Yeah, I would agree to that. Like, you're going to end up having to download the occasional zip, RAR, whatever file with different things. But it's probably not a day-to-day. Yeah, and then you have like the infinite growth of the fiduciary obligation to be endlessly more profitable than you previously were. It's just kind of one of those things that you keep growing, and sooner or later you have difficulty finding more of an addressable market and, you know, upselling more and more. And so you eventually get to that point that you're like, okay, well, how else can I make money? And that's when you start going and they start looking at the staff and going, we could have less of them. And then you go, oh, what if we just kind of really cut back our quality on this, like really cheaped out on the materials? And, you know, you start seeing where, like, the goods themselves are getting worse and the staffing is getting worse and all these other things. Because you bought a pink suit at JCPenney a long time ago for a flamingo party. It was not too expensive, yet feels nice quality. Well, that's the whole thing. JCPenney was the middle bar. That was what they were doing. So, like, you mentioned getting a suit. So it's not like going to Walmart and getting a suit there, where you're probably going to get a pretty low-end suit. Not that it can't be good, but a pretty low-end suit. You go to JCPenney, it's a little bit nicer quality, not as cheap, versus going to, like, a Men's Warehouse or whatever, where you're going a bit higher, and then you can get to, you know, what, I don't know the high-end brands. I don't got that kind of money. What was the place that always had all the furs that constantly was going out of business lately? Big giant warehouse thing, or big giant department store kind of thing. Very, very expensive goods, malls, blanking on the name. Burlington. I wasn't thinking Burlington, but Burlington would also be Burlington. We can put them in there. That wasn't the name I was thinking of, but that is literally right in line with it, so that's perfect. Yeah, so like it's not Burlington, where, you know, you're paying a decent amount more for it, but you get the idea there. But it is difficult to succeed in that middle zone. Pringles used to be bigger, saltier, and their logo used to be more vibrant. I don't... Yeah, I mean, maybe. That is one of those ones this is going back a month or two. They were at the grocery store. And, you know, and we're going through and we're in, like, the chip aisle or whatever those things. It's like, you know, and it's kind of just going, like, you know, I'm surprised Pringles is still around. Because, like, yeah, you hear about Pringles. I can't remember the last time I've personally purchased Pringles or seen anyone purchase Pringles. And you notice that they're, like, the amount of store floor they're getting is just getting smaller and smaller. And it kind of just feels like one of those things that it falls in that same area. It's not... You don't go to Pringle and it's like going, oh, that is a fine potato chip, which feels weird in its own right, saying a fine quality potato. Yeah, that is a high-end potato chip there. It's also the same thing where you're like, that's not your store brand, it's just got salt on it, potato chip. Nothing wrong with the store brands either. It's just one of those ones that when you're thinking like on the quality scale, the store brands are usually your cheap option. That's their whole thing. It's not there's anything wrong with it, it's just it's your inexpensive option. You're not getting any extra frills with it. All right. It's an example of times of wear and tear the company have to make sacrifices. Yeah. Well, that's the thing I've talked about before. Depending on the company, companies go out in one of two ways. Either one, they go out suddenly and spectacularly, where just suddenly, boom, the company's gone. Or two, they do that very, very slow hemorrhage bleed that this company just little by little closes more and more of their stores and warehouses and manufacturing plants, and they just keep shrinking little by little by little until they eventually fade into obscurity. And that means they could get acquired or whatever, but you get the idea. So if we're looking at companies that hit the two different sides of that, we can look at Sears as a company going out of business that is in that very slowly bleeding and disappearing, that they have been effectively going out of business for like 30 years. Is kind of when the internet properly was taken off the ground. E-commerce wasn't just this idea, it was actually an existing thing, that Sears missed that boat and just kept missing it. And then when it finally realized that boat had left, kind of half-butt tried to get on and just kept bleeding the whole way down. They made a whole bunch of other mistakes, but that was kind of the very first thing, is that the internet did to them what they did to the retail market in the first place. That's a matter of, correct, that's a matter of opinion. Like, by all means, I'm not saying that you won't go and say, oh, well, the fancy one isn't worth it to me. Because I actually, like, when it comes to alcoholic beverages, I 100% agree that people are like, no, this is an aged 50-year bourbon. Oh, it's nice. I'd be like, this tastes like crap. This is straight up garbage. This is the worst bourbon I've ever had. What is the swill you are trying to charge me $100 a glass for? Get this out of my face. Give me the cheap stuff. Or not, maybe not the cheap stuff. Like there's that cheap shelf down there. You got the stuff that are brands you never heard of. It's in like the plastic bottle. It's like $7 for a handle. Maybe go one higher than that one. If the wine bottle is fancy, it's crap. Give me the wine bottle that says wine on the front. It's perfect. But see, fun fact: the best wine at a restaurant is normally the second cheapest. Probably. Well, that's like you can get like a decent white Zinfandel and it won't cost you that much. But low-key, there's definitely the times where you go to the store and they'll have like the store brand wine that's a glorified wine cooler in a bottle. And a lot of times you're like, you know what? I know this is cheap, but honestly, I'm enjoying that more than like the next tier up. It's definitely like when you get to the higher tiers, it's like, okay, I'm paying for a label on this thing. It feels like the kind of the fine art thing, where you look at a lot of fine art and you scratch your head and go, I've seen better. But they're like, yes, but this is $100,000 painting. It's a Bourgeois 5. One of a kind. You're like, it looks like crap, man. Like, genuinely, give me the watercolors. I will outpaint this painting. Oh, that's because you just don't understand. It's like, nah, dude, like, I have a background that included art. I'm not going to say I know anything about fine art, but this is a racket, and you can see it's a racket. It's a very, very transparent racket. Quality is greater than price point. Sure, price point does affect the quality of something. Well, that's what I'm saying is the actual quality and the price point aren't connected, but the perception is they are, which are two very different things. When something is more expensive, it appears to us that is a higher quality. Whereas the reality is there is no actual connection between the two. It is a perceived thing, not a real thing. And it's not saying that something expensive can't be high quality. It certainly can, and, you know, certainly in a lot of cases is. But just the same, you can take a, you know, a moderately good, and thrust the price up a little bit, and it will seem like a good. I think mixed wines will almost always have a better balance. It is way cheaper than if you have put a ton of effort into single good mid-range. Is not great? Yeah. Let's see, there's a video, people try Coke and Pepsi. First test was tasting them both knowing which was which. And people picked Coke, and then they did a test not knowing, and they picked Pepsi. Not saying that Pepsi is better, but the label and branding. Yeah, you gotta watch some of those ones, though. Chronic, I think I know the one you're talking about, and it was sponsored by Pepsi. So, there is... It wasn't directly sponsored, but you gotta watch those ones. That said, not that that couldn't be true, but a lot of those you go to look back that'll be like, oh, is this third party? But then you look at the third party, and it's like, you know, 2 layers deep. It's like, oh, well, is this sub company under PepsiCo? Ah, I see. Did you know SCUBA is an acronym for self-contained underwater breathing apparatus? And did you know that TUBA is also an acronym? This terrible underwater breathing apparatus? I want that to actually be true. I know it's not, but I want that to be true. I understand it's a joke. But like now it not being an acronym, I want it to be commonly used as that acronym enough that they add it to the dictionary. So I need everyone to rally all of their support to get TUBA to be an acronym. I don't think we have the level of influence necessary to make that happen. But I wish we did. Sure we do. We just need to apply ourselves. To be entirely fair with all that, you hear about some of the things and where they came from, and it could be like just one person told it to their buddy, and their buddy found it funny, who told it to a friend, who just happened to eventually get to the right person. So like that was the there's the word of the year in a lot of places. The word was it enshittification, which is basically through the pursuit of profit, just things typically online, but not necessarily strictly online, just getting worse in the, you know, the seeking of profit. That's your favorite response to that joke so far? Excellent. I'm glad I could give you that moment. Coke and Pepsi taste very different, and so it's crazy how much branding affects our perception. Yeah, no, that's definitely one of those things that very distinctly, because I've certainly had them like next to each other. So like Pepsi, by and large, people sit there and talk about how it's got a generally sweeter taste. But then when you get like a Diet Coke and you have the next Pepsi, you're like, oh my god, this Diet Coke is like basically, it tastes like liquid sugar. Obviously it's the diet thing, and that's the whole thing, is aspartame is sweet enough that your body cannot actually fully acknowledge the level of sweet that's going on there. It's just kind of lost to your tongue. But it is one of those things. They do have distinctly different tastes. Growing up, I always had Coke products around because of the family, but As an adult, I'm like, nah, I like Pepsi more. That said, I'm much more into the citrus sodas. Mountain Dew, Mellow Yellow, those kind of things. Even those are really terrible for you. For as bad as Coke and Pepsi and all that is, those citrus sodas are just acid bathing your teeth all day long. Anything sour that you eat that's like artificial, just know you are acid bathing your teeth. And some of it's really scary. Oh man, what was it? It was done by a dental group that they wanted to get a Surgeon General warning on Mountain Dew and Mellow Yellow and a couple other products like that. That basically like, hey, just so you know, this royally F's your teeth. And this is me being like, no, holding on to now. Those are my favorite ones. I just literally said that. I drink those. But they were sitting there and they had this chart. And I was like, here's you know, basically where water is. And here is literally battery acid, sulfuric acid. And if you ever got like those, you've eaten the sour candy snacks where you have like the little sugar stick thing, and that, you know, you'd lick it or get it wet or whatever, and you'd stick it into the powder as like that pixie stick powder, and you'd eat that. That powder in there that you're eating, that sour powder, is just in like one notch from battery acid for how acidic it is. I think it's technically actually basic, but you get the idea. It's bad. It's bad. It says, hey, those teeth of yours, what if? Nom 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 nom. Monster Mean Bean? It's an energy drink? Oh, I can't do energy drinks. They just make my stomach angry. I'm going to let the ad happen go just a little bit longer because I'm still feeling energy. I can't go too late tonight. I want to wake up fairly early tomorrow. So I think I'll do one more pass. Because I can't stop the ad anymore. It's too late. Like, even if I wanted to outro before it, it's too late. You can't function without teas anymore? That's, low-key, I'm going to be making a very conscious effort here. Not to fully cut out soda, but to try and go back to what I used to do. It used to be I wouldn't keep soda at my apartment at all. And I would have a soda when I'm out and about. Like, so, like, if I go, you know, to the wing place or I'm out, you know, at some restaurant getting Mexican food, I would get a soda there. But otherwise at the house, I wouldn't have soda. Because that was the only way I found I could break from drinking soda, was to physically not have it present. That when you're not on your own is a little harder to do, because expecting everyone to change their behavior to accommodate you is not always necessarily the most fair thing. Low stream kid. Well, thank you, Jack. I appreciate it. 151 rum and coke for you tonight. I used to, and I wouldn't drink this anymore. Like, I might drink it just to, like, nostalgia on it, but it wouldn't be anything I'd go for. It's well outside my preference nowadays. When I got to, like, my early 20s and all that, the drink of choice for me was Seagram 7, 7 and 7, which was Sprite and Seagram 7 whiskey. And that is, like, most of the time when you get a drink, and it's going to be mixed with, like, a soda, you want, like, the actual soda, not the diet. In the case of 7 and 7, just because of the properties of it, you actually wanted the diet version of it because I think it was if you had like the regular one, the flavor of the 7-Up was just a bit too strong or whatever. I'm sorry, that didn't mean to bring it across. Nowadays, I'm usually like, and then I went into like a while I was getting like the super hoppy beers. Because it is a thing that as you drink, or as you eat or drink stuff that's bitter, you desensitize your tongue to bitter. So if you like the taste of bitter, which I actually do like, and like I like bitter chocolates, but if you like that taste, it means you have to keep progressively getting more and more bitter to get the same taste that you used to have. Which means you get to the point where you're drinking things like Hop-Pocalypse and all that. But then I stopped drinking that kind of thing, And now I find those types of beer absolutely repulsive. They just get there like, oh, it's like drinking soil, really bitter soil. But nowadays I go for, I like reds. I like Irish reds. They're super hard to find. But I like those and like ciders. And then when I'm out traveling, I like fruity drinks. I want to put a little umbrella in it. I want it to be like the fruitiest frozen drink I can find. And then if anyone's like, "Ah, you got yourself a girl drink," it's like, hey, and you know what? And it's good, and you know it, and you're sad that you have too much masculinity issues and insecurity issues that you're unwilling to get the little fruity drink with the umbrella. I got this cool umbrella. You know what I'm gonna do with it? Nothing. It's gonna go in the trash because what the heck am I even gonna do with this stupid little plastic umbrella? I'm gonna break the little tabbies on it trying to take it out of this whatever piece of fruit you stuck it in. But it's cool. And I'm having a good time. You have sensitivity to hops? And it's a bit much for you? Yeah, no, it's fair. You recently stopped drinking Dr. Pepper and now drinking water, and a Coke now and then. You realize how dehydrated you felt after drinking Dr. Pepper? Yeah, no, I'm trying to be better. Like, I don't have any serious health things are going on, but I'm not getting younger, that's for sure. And like for the record, like I barely drink. Normally I would say I drink maybe 1 or 2 drinks a month. It's just not at an even rate, so I'll have like 2 or 3 dry months unintentionally. And then you go like on a cruise or to a convention, and then you have, you know, 8 or 9 drinks in a day or 2. It's just the way it is. I'm also someone who I don't like feeling drunk, so I never go ridiculous with my imbibing. Like losing control of your faculties is something that to me would be terrifying. Or getting blackout or something like that. That's like, nah, man. I'm really not okay with that. That is, you know, there's that line in the sand. It's like, this is a good time. This is a good time. I'm not having a good time. It's a downright bad time. Getting sick or blacking out or something like that. That is when we've crossed that threshold where we went from potentially a good time to straight down to the dumpster. I'm having a bad time now. That's just not my idea of fun. Come on, you can do it. This poor little tractor. I will say, compared to the last time we did the No Man's Land for the Survivor Man Challenge, so that was like all of the DLC but one had already been out when we started that in Farm Sim 22. So there were a lot of crappier tractors than this one. We had that little green tractor. What was it, like 10 or 25 horsepower or something like that? And I had to use that for like the first 3-4 years in that run. And it was taking just like a couple of pallets or whatever from the greenhouse and just watching that thing running as hard as it could. And you're going like 2 miles an hour just dragging these like 8 or 9 pallets to the sell point up that little hill, desperately trying to get, you know, your $2,000 or whatever it was. So this definitely feels way better than that did. Because sure, I'm not exactly making a killing money-wise here, but it's at least getting there. Alright, so one thing I am going to do that I said I was going to do earlier, and I kept forgetting. So I'm going to go ahead and put this on the screen. We are going to decide what we're going to be doing for our first crop. Let's make sure everything is here that is a field crop. So greenhouse stuff does not count. Poplar doesn't count. So we've got wheat, barley, oats, sorghum, soybean, corn, canola, sunflowers, grapes, olives, carrots, red beets, sugar beets, potatoes, parsnip, peas, spinach, green beans, rice, long rice, sugar cane, and cotton. Have I missed any? Well, while that's on this, like, here, we can actually check this. We can go here. Give mouse. Let's see. Barley, canola, carrot, corn. Grass isn't a crop. We do have the olives, we have the peas, we have red beets. I don't believe we missed any. That's not what I wanted. All right. Anyone saying I'm missing any? We're gonna give it 1 minute. If anyone says like any crop, they're like, that's the one you're missing. Let me know. That's a little trick. Duplicate that list multiple times to make a lot more random a choice. Oh, so you're saying like grab it? You wish they would add a lot more to cotton farming. There is a lot more that you can do in the regular one, sadly. I feel like I want to leave it like so my assumption is that would just make it narrow so it'd be impossible to read. I do want people to be able to see what it is. Yeah, technically I understand there's probably something. I'm not seeing anyone saying that I'm forgetting it because I don't think I am. Oh, I considered shuffle you. We'll shuffle it like a bunch of times. So it is shuffled. All right. Essentially, each piece of the pie would be smaller. It should display the winner. Yeah, no, it's fine. Because it's also fun when it starts getting close and people are like, no, 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 no. All right, so we are going to go ahead and do it. And so with that, I'm going to click to spin. And we'll see what we're getting. And our first crop is going to be barley. So we will start growing barley. So we are doing a grain again for this one. That's okay. Can I save this so I can come back to this later? Yeah, save. Save to cloud, save local file, that's fine. Wheel crops. Good enough for me. Put that in downloads. All right. So with all that said, let's go ahead and put ourselves back onto game display. So barley will be our first one. Can't you put barley in the current foraging wagon? I have no idea, in all honesty. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So, can we put it in this one? I don't think we can, unless it's loose. If it's loose,
Rual, Tomb, and chat have a great Thanksgiving and day.
Thank you, Claria Star. Yeah, me and Tomb did our proper celebration of the of Thanksgiving with my folks the other day. We are planning earlier in the day to do a lunch tomorrow. That's actually what I'm waking up for, is to make sure we got that. But yeah, no, thank you for the well wishes, and I do hope everyone who celebrates that you have yourselves a good time. Okay, so this is, yeah, no, that's we've got hay, we've got well, actually, what is that one? I'm sitting here clicking on things and not getting things. I'm pretty sure I can't. I'm clicking on all the wrong things. Just don't mind me. Alright, so I'm pretty sure with that foraging wagon, I'm pretty sure it's hay, like grass and like silage and that kind of stuff. Yeah, so we've got the hay, we've got the grass. That's the one I'm not sure of. I'm pretty sure that's not barley. I'm pretty sure barley is more like a leaf pattern. This is one of those things I dislike, because now what I have to do to find that out, I have to go here, I have to go to the crops. Yeah, so that's barley symbol. If we look at the greenery, it's hay, straw, and grass. Yeah, so this cannot do barley. Now, what I am low-key thinking is maybe we go after the McDon or whatever that thing is called as part of the thing that we go for doing the barley in the long run. Not right away, because we won't be able to afford it right away. But that what we'll plan to do is, instead of going right for the harvester on it, we'll get those early pieces of equipment, and we'll plan to do the thresher style for getting our money. So that would be using the McDon, having it cut it down, giving up on getting the straw or whatever, and instead going for the harvester with the thresher header. So basically, we dump it all on the ground and we do that. One, because I haven't done it before. Two, is it's supposed to give like a 20-something% extra yield. And that would be nice. I would like that. That would be pleasant. But to that end, we need to get equipment for the barley. For the barley to function at all, in any capacity, I will need, at a minimum, a plow, a seeder, and a harvester of some capacity. Ideally, I also want to get a fertilizing vehicle and probably some type of cultivator in the long run to get rid of it. But if we're doing plowing at the beginning, I can get away without weeding, and I can get away without the cultivator. I do think this time, instead of going the sprayer route for the herbicide, I do think I want to go and get the hoe, because I felt pretty happy about that. I'm assuming if I plant the thing and a hoe immediately afterwards, it will also work to get rid of the weeds. I'm hoping I don't have to wait for them to start growing to get rid of them, because that means it'll already be penalizing my stuff, and I'm pretty sure I don't have to wait for them. And what was on sale here? That's a roller. We do have a seeder as well. So what my plan is for the moment is, I think priority-wise, we are going to try to save money, and we're going to keep an eye on sales. And the things that we are going to consider buying first is literally anything that comes by that is necessary for making progress into getting barley, and things that would facilitate making better money for grass. I'm going to try and focus on the sale in the earlier part. Down the road, if we start getting a decent amount of money stashed,
Take a sip.
we could start potentially pivoting over from that to just buying things we need. So I do know for some people it'd be barley's a little disappointing because that is a grain. What I will do is we'll just go for just the barley. We're not going to go barley, wheat, and all those kind of things. We'll go just for the barley to start. And then from the barley, like, we'll roll the wheel again. And then if it says sugar cane, then we're making sugar cane. But the point is to get that stuff otherwise set up. For the production line with barley, that would be making flour, I believe, is the main thing that you can do with barley. I think there might be a preserve thing as well. You can also feed some animals with it. And maybe that's something we make early on this time is... I don't know what the chickens need, if it's strictly like barley or whatever, you know, you get that. But you get the idea. We could potentially look and say, hey, if I can support getting this animal with what we're doing, then we potentially grab the animal as one to have more variety of stuff we're doing. But also, with all that, then that, you know, gives us effectively a production line. But those are all hopes and dreams for the future. In the meanwhile, we're mowing the lawn. Yeah, because this is a relatively decent one that will grow barley. There's no way we afford that. Let's see. Is the challenge is to start out with barley? How long are we going to go with barley? My goal is at a minimum I'm going to be required to have a production line that I can run with the barley. But the goal is to have it so I can like actually produce barley at least okay. I don't have a strictly, oh, I produce this much money or this much thing. The point is to have a decent sized field of barley, enough that I can throw it into a flour mill and it not be a total waste. Which should be very easy because we already have a fairly large tile of land. Because I'm not going to sit there and have like, this is the barley field. Maybe it could even start out that way and then I separate the fields later. But, honestly, that very well might be what we do, is once I get what I need to set up the minimum for barley, that right at the beginning, the bulk of the plot would be the barley. I kind of missed, what did you do for that mower? So, what we did for the setup. The initial setup is we gave ourselves a way to make at least some level of money. Normally when you do the Survivorman challenge, what typically is where you'd start is you'd buy a piece of land that's got a ton of trees on it, you give yourself a chainsaw and something to move them with, and you'd hack the trees down, load them up into that, and you do a whole bunch of rounds. I did do a poll that I gave 3 options for ways we could start making our money. That would be like the minimum thing I would give to start. And I said we could do grass, we could do trees, or we could do greenhouses. Because those are kind of like your minimum bar to set up. And chat very, very heavily voted for grass. So we did start with this. This is like the minimum worst / whatever equipment we have. So we have the lowest horsepower tractor, the smallest, weakest little mower, and the smallest, weakest little forager. And that's what we gave ourselves to start because you need some way of getting money. Otherwise, it's, you know, you load the game up and go, I don't own any property. Well, game over. So rather than doing the thing where we lumberjack for, you know, a couple $100,000 right away at the beginning, we chose to go the other route. So this is the minimum equipment we started with. We haven't bought anything. But you can see what we're doing with this is I'm making myself like $500, $600, $700 per load, which is really, it's honestly, as far as like days in game, we're making relatively good money. As far as human labor goes, it's honestly not the worst. But it is repetitive. And on top of that, I can't make the AI do it. We'd just lose money if I did that. They also won't do it because there's not a field. I can't use steering assist because it's not a field, so steering assist doesn't work. But yeah, so this is the equipment we started with. Because you do need some means of making money, or it's a dead run at the beginning. And it can be that you go, okay, well, I gave myself a loan, or I gave myself this. We started with $0, but we just did give ourselves, like, the worst possible thing we could do to do mowing. I mean, technically, I could have, I believe there's, like, a hand mower thing. I believe I could have given myself that, but it would still need the foraging wagon. Or a baler. Either or. But with a baler, then you arguably go back to, I need something to haul it, so then it becomes more expensive. But yeah, so basically what I'm thinking is we save up, we try and catch sales till we can get something going. So if I can catch a good sale on something that I can pick up bales with, that would be something I'd be like, yes, well, let's grab that. It doesn't even, I should replace that. It doesn't need to be good. Something that I can make work at all. So I forgot to ask, what if you create a field around a building, or a squarish donut? Would the steering AI still work? You'd have to test that. I haven't tested. I assume it would work. It'd probably just be really terrible. My assumption is still try to grid it out in some way, and it would just be awful. They might even have it where if the grid is just like, you know, you've made a field that's just either too small or just a pattern that doesn't work, that it would just be like, no. Because they've had stuff before where if the AI couldn't handle a field, it'd just be like, can't do it. You want headlands? Nothing but headlands, baby? And that could even be what happens, is if you made like an actual donut, it would just make it headlands. And for the record, we are not trying to be precise at all with this thing where we're mowing. Literally, I've got this entire tile. It's huge. Like, we're gonna be like, okay, we're done with the day before the tile's done. That's actually... Let's set the time to 5 times speed, which is the default normally. Because that way I'm not sitting here, you know, mowing this for the, like, you know, 2-3 streams just mowing the one tile or whatever to make that kind of progress. So trying to think, so, okay. If we went for the route of going for the bales to get ourselves a bit more money, we could certainly go for the cars, and that $5,500 one can take it. So we're looking at $5,500 to be able to haul bales at any amount. I think we can actually get cheaper with the trailer. Yeah, so we can get a little bit cheaper with the trailer. So it looks like no sale, $4,250 is what it would take us to be able to move bales. If we got a baler, the baler would cost us... $22,000. And then from there, I'll just keep peeking to try and do that. Well, actually, we could probably... If we took a step farther and specialized the baler. Not that one. That one's a pain. Yeah, so we'd be looking at 2,000 or whatever. Yeah. And if we did the wrappers, it's 16,000 for the cheapest one. Ah, it'd be 34,000 because it has to be square. We can create a field on new land. The main thing you're looking at is going to be a plow. Technically, mulchers can as well. Like, that's kind of the plow's job, but the forestry mulchers can also facilitate that purpose. It's gonna miss part of it, and that's gonna be sad. I got most of it. I'm gonna try cleaning that up on the next pass. Because now we're getting to the end here, and I'm still sitting at like 70,000 because we're slowly getting where those trees are making it narrower and narrower. Alright. But that's if we're starting to try and go the route of sillage. Let's deliberately scooch this over. And then bring it back. But yeah, now if you use a plow, you can make new lands. If you use a mulcher, you can make new lands. But yeah, I'll keep time going at a relatively quick speed. Just so that, you know, it'll only take like 2 hours or so. We'll make sure to go to bed when it gets dark. That'll be kind of one of the things we do. That other than we're doing like major harvest or something else. When we're just doing this kind of just gradual money making. That we just make it a point that dark is closing time. All right. One thing I'm curious about, so with all this money, well, with the money we're making, I shouldn't say all this money we're making. With the money we're making, we are using a lot of gas and all that. It will be curious to see, with where we're at, like how much money I actually step away from in profit. Like, this is certainly being profitable, but it could be one of those things that, you know, I finish a bunch of this, I make 10,000, I lose 1,000 repair, an extra like 1,000 in gas or something like that, which would still mean 8,000 profit. But there's all that kind of stuff. All right. But yeah, I would guess, so far as our cost of time, that this isn't as good as when we did lumber. Because it was, we'd load up a tree or two into the thing and drive it back, and that would usually give me several thousand. But I would also say that this is more renewable. That as I knock out the wood in the area, I would run out of stuff. Let's go ahead and top off our gas real quick while we're here. Because it is a thing that we are getting low on gas. But what is ultimately going to end up happening here, chat, is we are going to start winding down for the night. Because it is just a thing that I intend on waking up early tomorrow. So that's going to be one problem. I need to quickly do the dare drops and all that. Oh, it's $60? We're good. I got to do that tomorrow. So for that, with all that, I will not be streaming tomorrow. I know I've done a lot of bonus streams, but tomorrow I have a lot of stuff I got to do with the hot potato. I'm going to be running a lot, well, not running. I'm going to be handling a lot of the stuff for the hot potato. So as such, it is just kind of one of those things that I can't do a bonus stream tomorrow. Friday, I probably will not do a bonus stream either. I've got, again, more hot potato stuff to deal with. Technically, that I could potentially bonus stream, but we'll see. But definitely we'll be back Saturday. Now, the catch is for Saturday, that'll probably be a split stream. My intention is Saturday should... sorry, I take that back. That's a lie. No. Saturday, I will likely start with Farm Sim, and then that'll be my turn in the hot potato. Will be at the end of stream. So stream will, I believe, end slightly early on Saturday. I could be wrong about that. But that'll be when I have my actual time on the hot potato where I'm participating in like the actual thing on stream. That'll be Saturday. And then Sunday, we will probably do Dredge, because that's the first that I promised people Dredge. And I'll either do a full stream of Dredge, and then we'll start doing half streams, or I will do like half Dredge, half this. But don't worry, Farm Sim is coming back. We're just hitting my weekend is Thursdays and Fridays. Those are the days to take off, and we'll figure it out from there. But thanks so much for tuning in. If you are watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe and all that. I don't have enough subs yet to be able to host other people and all that, so I am going to just have to drop you abruptly. So thank you for that. If you're over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere, because we're going to go figure out whose turn it is on the RimWorld Hot Potato, and go say hi over there. I'm going to save